Chapter 2987 Got a God personality again. I was that strong. Han Sen was shocked. The most shocking thing about this situation came later. After Kill Sky God was injured, he was so shocked that he wanted to escape but could not even turn around. Wanner's face displayed zero emotion. Her beautiful body was flickering like a ghost. Her hands were waving as she moved. Since she moved so fast, even with Han Sen's eye power, he only saw Wanner's body appearing and disappearing. Her hands possessed a lot of gold light as she flashed past Kill Sky God. When Kill Sky God turned his body to run, Wanner stopped. Her small body floated in space. She slowly turned and looked at Han. Senator Kill Sky God had only sprinted away about 30 feet before God blood was everywhere. His body was suddenly broken. It was worse than his body being hanged, drawn, and quartered. In the next second, Han Sen saw God light in the sky, but it was hidden by the Big Baron system's Big Baron power. It did not go into space and create a God sadness. After Kill Sky God's God body was burned away, one part of his upper arm bone remained. That bone was around 3 feet long. It was shaped like a hammer and pitch black. It appeared very heavy. Han Sen thought, it looks like Wanner's power and mine are a bit different. The God spirit she killed left a God personality behind. The God spirits I kill leave nothing. Even the God personality was gone. Han Sen was not currently in the mood to think. Wanner teleported in front of Han Senator. He gathered up power and looked at Wander with alert eyes. The blonde Wanner might not have recognized him. Considering the power she had just put on display, she was not someone Han Sen believed he was capable of combating. Wanner arrived before Han Senator. The gold fire connected with Han Sen's white flame. The two powers melted into each other as if they were connecting. Big brother. Wanner looked at Han Sen with shock and fell into his arms. Han Sen held Wanner, which led to their flames extinguishing. It suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Big brother. Wanner misses you. She misses you so much. Han Sen looked at Wanner, but her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She tried her best to look at Han Sen, but she was unable to fight the sleepiness. She closed her eyes and went to sleep. Han Sen's expression looked a little distorted. Wanner's situation was very bad. Her life force was almost too weak for him to feel. It seemed as if she would die at any moment. Han Sen quickly took out a bottle of Geno fluid and fed it to her, but it had no effect. He summoned the light well lots too, but that did not help Wanner either. If you miss your big brother so much, you must hold on no matter what. If you die, I can never see you again. Han Sen picked up Wanner and took Kill Sky God's bone back with him. Nev Destiny's Tower's tower had a crack that went all the way up to down. It was like it had been broken by someone. Han Sen knew that it had not been broken by Kill Sky God. It was Wanner who had broken it while rushing out. Han Sen picked up Wander and entered Destiny's Tower. He sorted out the stuff inside. He had a conflicted expression. Everything was there except 2 people were missing. Ancient Devil and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster were gone. The stone platform and space by Sima were still fine. They were not damaged, but they were gone. I did not expect Ancient Devil would be able to escape, but that is fine by me. Han Sen shook his head. He put Wanner inside Destiny's Tower and put Destiny's Tower away. He was holding that Kill Sky God arm bone. Han Sen was thinking, right now, I have Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God's God personality. This will be the 3rd God personality I have received, but Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God were just Destruction class. They cannot compare to an Annihilation class Kill Sky God and his Kill Sky God God personality. Han Sen was hesitating because unlike ordinary creatures, he knew the God personality was God spirit genes. Han Sen knew that due to the announcements. Although Han Sen was not able to absorb God's spirit genes, he always believed if he was able to absorb other genes, there was no way he could absorb God's spirit genes. Perhaps he had just not yet found a way to absorb the God spirit genes. It was like before in the sanctuaries when he received super genes. At first, people were not able to absorb them. God's spirit genes might have been similar to that. He was unsure whether or not putting God personalities in God personality armaments could be absorbed. That Kill Sky God is very powerful. He just descended and was almost invincible. In the God temple, he must be even scarier. Ordinarily, I would want to kill him and Moment God, both of whom are in the same class. As I am right now, the chances of me doing that are pretty slim. If I have Kill Sky God's God personality armament, my chances will be much higher. I should go swap it. Han Sen made a decision. He then thought, but I do not know what type of God personality armament Kill Sky God's God personality armament is. I hope it is armor so I can block Moment God's attacks. There is no need for me to end up dead because of her. In Han Sen's heart, he knew that Kill Sky God's God personality armament had a low chance of providing him with armor. That arm bone would probably not have ended up looking like armor. No matter what it was, having an Annihilation class God personality armament should have helped him a tremendous amount. Han Sen collected the arm bone and figured out which direction he needed to go. He kept going deep into the big barren systems. Since he was already there, he figured he might as well check out the Holy Hall. He wanted to see if Little Flower and Old Cat were back yet. With the Holy Spirit, the darkness did not cause Han Sen much trouble or danger. He traveled back to the Holy Palace. He arrived there safely. He was back to being Han Sen now. He reached the Holy Palace. When Han Sen used the long, bright lantern's light and saw the ruins of the Holy Palace, he was shocked. The Holy Palace had been broken when Han Sen was there. Now, the Holy Palace's ruins were dyed black in dry blood. Red Ghost, the eyeless beast, and Old Vulture's giant bodies were lying across the ruins. The wounds on their bodies were solid. Their life forces were gone. The eyeless big beast's body was split in half. Red Ghost had been decapitated, and Old Vulture's feathers had all been plucked. There was a shadow standing on top of the ruin. Someone was holding Auntie May by the neck. He lifted her up in the air. Auntie May had no strength to struggle. Her hands clutched the other hands, but she could not get away. Mr. Auntie May saw Han Sen enter the radius of the bright, long lantern. She had been hopeless, but now she had a bit of hope. She gathered up all her power and used whatever she had left to shout at Han Sen, "Be wary of Old Cat." Chapter 2988 Holy Palace changing. Auntie May wanted to say something, but a hand squeezed her head. It twisted her head, ripped it off, and threw it to the ground like trash. Auntie May's head rolled across the floor. Her eyes were wide open. They were full of misery and appeared as if she did not want to die yet. Han Sen stared at the figure and asked, "Who are you? Why are you killing them?" The figure looked like a human. It looked very young too. The person seemed to be about 20 years old. He was weirdly handsome. He had some weird presence that could not be described. His eyes were very small. They were like the eyes of a fox. A group of useless stuff. They could not even guard the Holy Palace. What was the point of keeping them alive? The young man licked his lips. He smiled and looked at Han Sr., "You are Little Flower's father. I did not expect a guy who did not practice holy body could earn Qin Xiu's approval." Han Sen looked at that young man and asked, "Who are you?" "You do not need to know who I am, but I must thank you. If you did not break the Holy Palace and put out all the race lanterns Qin Xiu made, I could not have killed those 4 watchdogs." The young man smiled at Han Sen and went on to say, "Now, I just need to kill you and find old cat and the son that has practiced holy body. I will kill them all. I will slay all who place their faith in Qinxiu. He will never make a comeback. Upon hearing those words, Han Sen frowned. Judging from the person's voice, it did not sound like he was with old cat. Why had Auntie May warned Han Sen about old cat before she died? Han Sen looked at the young man and asked, "Are you an enemy of Qinxiu?" "I am, and I am also not." The young man came down from the ruins of the holy palace. "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen asked. The young man laughed and said, "Qinxiu treated me like a student. He taught me Geno arts. He gave me resources. I cannot say he is my enemy. The grudge we have stems from the fact he hated me, and he ridiculed me. I think he will never expect that sacred was finally destroyed by me." It sounded like a betrayal. The words naturally flowed from the young man's mouth. It sounded like something he was proud of. Han Sen looked at the young man and spoke coldly, "I understand what you are saying. You are Sacred's traitor." Han Sen had heard about many people betraying Sacred Leader before the collapse. The people he used to meet, such as 9,000 King and others, were loyal to the end. That was why he forgot about that. "What? Have you come to seek vengeance on Qinxiu's behalf?" The young man looked at Han Senator. His face bore a smile, but his eyes looked murderous. "I have nothing to do with Sacred, and I am not interested in seeking revenge on Qinxiu's behalf." Han Sen shook his head. He was not interested in seeking revenge for Qinxiu. When the young man heard that, he laughed incredibly hard and said, "Qinxiu, Qinxiu. You were a hero all your life. I did not expect the person you chose, at last, to turn out to be a wimp. You really were blind." After laughing, the young man looked at Han Sen and said, "It is a shame. You and I have no grudge, but you were chosen by Qinxiu. Cutting weeds without removing the root will result in them growing again. Qinxiu must have really hated me. How can I let the chosen person remain alive?" "It looks like you are the one who wants revenge and not Qinxiu," Han Sen coldly said. The young man looked gloomy. His eyes opened wide. He was like a bolt of lightning coming before Han Senator. He raised his hand and reached out for Han Sen's neck. Dong! The cause karma knife appeared in Han Sen's hands. The knife was burning with Holy Spirit power. It struck the young man's hands. Han Sen felt power come through the knife. His body lost control, which made him fall back. His legs were on the stone floor. The push made him cleave 2 trenches. The young man coldly said, "That is because Qinxiu is dead. He does not have a chance to care about revenge." "Really?" Han Sen clutched his knife. His body entered the mind of a chess game. His whole body blended into the broken universe. His eyes were like darkness as they peered at the young man. "You would not understand. You are just an ignorant, poor worm that was used by Qinxiu." The young man seemed to think of something. The murderous look appeared even harsher. He laughed. "I am afraid you have no idea what Qinxiu was like. You are still dreaming that you can replace him to become the new sacred leader. I can tell you that is impossible. It does not matter if it is you or your son who practices holy body. You are all just chess pieces. Qinxiu would do anything to get what he wants. Your life, in his eyes, is worse than just one of his sister's hairs. After being used, you will be thrown away like trash." Han Sen winked and said, "It sounds like Qinxiu did something bad to you." The young man's face suddenly looked very contorted. It even looked twisted. He gnashed his teeth and smiled. "It was nothing. I was just like you. I was made a chess piece. I was a test subject. But I am different from you. You are all chess pieces. You are just lab rats. You cannot change your fate all the way to the grave, but I am different. I escaped the fate of being a chess piece. I became a player and defeated Qin Xiu. I am now scrubbing away Qin Xiu's last hope. He will never come back. Even in hell, all he can do is cry without hope. While the young man spoke, his teeth chomped hard. He suddenly laughed very hard. So, what was Qin Xiu's last hope? The Holy Spirit. Han Sen looked at the cause karma knife that was burning with Holy Spirit power. The young man looked at him with disdain. That half-broken product is not Qin Xiu's hope. I want the gene prototype. Qin Xiu must have found a way to give you or your son the gene prototype. He died, so he had no choice. I just need to kill you both, and Qin Xiu will become a loser. Han Sen pretended he had never heard of it before. He looked shocked and asked, Gene reason. What is that? The young man was already 15 feet away from Han Senator. He had not stopped his advance. He walked toward Han Sen saying, very funny. You are Qin Xiu's chess piece, yet you do not even know what a gene prototype is. If we have the same problem, can you explain it? Han Sen did not move as he spoke. Shut up, the young man shouted. I am a replacement that Qin Xiu created, and one he put a lot of effort into. Who are you? You are not like me. His body sped up like a ghost in front of Han Senator. Han Sen suddenly saw the young man's hand move. He felt the whole of space flip as he faced off against the young. Time slowed down, which made Han Sen slow. Today, I will let you know what a real holy body is. I will show you what is better than Qin Xiu. The young man let out an evil laugh as he grabbed Han Sen's neck. Chapter 2989 Copied Body Dong. The young man's hand almost touched Han Sen's neck when a knife light suddenly blocked it. The knife light and hand light hit each other. It left a bloody mark on the young man's hand. Sky palaces under the sky knife skill is quite amazing. The young man looked at the bloody mark on his hand and smiled even harder. He swung his hand. The wound on his hand was gone. Han Sen dove into under the sky mind. He did not move. He just looked at the young man. His knife went down. I want to see how much you can endure. The young man's hand changed. Time and space also changed. Han Sen's knife was slower. His place was swapped. The time and space power was similar to the legendary holy body. Back when Little Flower joined the Geno Being Scroll fight, he had displayed this power. Han Sen's body's time and space kept twisting, but the young man could not break Han Sen's knife skill. He already dodged Han Sen's attack. He made Han Sen slower, but he could not hurt Han Senator. Han Sen's place was changed, but he was not afraid. He still slashed toward an area where there was no one. When the young man wanted to attack Han Sen's weak spot, a knife light appeared in space and stopped his hand. The young man's face looked more terrible. He noticed there was something wrong. The space around Han Sen was twisted, but Han Sen had already cast knife lights to stop his attacks. He was being stopped by Han Sen's knife lights. It looks like your holy body is just like that, yet you want to exceed Qin Xiu. Pa! Han Sen waved his knife as he spoke. Han Sen was actually confused. The demon lady and the others said that only Little Flower practiced talents of the holy body, but there were obviously others who had practiced Qin Xiu's holy body. The holy body was not as rare as the demon lady led him to believe. That was why Han Sen used words to offend the young man. He hoped the young man would accidentally spill the beans on some of the holy body's secrets. That is just the beginning. The young man looked mad. His eyes turned a weird blue color. Nothing but blue was visible in his eyes. His body's blood vessels were showing. Even the very small blood vessels were like small dragonflies and little snakes around his snake. His blood was starting to show. Blue blood. Han Sen was a bit shocked by this, so he looked right at the young man. As the blood changed, the young man's presence grew scarier. It was like an angry ghost that would eat everything as fuel for its power was coming out from hell. Yes. I am a blue blood. Qin Xiu used his genes for a blueprint and combined it with better genes. That is why I am here. Although he did not admit it, it is a truth that can never be denied. I am greater than he was. I should be the real Qin Xiu. I should be the real sacred leader. The young man's eyes looked a little insane. Han Sen suddenly understood a lot. Back then, Qin Xiu tried to copy people but gave up for some reason. Han Sen thought this young man must have been the failed test subjects that Qin Xiu abandoned. Despite what was done to them, they betrayed sacred. He looked at the young man's face and noted how much he looked like Qin Xiu. He was very similar. Although they looked alike, because Qin Xiu's presence was so special, the young man did not possess the presence that Qin Xiu had. Thus, Han Sen had not noticed how similar they were. Boom! While Han Sen was checking him out, the young man's flames turned solid. His whole body was like a transparent crystal. That is a god spirit's presence. Han Sen frowned as he looked at the young man. What came out from him was the special presence only given off by god spirits. Yes. I have Qin Xiu's genes, and I have an annihilation class god spirit's genes. I am stronger than Qin Xiu. I am the real leader of this world. The young man's body was becoming stronger. The armor he had was vaporized by his presence. His naked body was revealed. His body was like a crystal. One was able to see the blue blood coursing through his body. The blue blood power and God spirit mixed together made his presence very strange. It was like he was a human but not a human. It was like he was a god but not a god. If you are so good, why did not rule the universe after Qin Xiu was killed? Han Sen deliberately looked at him with disdain. That is Qin Xiu's fault, the young man crazily said. If he had given me the gene prototype, would have ruled the world. Those from sacred and the god spirits would be crying before my feet. Han Sen thought the young man was very stable and perhaps end up leaking a secret or two. He quickly asked, so, what is the gene prototype? It is Qin Xiu's fault, the young man crazily spoke. His eyes were full of energy. He raised his head and roared to the sky. His scary power was like a volcano erupting. The body only had blue blood. In a moment, the blue blood seemed like it was burning. It made the whole body a transparent blue. The flames on the body were blue too. Han Sen frowned. He was a little bit worried. He was afraid Little Flower might turn out like this young man. He had used all the power he had in the alliance to search for Little Flower inside the sanctuaries, but there had yet to be any news of him. That made him very worried. Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu. What are you doing? Han Sen thought Qin Xiu was scarier than these god spirits. At least god spirits had their rules and principles to follow. Qin Xiu had just done what he pleased. He had not concerned himself with the consequences of his actions. No one was able to stop him. He had no moral compass. To be without rules was a very scary thing, and Qin Xiu was the scariest demon in the deep abyss of not having any rules. Killing god spirits, using gene technology to mix races. Even the holy beasts he grew had their horns taken and souls claimed. The genes were used to replicate people. He went against nature. Qin Xiu had done many scary things. It was much scarier than what a god spirit did. The young man, who looked like a blue crystal god spirit, stared at Han Sr. Anything related to Qin Xiu should die. He slowly spoke each word. When he was done, he reached out his hand and continued looking at Han Senator. Suddenly, the blue light was released. It twisted all of space. Han Sen felt like his body was going left and right in the time and space power. Somehow, he was in front of the young man. The young man's hand grabbed him by the neck. Die. The young man's face looked murderous and full of rage. His hand was full of power. The blue light was spilling. He was going to break Han Sen's neck. Chapter 2990 Love Killing Pigs. Pang. Han Sen's body was like a sponge being squeezed by the young man's hand. Suddenly, another version of his body appeared behind the young man. A weird power movement was coming out of Han Sen's fingertips. It tapped the back of the young man's head. The young man coldly laughed. If it was 4 holy spirits combined in one, perhaps it would work against me a little. With just the Kirin's holy spirit, you cannot damage my God's spirit holy body at all. The young man's expression quickly changed. He noticed that Han Sen had not used the holy Kirin's power. He had just been tapped on the back of the head. After that hit, Han Sen was sent flying 1,000 miles. The young man turned around. He coldly looked at Han Sen and said, I am better than Qin Xiu. I am the true immortal God Spirit holy body. Your power does nothing to me. Han Sen's finger had not even hurt his scalp. Han Sen remained silent. He quietly looked at the young man. Stop wasting time. After I kill you, I will reunite you with your son in the pits of hell. I will make sure you don't end up too lonely there. The young man raised a hand. He wanted to combine the power of his holy body and the God Spirit power. When he raised his arm, the young man's eyes looked smaller. He saw that his finger was uncontrollably shaking. It was steadily shaking faster. It was like his finger was playing piano in the air. It was not just his hands. The young man quickly discovered that his entire body was shaking. His muscles were twisting, and his blood vessels were jumping. He was shaking more than a person with Parkinson's disease. His body was powerfully shaking, but the young man could not feel anything wrong. It was like the body that was shaking was not his. The young man brought his hands together, but he could not stop from shaking. He screamed at Han Sr., You. What did you do to me? Nothing. I just don't like trouble. Fighting powerful creatures can be tiring, so that is why I prefer turning powerful creatures into pigs. Then, I kill them as they squeal. It is easier that way. Han Sen looked at the young man calmly. He lifted his cause karma knife. The holy flame on the knife was wildly shaking. What are you? How dare you talk like that directly in front of me? Die already. The young man flashed a blue light. He was going to grab Han Senator just as he moved, his bones and flesh appeared to recede. The blue god light was fading away. The crystal god body was suddenly smaller. He now had a common body. How is that? Impossible. My God Spirit holy body. The young man was in complete shock. He peered at his hands. His hands were already leaving God Spirit mode. His entire God Spirit body started to wilt soon after. His life force and presence were shrinking. He dropped down from true God level to butterfly class. Right now, aren't you just a pig for me to kill? Han Sen raised his knife and swung it. Many knife streams were in the sky. They moved with Han Sen like a galaxy going into the young man's body. Arg! The young man forced himself to use his holy body's time and space power, but butterfly time and space powers were not enough to block Han Sen's stream of knives. Pang! The young man's body was hit by the knife stream. He exploded with a blue light. A trail of blue light quickly went into the darkness. In the darkness, the young man gnashed his teeth and yelled, "Han Sen, I will kill you." Han Sen ran into the darkness, but he could not see that young man's body again. He frowned. Han Sen looked back. He saw a pile of blue metal chips on the floor. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to take a look at the chips. He quickly discovered that those pieces belonged to a metal doll. It had to have been a treasure for copying one's body for survival. What a shame I did not kill him. Han Sen looked at the bodies of the demon lady and the others. He waved his hand, and their bodies were collected in Destiny's Tower. Han Sen did not like them much. If it was not for Little Flower, he would have killed them while he was destroying the Holy Palace. Now that they were dead, Han Sen was not going to be sad. They were true God-class bodies. Han Sen wanted to take them back and see Little Flower's reaction when he saw them. If Little Flower had no objections, Han Sen would happily turn them into Geno fluid. He looked at the ruins of the Holy Palace and departed the Big Baron systems. After leaving the Big Baron systems, he teleported back to Space Garden. Han Sen thought, Super God Spirit Body and Super Spank are powerful, but I am not sure what power that was. After killing the God Spirit, they will be destroyed and not leave anything behind. To me, that is not beneficial. I will be unable to get God Spirit genes or God Spirits. I also won't be able to get God Spirit armaments. I will be unable to make myself stronger. He thought he should kill low-level God Spirits first to find the God Personality armament that was suitable. Then, he could move on with saving Golden Growler. After returning to Space Garden, Han Sen saw 9000 King. He had delivered the xenogeneic genes to Space Garden, which was how he had avoided being killed. Han Sen told him about the demon lady and the others being killed. He also told him about the young man. When 9000 King heard all of that, he was infuriated. He gnashed his teeth and said, "He is a traitor." "Do you know him?" Han Sen asked. "How could I not know him? He was the master's favorite student. The master even gave him a name. They shared the same name even. His name is Qin Lan. Master treated him like a son. His reputation was higher than the 10 generals. I did not expect him to betray everything." 9000 King looked very angry. He wanted to skin Qin Lan alive and get rid of Sacred's traitors. Han Sen asked 9000 King about Qin Lan, but 9000 King did not know much. He did not know Qin Lan was a gene clone of Qin Xiu. He did not know anything. The xenogeneic genes 9000 King brought surprised Han Senator. There were many true God class and butterfly class xenogeneic genes. There was enough there to make Little Angel true God class. Han Sen thought, the leftover resources can make someone else true God class too. Who should I give them to first? Aside from Little Angel, who was able to combine herself with him, the others could help him out in less obvious ways. It was hard for them to match him. There is no rush with this matter. I'll just leave things as they are for now. I have to put a God personality into a God personality armament first. Han Sen found a chance to be dollar again. He took the God personality to the God Palace. Chapter 2991 Getting a God personality. Han Sen had 3 God personalities. They were the Destruction class Sky Armor God and Evil Lotus God, as well as the Annihilation class Kill Sky God. Han Sen went to Evil Lotus God's God Temple. He wanted to see what type of armament Evil Lotus God's God personality armament was. Why is Dollar here again? Did he not just kill Moment God? Maybe he is a bloodthirsty mongrel. I don't know what level of God spirit he is challenging. It should be at least a Disaster Class 1. He killed a Disaster Class Moment God, so there is no way he is challenging something of a lower level. While everyone was discussing it, Han Sen walked into Evil Lotus God's God Temple. All the audience felt a little weird. What is going on? Why is Dollar challenging a destruction class god spirit? No. That god temple must be shut down right now. He cannot challenge it. Why is he in there? What is going on? After a while, everyone saw the god flag on the god temple start to shine. Before long, it went dim. The god spirit must have been killed. Han Sen quickly came out from Evil Lotus God's God Temple and went to Sky Armor God's God Temple. The same thing happened again. Han Sen quickly emerged from Sky Armor God's God Temple. Holy **T. What is happening? Dollar can enter a shutdown God Temple and slay the spirits inside. Is he cheating? Ordinary creatures did not know the difference between God temples and sealed temples. They were all frozen. He is not leaving. Dollar is headed for the God temple upstairs. He is not going to challenge a disaster God spirit again, is he? No. Dollar already challenged a disaster class God temple group. He is still going up. Does he want to challenge an annihilation class God spirit? He went in. He really went in. While everyone was watching, Han Sen pushed open the shutdown Kill Sky God Temple. He walked inside. The God Temple's door closed itself. Like the God spirits that descended died outside the God Temples, only someone holding the God Spirit's God personality can enter. Normal creatures did not kill descended God spirits. They did not know this method to enter the God Temple. Before Han Sen entered Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God's God Temples, he killed the defenseless God spirits inside. They did not have God spirits, but he had received the God personality armaments. Evil Lotus God's God personality armament was a purple crystal lotus flower-shaped ring. Sky Armor God's God personality armament was a half-body armor. It was different from what Han Sen expected. He had been hoping for a weapon. Han Sen did not try out what kind of power those two God personality armaments wielded. He went to Kill Sky God Temple and saw Kill Sky God's empty shell God body standing atop the God altar. He looked very powerful but without anger. Han Sen already had the experience, so he knew it was just a useless empty shell that could not fight back. Han Sen's eyes scanned Kill Sky God. If he wanted to kill a God spirit, he had to destroy his God base. Otherwise, the God spirit's healing power would have been too strong for him to destroy. Evil Lotus God was a low-level God spirit. Han Sen was able to slash open his God body and find the God base with ease. An annihilation class God spirit like Kill Sky God was different. It wouldn't be as easy for him. Fortunately, Han Sen saw Kill Sky God be killed by Warner. He saw it clearly. He knew exactly where the God base was, which saved him a lot of trouble. He was not going to use Super Spank this time. He was afraid of destroying everything and then not being able to claim the God personality armament. In the end, he summoned his Sky Vine Radish God Lance and pierced toward Kill Sky God's God body. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance was thrust into the empty shell that was Kill Sky God's God body's chest. Sparks erupted everywhere. The strike only damaged his skin a bit. He did not even bleed. Kill Sky God's real God body is stronger than the universe God body he used when he descended. Han Sen knew he would be unable to break a God base like that. He hesitated and summoned the Kirin's Holy Spirit. He made it possess the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance suddenly burned with white fire. Han Sen struck again. This time, the tip of the lance managed to perforate it a lot. It also ended up getting stuck within the muscles and bones. Han Sen thrust and thrust. He was busy for quite a while when he finally pierced through the blood and the bones inside. He saw the chest releasing a black and smoky heart. That is it. Han Sen's thrust the heart. He noticed the heart was even harder than the god bones and god flesh that had kept it protected. Han Sen held the sky vine radish god lance and attacked it for half an hour before finally being able to pierce through the heart. He wiped away the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead and said, "Luckily, that guy possessed someone when he descended to chase me. If he had used this god body to fight me, my fight would have been harder." After completely destroying the heart, Han Sen quickly brought out the kill sky god arm bone. The god body turned a light substance and headed toward Han Sen's own arm bone. It all went into his bones. The black light of the bones grew stronger. It was floating inside Han Sen's hand. When all the light substance melted into his bones, the bone light looked dim. After the light was gone, Han Sen saw the arm bone become a black bone hammer. The bone hammer was far too cruel. The hammer was just a bit bigger than a fist. It was like a rubber hammer in a house. Why is this hammer so different when compared to the hammer Kill Sky God wielded? Kill Sky God's hammer was so much more powerful. What is this tiny thing for? Han Sen complained, but then an announcement played. Annihilation Class God Personality Armament received, Kill Sky Hammer. Han Sen looked at the Kill Sky Hammer. The name was very powerful and overbearing, but it looked very small. It looked like a black bone hammer. The head was a cylinder. Both sides of the hammer head had a god symbol. It looked old and mysterious, but Han Sen did not know what the two god symbols meant. When he and Kill Sky God fought, the big hammer had those two god symbols too. They likely represented his power. Just like before, Kill Sky Hammer had a message in Han Sen's head. Kill Sky Hammer Annihilation Class God Personality Armament. Seeing Kill Sky God get resurrected, Han Sen did not dare remain. He put the Kill Sky Hammer into his Sea of Soul and swiftly departed Kill Sky God Temple. All the races of the universe were looking at the Kill Sky God Temple. They saw him emerge from the God Temple right when the God flag flashed. Then, it went dim. Clearly, a God spirit had died inside the God Temple. Really? Dollar killed an Annihilation Class God spirit, and the temple was closed down. This seems fake to me. Does he play like that? All the creatures opened their eyes wide. They were not able to believe it. Han Sen had just exited the zone of the God temples when he saw Bai King floating in the air. He was laughing at him. Chapter 2992 Holy Body Geno Fluid, we must find a place to talk, Bai King said to Han Sen with a merry laugh. Okay. Han Sen wanted to know why Bai King saved him earlier, as well as why Bai King was happy letting him claim all the benefits he wanted. Bai King did not say anything. He merely led the way. Han Sen believed Bai King would lead him back to the Extreme King, but he did not. Bai King stopped on an asteroid. He then just sat on the crystallized asteroid. He smiled and waved at Han Sr., sit. Han Sen sat down and asked, "Why have you come looking for me?" Bai King pointed at the God Palace in space and said, "You must have now seen the power possessed by an Annihilation Class God Spirit. If you are going solo, it will be impossible to win in your fights at the God Temple. If we combine our forces, perhaps we stand a chance. What do you think?" Han Sen checked Bai King out. He did not answer his question. He quietly asked, "Why me? Give me a reason." Bai King seemed to know that Han Sen wanted to ask that. He smiled and said, "It is very simple. It is because of it." Bai King stroked a ring on his finger. It was a metal ring with a black gem on it. There was no special power possessed by it. When one looked at it, one would believe it was an ordinary, decorative ring. Han Sen had a closer look and thought, "This black gem looks like the black crystal horizontal evil gave me." Seeing Han Sen's reaction, Bai King smiled. He stroked the black crystal on the ring and said, This ring is a treasure given to us by our Alpha. He brought it back from sacred. The Alpha used to say that if a creature can make this ring create a reaction, the Extreme King must help that creature in any way they can. Only that creature can make the Extreme King free and powerful. Has it reacted to me? Han Sen asked with a frown. Han Sen did not believe Bai King was a person that listened to his Alpha. To become a king, all of them had incredible confidence and faith in themselves. They would not have listened to the ramblings of an old Alpha and listened to an outsider like Han Sen, who was their enemy. Bai King nodded and said, "Yes. This ring has been passed through many generations of our race, but it has never reacted before. We started to think that whatever Mr. Alpha said about it was not true. Over the billions of years waiting for it, the time has come. We waited billions of years and are now finally here. When you are next to me, the ring reacts. It is so deep in the soul that only the person wearing the ring can feel it. It is so strong and clear. It was at that moment I knew you were the person the Extreme King had been waiting on for billions of years." Han Sen looked at Bai King and did not speak. That story would not have only existed in a storybook. Han Sen had a hard time believing that someone would remain that loyal to anything. It was not like the world did not have anyone loyal, such as 9,000 King, the Demon Lady, and the others. They were loyal to Qin Xiu, and Han Sen believed they were. The Extreme King was different. It was easy for one person to remain loyal. For everyone to remain loyal generation after every generation was not something Han Sen could believe. After 3 generations, one tended to forget their ancestors. If one person developed in a foreign country, no one would really remember their motherland 3 generations later. The Extreme King had been going on for many generations. If they said they still believed in the Alpha, whoever believed it must have had a problem in their brain. Bai King seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. He stroked his ring and said, "Of course, Mr. Alpha's speech was not the main reason I treated you so nicely. It was because, in that speech, you were the key to the fate of the entire Extreme King. That means I have to treat you so well." "What key?" Han Sen asked. The extreme bodies of the Extreme King come from sacred leaders' test subjects. It was something called Holy Body Geno Fluid. If the Holy Body Geno Fluid was a success, then all the creatures can activate their potential and gene origin power so that their genes could evolve. Then, every creature could get their super holy body. After speaking, Bai King looked at Han Senator. It seemed as if he wanted to ask something, but he did not ask anything. He continued with what he was talking about. Ever since Sacred collapsed, the Holy Body Geno Fluid has not succeeded. Our Alpha used the half-finished Holy Body Geno Fluid and received the special body. He used that special body to survive amidst the chaos and keep the Extreme King alive. Is that special body is a king body? Han Sen asked. Bai King nodded and said, "Yes, it is a king body. That special body plays a big part in genes, but it is different from normal genes. In the beginning, the Extreme King people were able to activate their king bodies. Some geniuses were able to activate their king bodies by the time they were 15 or 16 years old. Everyone activated a different kind of body. As time passed, the bloodline kept becoming lighter and lighter. Now, the Extreme King people can only activate their king bodies by the time they reach king class. Most of the Extreme King cannot activate their king bodies anymore." Han Sen looked at the ring and asked, "What does any of that have to do with this ring?" Bai King put the ring down and placed it in front of Han Sr. According to what the Alpha told us, that ring is a tool for testing king bodies. It will only work for a successful holy body. Han Sen took the ring and placed it in his hand. That very normal ring suddenly made his soul shake. It seemed as if it was able to make the black gem inside Han Sen moan and groan. Han Sen kept stroking the gem in the ring and thought, "It is very amazing, but I feel the black gem in the ring is different from the black crystal. Mr. Alpha believed Sacred Leader had a backup plan, even for a time after this death. We believed someone would take up the mantle to proceed with his research on the holy body genofluid. We just needed to hold on to that ring and wait until the real holy body genofluid came out. At that time, our king bodies would be perfected. It would be a perfect holy body. It would not be like a king body that becomes a little harder to reach as time goes by. Bai King looked at Han Sen as if his eyes were on fire. If you want to get the holy body genofluid from me, you are wrong. I have never used holy body genofluid, and I don't know to make that stuff. After saying that, Han Sen threw the ring back at Bai King. Bai King picked up the ring, smiled, and said, "We can talk about this another time. Today, I looked for you so we can cooperate for the killing of an annihilation class god spirit. Are you interested?" Han Sen knew Bai King must have something more to say. He stayed quiet a moment before asking, "Which annihilation class god spirit do you want to kill?" "Moment God." Bai King slowly said those two words. Chapter 2993 United Rain slid down the roof. It landed on a stone board and created some bubbles. Looking outside, there was an old house at the peak of a mountain. There were also lots of other mountains. The rain created a layer of mist that draped the mountains. Crunch. The rain was very heavy. The door of the old house opened. Because the house was so old, the door made sharp noises. Even the sound of the heavy rain was not able to keep it down. The big door of the old house was pushed open. The first thing that appeared was an elegant pair of red high heels. Next, there was a white, smooth, jade leg, and a red qipao. A woman was wearing a red qipao. She was holding a red umbrella. She walked into the house with her body wagging seductively. Her hair was like a cloud. "Fortune teller, how long are you going to hide?" The red-clothed woman with the red umbrella walked into the center of the old yard. She looked at what was in the house and spoke her words like a ghost. Her voice was soft, but the rain still could not hide it. The room had a door with flower carvings on it. It was pushed open. An old man stepped out with a flag. His other hand clutched a wine gourd. He was sitting on a broken square table. After taking a sip of alcohol, he looked at the red-clothed woman, who was outside, and said, "If I were able to hide for 1 hour, I would hide for 1 hour. If I could hide for 1 more second, I would hide for 1 more second. I would rather survive for as long as possible than be dead. If I can live a bit longer, I will live a bit longer." The rain was too much. The umbrella was very low, so one was not able to see what the red-clothed woman looked like. Yet her ridiculously curvy body and long black hair, which looked like a waterfall, were very eye-catching. One may not have been able to see her face, but one could recognize her. "I am afraid you would prefer death compared to living," the woman chillingly said as she stood in the rain. The old man laughed and said, "That means you are here to collect my life." "It depends on whether you are accurate or not," the red-clothed woman said. "That will determine if I take your life." The old man picked up his gourd and had another sip of alcohol. He squinted his eyes as he asked, "So was I accurate or not?" "You were accurate but also not accurate," the red-clothed woman replied. "I really don't understand what you are saying." The old man laughed as he asked, "Which is accurate, and which is not accurate?" The red-clothed woman was silent a moment before saying, "The prediction you did for my master was very accurate. The god palaces appeared again, but the other half is not accurate. The god palaces did not break through. They still suppress a full sky." The fortune-telling old man laughed. "Master is in too much of a rush. It is not time yet. There is only a month left," the red-clothed woman said. "Even an annihilation god temple has yet to be broken. I do not see how the Geno Hall will be broken in a month. When the time comes, you will understand. The fortune-telling old man looked dull. He looked at the red-clothed woman and said, "But I suggested it first. Your master needs to do as the old man says. If there is no mistake, the prediction will come true." "I am here for that," the red-clothed woman said. "My master does not understand why he must do that. What does it have to do with breaking the god palaces? That person has the ability, but he has never reached that level. With his power, he cannot break the god palace. Predicting someone's fate is not easy. The old man traded his whole life to get this result. About the progress, I, the old man, cannot predict it all. If you do not believe the old man, you do not have to do it." The fortune-telling old man spoke as if he did not care. "I hope you are right. Otherwise, you should know that if you make the master mad, even that guy in the Geno Hall will not save you. From now on, you stay here. Until that day comes, you can predict your life. You can't blame others." The red-clothed woman turned around and left after speaking. In the rain, she walked until the rain covered all vision of her body. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the sky full of rain. He said to himself, "If I did not want to, do you guys think you can really find me and trap me here? You really underestimate me, Han Jinji." While he was speaking, the old man was holding the wine gourd and the cloth, which had the word "destiny" written down. He walked out of the living room and headed for the yard behind the old house. The raindrops dripped off the old man, wetting his clothes and hair. Only the cloth that told one's fortune did not touch any water. It was like it was immune to the rain. The old man walked to the farthest part of the yard, which was the highest point of the mountain. He waved his hand and walked a few circles in the yard. After a while, he calculated something. He paused for a bit before placing the cloth into the gap of the stone board. He walked back a few steps and looked at the cloth. He fixed the angle and position. With a look of satisfaction, he said, "The end is not the end of fate. I, Han Jinji, cannot change fate, but I will not let that moment be the end." After that, the old man walked back into the living room. He laid on the broken bed and yawned. He quickly fell asleep. Han Sen and Bai King spoke for a while. Han Sen then left the asteroid field. Bai King wanted to kill Moment God. It did not seem like a mere coincidence. He knew the relationship between Han Sen and Golden Growler, so he must have known Han Sen was planning to save Golden Growler. Bai King had also mentioned he had a way to break the time god powers that had claimed Golden Growler, which would allow Golden Growler to be set free. He could then use Golden Growler's power to fight Moment God. After everything came together, Bai King planned to kill Moment God. Bai King did have a request. After Moment God was killed, he wanted to be the one to take the god personality armament. Han Sen did not have a problem with that. He lacked the confidence for killing Moment God by himself. If it worked, he was fine with giving Bai King the god personality armament. In Bai King's plan, he needed to have Dollar do it. He also needed to cooperate with Han Senator that very much troubled Han Sr. Bai King only knew Dollar was the holy baby. He did not know Dollar was Han Sen too. He saw Han Sen go to save Golden Growler, and he agreed with Han Sen's power too. He asked Dollar to contact Han Sen so that he could chip in and help them out. Han Sen thought Bai King knew his secret, which is why he asked him. After Bai King's explanation, he knew he had no clue. Bai King only knew Dollar was the holy baby and that the holy baby came from Space Garden. Thus, he guessed that Dollar was a good friend of Han Sen and wanted him to contact Han Senator. Bai King never imagined a crystallizer and a xenogeniac would have been the same person. Where am I going to find a Han Sen for him? Han Sen had a wry smile. Although Space Garden had many elites, none of them had developed fully. He could not find anyone who was able to disguise himself as Han Sen or Dollar. Chapter 2994 Finishing Wish. Back in Space Garden, Han Sen had been troubled by the situation. Although he was able to use Han Sen's identity to reject the proposal, Han Sen had tried his hardest to save Golden Growler. This was a good opportunity. If he rejected the offer, Bai King might grow suspicious. Although Dollar and Han Sen's looked different, ordinary people would not suspect them as being the same. Unfortunately, people like Bai King knew Dollar was the holy baby. If Dollar and Han Sen were not able to show up at the same time, he could start thinking things weren't the way he presumed them to be. Han Sen thought, this is far too troublesome for me, but I have no choice. I have to decline the offer. He was not able to think of an adequate solution. If he waited any longer for other humans and spirits to develop, by the time he was true God, he could find someone else to disguise themselves as him. Right now, that was too difficult. BZZT. BZZT. While Han Sen was thinking, he heard a buzzing noise. It was like something was rapidly flapping its wings next to his ears. He looked closer. He did not know when it had appeared, but there was a small bee next to him. Han Sen thought it was weird. How was a xenogenic bee able to fly there? Where he lived had the protection of a bysema. A xenogenic of that level could not bypass the bysema. Pang! The little bee turned into smoke, and a beautiful little girl fell out. She fell right into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen discovered it was Bauer who had fallen out. Bauer! She was wearing a big pair of sunglasses. Bauer was clinging to Han Sen's neck. She laughed and asked, Dad, where have you been lately? Why don't you play with Bauer anymore? I have recently. Han Sen thought of something. He slapped his legs and switched the topic of conversation. How could I forget about the sunglasses? In the next moment, Han Sen developed rabid excitement. He quickly picked up Bauer and asked, Bauer, can you use these glasses to look like Dad? Bauer tilted her head with confusion as she asked, I can, but why would I want to look like you? Don't ask me that, Han Sen said. Just quickly tell me how long you can become me for. One Bauer thought for a moment and said, your body of energy is strong. If I want to become you, it will cost me a lot of power. It will last around 1 hour. 1 hour. That is almost enough. Han Sen was quiet a moment and then said, try becoming Dad now. Bauer was very nice. She used her sunglasses to scan Han Senator. Not long after, she successfully turned into Han Senior. Can you use this? Han Sen reached out his hand. His hand had the flame of the Xian Yellow Sutra. Like this. Bauer reached out her hand. Her hand was just like his. She had the Xian Yellow Sutra's flame. Han Sen was very happy. He used a few Geno arts. He soon found out the Geno arts Bauer could use were his xenogenic Geno arts. They included Blood Pulse Sutra, Xian Yellow Sutra, and Jade Skin. She was able to use those Geno arts. The Dongxian Sutra and the Story of Genes were something she was unable to cast. Han Sen's heart jumped. He transformed into xenogenic battle body mode and told Bauer, what about this? Can you look like me right now? Bauer used her sunglasses and scanned him again. She successfully turned into the Han Sen xenogenic mode. Like before, while she was in xenogenic mode, she was only able to use Jade Skin and Blood Pulse Sutra. She was still unable to use the Dongxian Sutra and the Story of Genes. Regarding the Super God Spirit mode, no matter what mode she was in, Bauer could not make use of it. Han Sen thought, it's just enough. Bauer can use xenogenic mode to disguise herself as Dollar, and I can come out representing myself Han Senior. He gave Bauer the evil lotus ring, Sky Bone armor, and Kill Sky hammer to see if she could effectively use them. Bauer used the evil lotus ring and Sky Bone armor. The evil lotus ring shone with a purple light. It turned into a purple shadow that covered her body. This was the evil lotus by Sima. It had good resistance to every power. It was good stuff for the purpose of surviving. The sky bone armor had a knife light. It was like many knife lights protecting Bauer. The sky bone armor was a very rare armament that could attack and defend. The knife light protected the body to provide powerful defense, and the knife light was also like a saw that could strike things. It was very powerful. The Kill Sky Hammer was able to break space in a single hit. The power it possessed was ridiculous. Any by Sima would break under the Kill Sky Hammer. When Bauer enters xenogenic mode, she is very powerful. With these 3 god personality armaments and me next to her, she should be fine. She will just leave if anything bad happens. Han Sen thought this was doable. He explained things to her once and asked if she wanted to take part. Bauer can become Dollar Dad. That will be so fun, Bauer will love it. Bauer looked very excited. Moment God's power is unpredictable, Han Sen told Bauer. You need to be careful. Listen to my commands. You will enter the God Temple later, and you will be the first one to leave. You cannot risk fighting Moment God. Just pretend and swing the hammer a few times. Your father has got this. Little Angel had been drinking Geno fluid by the gallon, and she was almost maxed out. She still probably would not catch up and be at what was required for the fight in that God Temple just yet. The next day, Han Sen had to meet up with Fox Queen. He became Dollar and wore the Sky God crown. He returned to his God of Wealth Temple. The God of Wealth Temple had just opened. Fox Queen secretly came before the God Temple. While still outside, she said, I am Fox Queen. Please, let me see you, Mr. God of Wealth. Come in. Han Sen stood atop his altar. He looked very serious when he spoke. Greetings, Mr. After Fox Queen entered the temple, she bowed. What I promised you is possible, Han Sen coldly said. Were you doubting my power? I would never dream of doing that. It's just the 9-spin destiny mirror is too important to the fox race. That is why I feel very nervous. Please forgive me. Fox Queen was very scared as she kowtowed. At the same time, she was very excited. Humph. Take it. Han Sen's heart jumped. The 9-spin destiny mirror appeared in the air. It flew toward Fox Queen. When Fox Queen had the 9-spin destiny mirror in her hands, the Sky God crown displayed a message in Han Sen's head. Wish fulfilled. Received 300 lifespan. An additional requirement master and slave contract is available. Many lifespan years flew out of Fox Queen and went toward Han. Senator Han Sen witnessed his lifespan increase. He had a lifespan of another 300 years. His total lifespan was almost 3,000 years now. Han Sen also saw that Fox Queen's forehead had a mark that said, God of Wealth's Wealth. It had some special connection to the Sky God crown. Chapter 2995 United to fight the God Temple. Fox Queen looked sincere as she said, Mr. Extreme Kings by Wuxia has been chasing me non-stop. I cannot beat him. He will kill me sooner or later, and I will be unable to serve you. Han Sen thought, damn you, Fox Queen. You are a servant, yet you are still a conniving conspirator. You want to use me to get rid of Bai Wuxiang for you. Han Sen's heart jumped. Suddenly, the God of Wealth mark on Fox Queen's forehead flashed. Fox Queen immediately held her head. With her will, she was unable to withstand the pain. She started rolling across the floor. In a moment, her face looked terribly pale. Her green veins were on display. Her eyes were sticking out of their sockets. It was terrible. It looked as if she was going to blow up at any moment. Mr. Mercy, Fox Queen was begging. Han Sen turned the God of Wealth mark off. He looked at Fox Queen and said, "You are my servant. You listen to whatever I say. You speak only when you are spoken to." "Mister, I know that I was wrong." Fox Queen quickly straightened herself up and bowed. In her heart, she was thinking, "Old fart, do not think you can control me forever. If I hadn't discovered a way to break this, I would not have allowed you to take control of me for a time." Ole Johansson took out something for Fox Queen. "This is my token. Seeing this is like you are seeing me. If someone else uses the same token to find you, you must listen to that person. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences, right?" "Yes, mister." Fox Queen politely bowed and put away the token. After Fox Queen left, Hansen thought, the Fox have attractive people all over the universe. Their intel is at the best level. If I can get the help of the Fox, that means I have eyes all over the place. But this Fox Queen was Ghost Bone General's wife. She must know a lot of secrets about sacred and the god spirits. This time, she is willing to obey me, but perhaps she has more sinister and ulterior motives. I should be careful whenever I have dealings with her. After Fox Queen left, Hansen noticed Sky God Crown's benefit. Fox Queen had the mark of the god of wealth. Hansen felt wherever she was in the universe. He could control the god of wealth's mark whenever he wished. If he wanted her to live, she lived. If he wanted her to die, she would die. When Hansen took off the Sky God Crown, he no longer felt anything. Only the 300 lifespans were a part of Hansen's body. My god spirit seat only comes from the Sky God Crown. I am not really a god spirit. That makes sense. Hansen did not think this was a shame. He never planned on being a god anyway. Having a big boost to his lifespan was already a surprise. In the Extreme King's little garden palace, a xenogenic mode Hansen walked in. Bai King was brewing tea as he coldly asked, "Dollar, how was your trip?" "It was successful," Hansen said. "I convinced Hansen to join our cooperative efforts, but he has a condition." "What condition might that be?" Bai King did not raise his head. It seemed as if he knew that was going to happen. "We have to give him the treasure that can save Golden Growler," Hansen said. "He will be the one who saves Golden Growler." "Fine, but I will only give it to him when we are outside the God Temple on that day," Bai King said with a nod. "That should be fine." Hansen looked at Bai King's black gem ring. He went on to ask, "Mister, can I look at the ring again?" "Why? Is there a problem?" Bai King asked. He took off the ring and threw it at Han. Senator Hansen accepted the ring. He looked at it and gave it back to Bai King. "Do you really use this ring to test the holy body geno fluid?" Bai King looked at Hansen and asked, "Why would you say that?" Hansen looked at Bai King as he said, "Believe it or not, I can tell you honestly that I never used the holy body geno fluid. Yet, this ring reacts to me. I am afraid there might be another reason for that. Can you help me clarify my confusion?" Bai King suddenly frowned and asked, "Do you think I am lying to you? If you really do not know anything, I am afraid this entire thing was incorrect from the beginning." Hansen sighed and said, "It's fine. We will find out the truth. I still have things to do. I am going to leave." After that, Hansen flashed away. After he left the Bysema, he used galaxy teleportation to leave. Bai King watched Hansen depart. He spoke to himself with an expression that kept changing. Is there really a problem with this ring? Or, is Dollar involved in some sort of conspiracy? After Hansen returned to Space Garden, he discovered that the house had another Han Senator. The Hansen in the house looked at the Hansen that came in and asked, "How is it?" Pang! The Hansen that walked in was some smoke. It looked like Bauer. She laughed and said, "This ring reacts to me." "That is good." Hansen nodded. Although he had guessed this result, he did not feel safe if he had not tested it. Bai King had seen Han Sen before, but he did not show anything toward Han Senator when Han Sen used his xenogenic battle body to meet with Bai King. Bai King started to act all strange toward him. Han Sen guessed that the ring only reacted to Han Sen when he was in xenogenic mode. It did not work on normal mode. Han Sen did not know the xenogenic battle mode Bauer simulated made the ring react, which was why he wanted Bauer to try it out for him. If there was no reaction, Bai King would not give the ring to Bauer. She would then be able to disguise herself as an assassin and do something to Bai King. If Bai King grew suspicious, he would have no proof and could not do anything to Han Senator. He had now proved that the ring only reacted to xenogenic battle body. This enabled Han Sen to guess about a lot more. Xenogenic battle body mode is a result of combining 4 geno arts. The ring reacts to xenogenic battle body mode. I am afraid it is not a tool to test the holy body geno fluid. This is weird. I do not know if Bai King is lying to me or if the whole of the Extreme King has been fooled by past kings. But that was none of his business. The time for a meeting had come. Han Sen let Bauer scan his xenogenic body, but she did not transform yet. Remember, you go in last. You are also the first to leave. Do not get close to Moment God. You wait here. Come in after I have established the deal with Bai King. Han Sen was wearing the blue and black striped robe as he spoke to Bauer. He then went to the god palaces. Bai King and 2 other people were already waiting there. Mr. Long time no see. Are you okay? Han Sen was in front of Bai King. He bowed and looked at the other 2 people. Han Sen thought Bai King would have brought many Extreme King's elites with him, but he had only brought 2 people who did not belong to the Extreme King. Chapter 2996 Light Scissors. One of the creatures had white hair. Its skin was black, and it looked like an old ape. The other one was like a spirit. It glowed with a green color. It was like a green ghost that one could see through. The presence of these 2 xenogenics was very powerful. They were clearly true god xenogenics. That was undeniable. Thanks for Godfather Han's arrival. I am fine. Why do I not see dollar? Bai King smiled. It looked as if he did not care about the grudge he had with Han Sen in the past. Dollar says he needs more time to prepare, Han Sen replied. He is preparing a powerful weapon. He will come later. Bai King nodded and said nothing. He pointed at the 2 xenogenics and said, "This is Sun Moon God Ape. He is a powerful time element true god xenogenic. This is Space Spirit. He is a space element true god elite. With their assistance and the power you and Dollar, the 2 of you elites, have, our operation will surely be a success. You are very thorough." Han Sen turned around and asked, "I wonder, how will you break the time god power trapping golden growler?" This is it. Bai King did not talk crap. He brought out the treasure. It was a gold pair of jade scissors. The scissors blades were metal and black in color. The bottom part was made of jade stone. It was pure white. The 2 blades were forged to look like a water dragon. They snapped together like 2 dragons playing orbs. This treasure is called Light Scissor. It is made from the time element true god xenogenic light dragon xenogenic genes. That is how it was crafted. Our alpha killed the female and the male, the 2 light dragons. With lots of rare material and other xenogenic genes, it cost them tens of dozens of years to forge. That is how the light scissors came to be. It is very good against time restrictions and by some ace. It should be easy to break Golden Growler's time power. This will be the weapon that kills Moment God. After pausing, Bai King went on to say, "I promised you I would let you have the scissors, but the light scissors are only supposed to be used by someone who has a time element power. I will let Sun Moon God Ape use of the scissors because he can provide us with the most help. Of course, the decision is still yours to make, Godfather Han, Bai King said. I am merely making a suggestion. He passed Han Sen the light scissors. Han Sen tried using his own power. He found that he was unable to activate the light scissors. He needed a time element power to use the top-class true god weapon. Han Sen thought, what a good fox. He knew I did not have time element powers, but he did not say only Sun Moon God Ape could actually use the light scissors. He is saying it is pointless for me to use it and only he can use it. He coldly laughed. But you have the wrong intentions. I am not very good at time element powers, but I researched it. Bai King watched Han Sen being unable to activate the light scissors and smiled. The Sun Moon God Ape looked quite cocky. He thought Han Sen would allow him to be the one who used the light scissors. As Han Sen held the light scissors and looked at Sun Moon God Ape, when Sun Moon God Ape thought Han Sen was going to give him the light scissors, Han Sen's body exhibited some changes. The light scissors released the sound of two dragons moaning. A black and white light was shining brightly. It turned into a pair of black and white dragons that circled Han. Senator Sun Moon God Ape's face changed. Bai King was shocked too, but his face quickly returned to normal. He laughed. Godfather Han really is very unique. You have master time element powers. Just a little bit, but it was enough to use the scissors, Han Sen coldly said. He put away the light scissors. The light scissors were very strong, but they also cost a lot of power. Han Sen had just used them for a moment, and he already felt tired. Sun Moon God Ape thought he would be the one to use the light scissors, but now there was no chance. He felt depressed. He was buzzing as he asked, why is that dollar not here yet? Is he afraid of killing Moment God? Did he not dare come? Han Sen looked at Bai King. He laughed and did not ask anything. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Han Sen thought, although Bai King does not know Han Sen and Dollar are the same people, thinking he won't suspect our relationship, perhaps he will think of something. This cooperative effort might be to test us. Fortunately, Bauer can make use of the sunglasses. Otherwise, Bao King is sure to think of something. At this time, the few people saw Bauer, in the shape of Dollar, come flying over. I am sorry to keep you waiting, Bauer said. She was learning how Han Sen spoke. It is good that you are here, Bai King said with a laugh. Since everyone is here, let's just get into the temple in case something bad happens. Han Sen summoned the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He held the light scissors and the shield as he used time area. Good. Bai King nodded. No one had an opinion to share. Everyone just summoned their true god weapons and god personality armaments. Bauer turned on her evil lotus by Sima and sky bone armor. Her body shone with a purple light. It displayed a knife light that was like a saw. It covered her entire body. Bai King summoned his god spirit body. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit had their weird faces. Clearly, they had powerful power protection. Everyone used their powers before they approached the God Temple because they were afraid that when they faced Moment God, they would not have the chance to bring out their gear. After preparing, everyone entered the God Palaces. Once they entered the realm of the God Palaces, many creatures of the universe turned their attention to them. Huh? Isn't that Dollar? He is going to the God Temple to kill a God Spirit again. Why is Bai King with Dollar? Whoa! Godfather Han Sen is there too. Last time, Moment God blew him up. He has dared to come back. Those two Xenogeneics are not normal. It is such a powerful team. Which God Spirit are they going to challenge? It must be a disaster class 1. What disaster class? Dollar was able to kill a disaster class God Spirit by himself. Who needs by King and Godfather Han, those elites, all to fight together? I am afraid the God spirit they are going to kill is an annihilation class 1. Many scary elites in the universe were looking at Han Sen and the others make their approach. In a palace on a red dwarf planet, the woman who was wearing a red qipao and using a red umbrella was looking at the sky. She gently said, "Master, Han Sen is going to challenge Moment God again. Should we go and do what Han Jinji told us to do? Do you think we should follow what he told us to do?" Human King sat on the throne. He looked as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. He watched Han Sen and the others enter the grounds of the god palaces. The red-clothed woman was beneath her umbrella as she coldly said, "Although Han Jinji does not have an heir, Han Jinji did not have to do this. Han Sen is his great-grandson, so they will have a connection. Perhaps he is using us to help Han Sen break through the line." Chapter 2997 Fighting Moment God again. Han Sen had just entered the Moment God temple. He immediately used galaxy teleportation. He suddenly was in front of Golden Growler, who had been trapped by the Time God light. He was waving the light scissors toward Golden Growler. Bzzzt. There was an invisible shockwave. It came from the center of the God temple. One easily saw it with their eyes. It suddenly flushed out like a wave, and it made time pass slowly. The power of the light scissors was not affected. One black and one white dragon, the two of them, crossed each other and headed for Golden Growler. They cut the twisted space that trapped him as easily as a sheet of white paper. The power seemed like it was breaking bamboo as it went toward Golden Growler. Dong! Seeing the light scissors about to cut open the god power trap that was around Golden Growler, everyone suddenly felt dizzy. They could not see what happened. Moment God was already standing before Golden Growler. She flicked her long jade finger. It landed on the dragon head of the light scissors. It knocked the light scissors away. Sun Moon God Ape. Bai King had the three-headed, six-armed spirit for protection. Although he was affected a little, it was not by much. It was forced to break the time delay power. He was swinging 6 weapons toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape wasn't about to slow down. He was holding a sun and a moon. The sun and moon were twisted. It made the time go fast. It extinguished some of the delays caused by the time god power. It made it so that Han Sen and the others were not affected by it too much. The space spirit was not affected by the time delay at all. Its transparent hands were striking toward Moment God. The space crack was spreading. Moment God did not move while everyone was attacking. She went with God light and pointed her finger. It was like time was rewinding. The movements of Han Sen and the others seemed to go backward. Moment God's body flashed. She teleported to Han Sen, who was closest to her. Although the light scissors were not affected by time rewind, Han Sen had been affected by it. He started falling back. He was not able to raise the light scissors to block Moment God's attack. Every creature in the universe was frozen. Han Sen, Bai King, and the others were the greatest elites in the entire universe. Before Moment Goddess, they were useless. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thundering hitting noise coming from the god temple. Dollar was holding a mini, black, small hammer. It hit toward the space around the others. Suddenly, many space cracks developed in the god temple. It made the blood rise in Han Sen, Bai King, Sun Moon God Ape, and Space Spirit. What shocked them most was that the rewind time power was no longer working. Moment God's mouth was bleeding god blood. Holy sh*t. Dollar is so strong. He used a hammer to damage Moment God. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen had not expected the Kill Sky hammer to be that strong. It broke time and space. Even the rewind time god power was not excluded from its might. Pang! 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 Bauer swung her hammer at space 3 more times. The god symbols on the hammer were vibrating. The whole of the god temple was like broken glass. There were more and more space cracks. Big god, put away your god stuff. Sun Moon God Ape was crying. Those 3 hammer strikes had not killed Moment God, but they were going to kill his god body. He had a few broken bones. 11 of his organs were torn and bleeding. Only God knew how much blood he was spilling out. This wasn't only happening to Sun Moon God Ape. Space Spirit was not faring very well either. Bai King and Han Sen were a bit better, but they were still shockingly pale from the blood gushing out of their mouths. Moment God's face was a bit pale, but she still looked better than Han Senator. She was staring at Bauer. She flashed away and appeared in front of Bauer. She pointed toward Bauer. Bauer swung her hammer. She saw the hammer light and twisted powers collide. They arose like the lights that happen when a sun is destroyed. Moment God was shaken away a few miles through space. Bauer flew away too. That hit provided no one with an advantage. Han Sen was worried about Bauer having a disadvantage. Seeing a situation like this, he was incredibly delighted. He did not hesitate. He used the light scissors to cut toward Golden Growler's body. One black and one white, the 2 dragons, crossed each other. They went straight for Golden Growler. They surrounded his body, cutting the time god power like it was cutting a cloth. Don't worry, Dollar. I am going to come to help you. Bai King's spirit body god light exploded. He was waving 6 weapons at Moment God. As for Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit, one had a time power buff and one had a space power buff. Bai King forced open Moment God's time area. Moment light. Moment Goddess's eyes looked cold. She put her hands together like a goddess. Time waves and God light filled the God temple. It was just for a moment, but Bai King and Han Sen suddenly felt their bodies age. It was like 1,000 years had passed. Han Sen shockingly found out his lifespan had decreased by a few hundred years, and it was still fading fast. Pang! There was another clap of thunder. The moment light power was broken. Han Sen's lifespan stopped leaking. One had a hard time watching this. No one knew if it was Bauer's hammer breaking the moment light god power. The shaking power shook Han Sen and the others like their bodies were broken. They were lucky they had not been torn apart. Bai King and Sun Moon God Ape looked strange. They were very happy to be saved by Dollar, but they also felt depressed. Their lives had been saved. After a few more hammer hits, even if they were not killed by Moment God, they were not going to be killed by Dollar. Roar! As this happened, the light scissors finally removed the restrictions around Golden Growler, who had been trapped a long time ago. Golden Growler was finally free. It roared to the sky with a beastly voice. It shocked the sky full of everything. Golden Growler had been trapped, but he had not been lost. He had seen everything that happened in the God Temple space. After he roared, the gold light in his mouth exploded. A mysterious, old, golden door was fired out. Moment God saw Golden Growler release the golden door and frowned. The tips of her feet were in space. Some weird time shockwave spread out. Golden Growler's movements were slowed down, but the golden door could still fly out. Bai King rushed toward Moment God and shouted at Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit, "Hurry up and help him open the door." Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were soaked in blood. They used their time and space powers to buff Golden Growler. It made the golden door come out faster. They looked at Bauer, who was swinging the hammer. Sun Moon God Ape was about to pee himself. He shouted, "Dollar God! Stop swinging. Swing again, and we are going to die." The wounds they had were not caused by Moment God. It was all because of Bauer. Chapter 29 $98 Big God Han Sen knew the Kill Sky Hammer's radius of attack was scary, but there was nothing he could do about it. That thing was very powerful, but no one was able to control the radius of that power. Luckily, the closer to the center of the shaking point someone was, the more shaking power there was. They were quite far away, so the shaking power they felt was quite weak. If it was like Moment God's power. When facing the Kill Sky Hammer face to face, one of those attacks would have probably nearly killed Sun Moon God Ape. Moment God saw where the Kill Sky Hammer came from. She knew that the power of the hammer could break every other power. She ignored Bauer. She flashed above Golden Growler, put her hands together really fast, and made a weird symbol. It was heading for Golden Growler. There was a wave headed for Golden Growler, so it opened its mouth. The gold door only exited its mouth halfway. The door was frozen there. All of that happened in just one moment. At the same time, Golden Growler stopped moving. Moment God flashed away. She dodged by King's knife sword, which was crazily slashing. She appeared in front of Han Senator. She carried the time light. Her hand was reaching out for Han Sen's light scissors. Han Sen knew Moment Goddess was afraid of the golden door that came out of Golden Growler's mouth. Even if her power could not kill Golden Growler, it could trap it. If she could kill him, she would have done it already. Moment God moved to take the light scissors away so that Golden Growler could not be set free again. An Annihilation class God Spirit is hard to deal with. I wonder how scary a reboot class God Spirit is. Han Sen used the time area. The time element did not have much of an effect on Moment God. Instead, Han Sen was affected by Moment God's time God power effect. His movement was very slow. He could not dodge her and prevent her from stealing the scissors. Bauer's body flashed. She was suddenly above Han Sen's head. The hammer was striking toward Moment God's hands. No. Moment God had no reaction. Han Sen, Bai King, Sun Moon God Ape, and Space Spirit screamed. Their faces looked black. Earlier, Bauer had waved her hammer a few times, which almost shook them to death. Their bones almost cracked. Now, it was about to come down near their bodies. It was going to kill them. Unfortunately, it was too late for anything. The hammer in Bauer's hand had already hit Moment God's hand. Han Sen knew this was going to be bad. He flashed backward and raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze to try and protect his body. Bai King used his spirit body to raise a shield and protect himself as he quickly retreated. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were running away as fast as they could. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Boom! Arg! Han Sen and the others screamed. It was like a television show in which they were blown away. The four of them blew up, flew, and rolled away. All the god blood spilling out was like it was for free. Han Sen and Bai King were faring a little better. Only their bones and organs were ripped. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit only had half their lives left. That was especially true of Sun Moon God Ape. His limbs were soft, and he was twisted like a pretzel. He was going to be disabled. Big God, please stop shaking me. Cough. Cough. Moment God still hasn't touched me. Cough. Cough. I am going to be killed by you. Sun Moon God Ape was speaking and throwing up blood at the same time. He was going to cry. Shut the hell up. You're only a little bit hurt, yet you are crying. Are you a 3-year-old child? Bauer lifted her lips. She then lifted her finger, enabling a giant lotus light to come out of it. The petals had a holy light. The body of Sun Moon God Ape was covered in that holy light. The wounds were healing fast. It was at an unbelievable speed. The lotus light was the true god-beast soul Han Sen had claimed from the light well lotus. It had a powerful healing by Sima. Han Sen had given it to Bauer. If Bauer was in danger, she could use the lotus to save her life. Suddenly, Sun Moon God Ape and others saw their severe wounds healing. Sun Moon God Ape was very happy and said, "Big God, you really can do everything. Stop talking crap. Give me your time and space power." Bauer shouted. She was holding her little hammer and going toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were busy gathering their powers. They buffed Bauer so that she could catch up with Moment God. Boom! The power of the Kill Sky Hammer struck Moment God's Time God power again. Bauer used her Kill Sky Hammer to fight Moment God face to face and not lose. It was bad for Sun Moon God Ape. Although there was the light well lotus healing by Sima for protection, the by Sima could only heal. It could not block the damage. Sun Moon God Ape was being shaken again. Everyone was spitting out blood and healing. Their bones broke and healed and broke. Their organs ripped and healed and ripped. It was like they were suffering absolute torture. It felt absolutely awful. Big God really is the strongest in the universe. He can fight Moment God without losing. Big God is so overbearing and strong. Go and kill Moment God and bring the creatures of the universe some dignity. Big God is invincible. The creatures from every race started to speak like Sun Moon God Ape. They added the 2 words after every mention of Dollar's name. No one thought it was an unworthy title. Most of the creatures in the universe thought Dollar was the big universe's first strongest elite. The other true gods were too weak before Dollar. Calling him a big god was to separate him from other elites. Interesting. Human King squinted his eyes. He watched Bauer battle Moment God. His eyes looked weird for a second. The red-clothed woman stood behind him and said, "I think this Dollar has an even higher chance of breaking that level, yet Han Jinji wants us to assist Han Senator. Are you sure he is not just showing bias?" Human King laughed and said, "Dollar is strong, but he is depending on his god personality armament. He has the evil lotus by Sima and sky bone knife armor too. That hammer, if I am not mistaken, is Kill Sky God's god personality armament. I bet Kill Sky God descended to kill him, and he killed him. That is how he got that Annihilation class god personality armament." "Kill Sky God possessed someone and descended?" the red-clothed woman asked. "It would have been so much weaker. Even so, killing Kill Sky God would have been an almighty task. He did not have the Kill Sky hammer at the time." Human King nodded and said, "This kid is very rare. I do not know who created this monster. His genes are complex. They are more complex than a creature from the sanctuaries." While everyone was talking, Han Sen approached Golden Growler with his light scissors. He knew Bauer did not have much time. He had to finish the fight to save Golden Growler. In that massive fight, Bauer might not have been able to last an hour before she spent all her power. Chapter 29 99 Moments and Bauer kept swinging and swinging. There were crazy, mad explosions going on. Scary powers exploded, wave by wave. Because the destructive power would damage everybody, Moment God had to be fast. She was still able to go through it. Even if a moment was forever, the Kill Sky Hammer's power was able to break it. Time Rewind only rewound a short portion of time. It was impossible to block the hammer's explosive powers. Seeing that the light scissors in Han Sen's hands were going to break Golden Growler's time trap for a second time, one easily saw the Moment God frown. Kill Sky God really was not enough to be a success or loser, Moment God coldly said. She raised her jade hand and pulled out a strand of hair. Her hair, which had been tied up, fell down like a waterfall. It reached her ankles. Her hair looked weird. It almost looked like it was made of crystal. The strands looked like needles. She put the hair between her fingers. Moment God looked calm. She looked serious as she raised it toward her face. 10,000 skills are strong. Time is king. Forever after, there is no end, but it is like a bird flying through a gap. It could occur in a second. 1 second can be forever, and it could be a second. A second is nothing, so accept my anger. Moment's end. When Moment God spoke with her God voice, which was frigid with her cold emotions, it was like there was a giant shadow of a clock in front of her. The clock shadow did not have needles that told time. Moment God's jade hands touched the hair. She put the hair in the shadow clock's plate. It combined with the shadow clock. Bzzzt. A weird movement was released from the shadow clock. The clock, which did not exist, turned solid. It seemed ancient. It was like a very old god temple or church time clock, but the clock's plate only had 1 needle. There was no hour, minute, or second needle. Catcha. The needle pointing at 12 suddenly jumped 1 block. It was now pointed at the 1. When the clock finished jumping, the time in the god temple instantly seemed to exhibit a weird change. No one was not able to see what sort of power it was, so no one could block it. Han Sen slid out his light scissors. The blades turned into 1 white and 1 black light dragon. They ripped Golden Growler's time restriction power. Golden Growler escaped again. It opened its mouth and spit out the golden door. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were shaken. Blood was spilling from their mouths. They also had to buff Bauer with their time power and space powers. Their faces were twisted. Bai King looked very happy. He looked at Golden Growler and wished to say something. Suddenly, everything started again. Han Sen's hands and the light scissors went toward Golden Growler again. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit coughed up more blood again. Bai King smiled again. Bauer threw down her hammer again. The whole of space was shaking. It happened again and again. It was like a short video that opened on a brainless cycle. Everyone was repeating their actions from that one moment again and again. In that infinite cycle, even Moment God was stuck like that too. She followed the infinite cycle to repeat her actions again and again. Upon seeing that, all the creatures were frozen. The legends claim that a god spirit in their temple possesses special god skills, Sky Palace leader said with his eyes on fire. It looks like Moment God's special god skill is that moment's end. It can make time circle infinitely. Special god skills are very powerful. He kept watching the Moment God temple, which kept looping its time. Sky Palace's first seat frowned and said, Moment's end can only make time keep repeating itself for a period, but it does not do anything good for her. She is trapped in that time loop too. She is in a deadlock now as well. Special God skills. Unless Moment God Temple escape the God Palace's control, that power will be affected by the God Palace's rule. Even she will be unable to control it. That is not strange. Moment God is afraid that Gold Growler's golden door will open. She would not use Moment's end unless she was in fear. This is interesting. What is behind the golden door that even an annihilation class god spirit is so scared of it? Sky Palace leader looked at the Golden Growler with interest. Golden Growler kept cycling with time, over and over again. The golden door went out a little, and then it went back in a little. It went out a little, and then it went back in a little. It was not able to really open it. Sky Palace's first seat said, no matter what this is, it is futile now. Moment God Temple has become a dead place. Whatever enters it will end up in the time cycle. Those guys are done for. He paused for a moment and then went on to say, but that is good. Han Sen was chosen by Sacred Leader, and he has the Holy Kiran's Holy Spirit. Perhaps he will one day stir up trouble. That dollar is even weirder, and by king is always suspicious. If they had not been trapped here, them causing problems was inevitable. So, this has sorted out many problems for us. It can scare the guys who are hiding. They will not dare to do anything. We just need the space barrier to heal. The god palaces will eventually fade into the nether. Everything else will return to normal again. Sky Palace leader shook his head and said, I am afraid things are not that simple. Those old antiques are full of conspiracies, and they have had them for God knows how many years. It was not easy for them to have this opportunity. Why would they let this go? Han Sen being trapped is just the beginning. They are merely waiting. They are waiting for other people to strike first so they do not have to help others. No matter what, someone will be impatient and do it first. So, what if they do? Sky Palace's first seat asked. Who else can be like sacred leader and kill god spirits like killing dogs? Who else can go to the Geno Hall? Sky Palace leader wished to say something, but somebody flashed in space. Some creature walked into the infinite cycle of moment god temple space. Sky Palace leader and the audience were shocked. They wondered who dared go to the moment god temple area. They all looked over there. A woman was wearing a red qipao and red high heels. Her hands were holding a red paper umbrella. She walked forward. When she walked, her very long and white legs were displayed. Her curves were perfect. She was like a drawing. That woman was not the main point. The paper umbrella in her hands was not for her. She was like a servant. She held it for the man in front of her. She did so carefully. It was as if she did not want the man to get a sunburn. The man and woman walked into Moment God Temple space area. The red paper umbrella covered the 10,000 lights. No one was to see what the man and woman looked like. It made their bodies appear like walking shadows. They walked into the space cycle but did not get restrained by the time cycle. Can't hold it and strike, huh? What are they going to Moment God Temple for? Are there people inside there? Sky Palace leader frowned. Chapter 3000 Blue blood appears. While everyone was watching, a man and a woman approached Han Sen, who was still repeating his actions with the light scissors. He was unable to get out of it. He had no other choice. Who are these two guys? Although Han Sen was stuck in a loop, his mind was not caught in the cycle. He was still lucid and aware. He felt weird as he watched the man and a woman walk in front of him. Because the red umbrella's light fell, he was not able to see who the man and women beneath the umbrella were. Han Sen wanted to know the answer, and every other creature in the universe wanted to know the answer too. In Space Garden, Wang Yuhang spoke with worry. He said, these two guys can bypass the restrictions of Moment's End power. Are Han Sen and the others going to be okay? If those two are going there, they must be enemies, Wang Fujing said with a frown. Han Sen and the others will undoubtedly be in danger. Go save him. Xia Qing King stood up. His eyes were on fire as he spoke. Don't do it, Moment Queen said as she coldly leaned against the doorframe. It is pointless for you to go. You will just fall into the time loop created by Moment's End. You cannot help. So, what? Xia Qing King asked. Are we not going to even try? Are we just going to sit here and watch them all die? Brother Xia, do not be in such a rush, Zero said. Moment Queen is right. If we go now, it is useless. It will only lead to the death of more of us. This won't work, and that won't work, Wang Yuhang said with a look of annoyance. We can only watch Sanmu die. Moment Queen coldly said, there is no need to be in a rush. Han Sen and the others won't die easily. In Moment's End, time will remain in a fixed loop. Even if the man and woman seek to kill them, after killing them, the time loop will only result in them being revived. To kill them permanently, they must break Moment's End. If Moment's End breaks, Han Sen and Dollar can fight back. If they cannot fight, they can at least run. How could I forget all that? Wang Yuhang was very happy. They all were and felt a major relief. If they cannot kill Han Sen, what is the point of them going there? Qin Xian quietly asked. No one was able to answer that question. They could only look into Moment God Temple and see the man and the woman's movements. The red-clothed woman stood behind the man while holding an umbrella. The man was standing in front of Han Sen, and he was inspecting him thoroughly. He watched him keep repeating the movement of releasing the power of the light scissors. After a while, the man reached out his hand. It landed on Han Sen's head. The hand was wrapped in a red mist. One was able to vaguely see the semblance of a face. The man's 10 fingers were very long. They appeared powerful. It gave people a strange feeling. What does he want to do? Sky Palace leader frowned and looked at the man's hands. He could not guess what that man wanted to do. He is not going to one-palm slap Han Sen to death, is he? What if he does slap him to death? In the middle of Moment's End, Han Sen can keep reviving. Sky Palace's first seat was confused. In fact, in the universe, every scary elite was watching this scene with a look of profound confusion. Only in a house perched upon an old mountain, where an old man was holding a bottle gourd of wine, was there a difference. He watched the man's hand. As he did, his eyes flashed as he exclaimed, finally, he is making the first step. When the old fortune teller spoke to himself, the man's other hand flashed with a cold light. He cut the hand that was on top of Han's senator. Every elite was shocked. They watched his injured hand with bated breath. They were unsure what the man planned to do. Beautiful blue blood oozed out of the wound. It was crystal-like and glowing. It was as weird as it was beautiful to see. When he saw the blood, Han Sen was shocked. He thought, what is going on? This blue blood and Blood Legion blue blood has the same power, but this is much more powerful than the blue blood I saw before. Who is he? Human King. What is he doing here? Why is he doing this? Han Sen's mind was riddled with questions, but no one was able to answer him. Besides, he could not ask because he was still stuck in a time loop. Aside from repeating his actions, he was unable to do anything. Holy blood. When Sky Palace leader and Sky Palace's first seat saw the blue blood, their expressions changed. Just like them, the expressions of many old antiques across the entire universe were changed. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. One drop of crystal-looking blue blood was allowed to drip onto Han Sen's head. Where the blood dripped, his black hair and white scalp turned blue. The man's hand was resting on Han Sen's head. He allowed the wound on his hand to drip blood, one drop after one drop, onto Han Sen's head. Moment's End was able to make this keep repeating. After repeating, Han Sen's head, which was dyed blue, was still blue. It did not get wiped out by the time cycle. More blue blood being released. It flowed through Han Sen's hair and down his face. His entire head, face, and neck had turned blue. The blood was now seeping into his clothes. It was like it was going to dye his entire body blue. This guy. What does he want? I am not a blue fairy. Why dye my body blue? Han Sen had countless thoughts, but he could not figure out what the man wanted from him. All the elites of every race were frozen as they watched this happen. No one was able to understand why this man had suddenly appeared. No one knew what he wanted. Boom! 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 From the highest floor of the God Palace in the Geno Hall, noise that was like thunder sounded. The Geno Hall's door slowly opened. The Geno Hall's door completely opened. The light inside was bright. It was too bright to see what was in there. One was only able to see a body was there. It was standing inside. Because the light was so bright, it was impossible to see what the body looked like. Whoever it was, they had the presence of a god or demon. The suppressing pressure unleashed by that presence was felt everywhere in the universe. It was difficult for anyone to breathe. It felt as if everyone had to kowtow before it. Are you really going to do it? The body standing at the door was looking at the man on Moment God Temple's plaza. You can try and stop me, the man coldly said. His hand was still atop Han Sen's head, allowing his blue blood to keep dripping all over Han Sr. How dare you? The god spirits were mad. All the god temples burst open with god light. Countless scary god powers flew out. It was like many god spirits were going to kill the man beneath the red umbrella. If I did not dare, how did I kill a sky full of god spirits? The man's voice was calm like undisturbed water. When he spoke, the many god spirits were furious. All the god lights of every god temple exploded like a volcanic eruption. The sky full of god spirits were breaking out of their temples. The creatures of the universe felt a massive chill as they watched all of this unfold. Even though the suppressive feelings of the god spirits weren't coming after them, it made them feel shocked and have a desire to flee. The man behaved as if he did not even see the fires wielded by the god spirits. He still stood where he was. He let his blue blood keep dribbling onto Han Sen. Chapter 3001 Blue Blood starts. The body near the Geno Hall's door did not do anything. It looked at Han Sen, who was covered in blue blood, and quietly said, I hope you will not regret this. After saying that, the shadow turned around and left. It disappeared inside the bright lights of the hall. The Geno Hall's door was closed. All the creatures thought there would be a fight that would shock the sky, but who would have known it was to end like that? After the Geno Hall door closed, the palaces and the god temples closed down as well. Silence returned to permeate the atmosphere of the god palaces. Oh, my God! Even all of the god spirits got humiliated and did not do anything to him. Who is that man? Which race does he belong to? He cannot be the boss of the very high, right? The very high are strong, but they cannot be strong enough for so many god spirits to be afraid of him. What does he want to do to Godfather Han? Every race had been talking about these events. They were guessing the identities of the man and woman and what it was they sought to do. The expression on Sky Palace's first seat's face changed. Although the god palaces are there, the god spirits were ended by the rules of the god palaces. They guarded their god temples, unable to exit their god temples to do battle. That guy spoke with disdain. That person inside the Geno Hall was actually willing to put up with it. Does that mean the man really is sacred leader? Sky Palace leader looked at the man for a long time before saying, he is not sacred leader. Although his blood looks like the blood of the legendary sacred leader, you and I both know sacred leader cannot still be alive. He is not sacred leader. It does not matter if he is or not. This person can make the guy inside the Geno Hall scared. I am afraid he is in big trouble. Why is he soaking Han Sen in his blood? What's that for? Sky Palace's first seat's expression looked scared. Sky Palace leader quietly moaned and said, you said Han Sen came from the sanctuaries. If that is true, he might not possess pure crystallizer blood. I am afraid this entire thing is not so simple. While they were both talking, the man pulled his hand back. The wound on his hand was already healed. Han Sen's body was dyed blue by the blue blood. It was like a blue fairy glowing with a blue light. The blood was being absorbed like a sponge. It went into his skin. Han Sen's body returned to normal. He had black hair and white skin. In his veins, fresh red blood was soaked by the blue blood. It became the blue blood. The man, who stood beneath the umbrella, took a few steps back. He looked as if he was a sculptor examining the breadth of his creation. He watched Han Sen with keen interest. Han Sen felt like the blood in his body was boiling. Even the time cycle did not stop the blue blood power roaring in his body. His red blood was crystallized. After being touched by the blue blood, it started to melt. It carried a weird and strange power. It went into Han Sen's organs and muscles. His veins were like many blue, small snakes. They were showing across his skin. Roar! Han Sen looked at the sky and made some painful moaning noises. In that moaning noise, his entire body's blue flame was like an exploding volcanic eruption. Han Sen's entire body was wrapped up in it. At this moment, the time loop composed by Moment God did not come to affect him. He had been set free from the trap. Of course, Han Sen is not a pure crystallizer, Sacred Leader said with a sigh. His body has Sacred Leader's blood. He cannot combine with the blue blood power. Who are you people? Han Sen was set free. He looked at the man beneath the umbrella. Now, he felt like his body was full of weird power. Although Han Sen thought this man was human king, he could not be entirely sure. It does not matter who I am. You just need to know that your power was gifted to you by me. That will be enough. After speaking, the man turned around and went to the Moment God temple. The red-clothed woman was still holding the umbrella from behind. The two of them quickly left the Moment God temple and disappeared into space. Han Sen had no time to find out who that man was. Sorting out the trouble there was the most important task at hand. He could not allow Bauer to be trapped there. Han Sen's heart jumped. He sprinted toward Moment God and used his light scissors to approach her. One white and one dragon, two dragons, were headed for Moment God's neck. Catcha! The power of the light scissors broke a few strands of Moment God's hair. She had a red mark on her neck. In the next time cycle, Moment God returned to normal. Although the light scissors can sever time powers, the damage it deals is not strong. Because I have blue blood, I escape the binding of the time loop. They are still in the time loop. It is pointless for me to kill Moment God since the time loop will remain and she will resurrect. Han Sen frowned. He felt his body's blue blood power, but he could not use that power. He gave up the idea of killing Moment God. He flashed away and went to Sun Moon God Ape. He tried to pull him away from Moment God Temple. Han Sen did not dare try and use Bauer and Golden Growler as a test for this method, so he had to try it on Sun Moon God Ape. Han Sen quickly discovered that he could not pull him away from the time loop. No matter where he went, he reappeared inside the time cycle. His body could not leave the Moment God temple area. What to do? Han Sen kept thinking of ideas. Right now, he could use his blue blood powers. He could ignore Moment's end power, so he could get out of there. But Bauer and Golden Growler were trapped there. Han Sen could not let that slide. In that situation, even if Han Sen used his super god spirit body, that would only make him not be affected by the time loop. He could not save Bauer. Blue blood power is not affected by the time loop. If I can control this power, I do not know if I can use it to kill Moment God. Han Sen thought about the man who put the blue blood in him. Wherever the blood touched, it would not be affected by the time loop. Han Sen tried to control the blue blood power, but it did not fare well. He could not control the power. Han Sen hesitated. He cast Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen knew there was a Geno art that could control blue blood power, but he was worried. Thus, he did not use Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, he could not care for much. Blood Pulse Sutra opened. The blue blood power in his body was running like mad with the Blood Pulse Sutra. The speed of the blood's flow was way over Blood Pulse Sutra's speed. It was not Blood Pulse Sutra controlling the blood power to run. The blood power was pulling the Blood Pulse Sutra to run like mad. In a palace, Human King squinted. He looked at Han Sen's black eyes turn blue and said to himself, "It is starting." Chapter 3002 Real Human, Roar. Han Sen's arms subconsciously opened. He looked into the sky and roared. His eyes had turned blue. They flickered with a scary light. Han Sen's brain was still very clear, but his body was very hungry. It was like he was a junkie. His head knew this should not continue, but the reactions of his body made him unable to control himself. Blue light flickered. Han Sen's body broke space. Suddenly, he went in front of Moment God. He grabbed her neck and lifted her. Moment God was in the time loop, so she could not block Han Sen's attack. She could only watch. Han Sen felt like there was a beast inside him that wanted to kill very badly. He grabbed Moment God by the neck. He unleashed a scary power as he squeezed. Half of that power was from the blue blood power. A small part was from Han Sen's own body power. Aside from that, any other Geno art power lost its usage. Aside from Blood Pulse Sutra, other Geno arts were not usable. With the blue blood power running, Blood Pulse Sutra's running exhibited weird changes. Han Sen was no stranger to these changes. Before, Human King had given him the other part of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and those changes came from the other part. Catcha! Moment God's neck was twisted by Han Senator. Her neck had a blue mark. Even the time loop could not make the injured, blue part recover. The hit did not kill Moment God. Han Sen's hand was waving like a knife. He kept slashing Moment God, who was unable to fight back. He slashed many wounds onto her god body. Her wounds, flesh, and bones turned blue. After having the blue blood power, Han Sen used empty hands and fists to leave wounds that revealed the bones beneath the skin of Moment God's god body. Before that, Han Sen had used the light scissors and was unable to harm her flesh. The whole universe was silent. They looked at Han Sen tearing Moment God apart. Before long, he ended up smashing her brain. Just as Moment God's brain broke, the clock with Moment's end shattered. It turned into a light shadow that shattered and disappeared. Annihilation Class God Spirit hunted, Moment God. God Spirit received. In the next second, Han Sen saw Moment God's corpse turn into dust in the sky. The dust gathered itself and raced to a pin that was like a needle. Han Sen picked up the pin. He heard another announcement in his head. Annihilation Class God Personality Armament received, Moment Needle. Moment's end was gone. The temple's space returned to normal. Bauer, by King, and the others were freed from the time loop. Han Sen stared at Dollar, who was Bauer. His brain knew that, but his body felt as if he suddenly wanted to kill Bauer. What is going on? Han Sen was scared, but he could not control his body. His hands uncontrollably raised. His 5 fingers shook with insanity. He was thrusting forward to clutch Bauer's head. He did not have time to think. Han Sen tried his hardest. He controlled his body to rush outside the God Temple. He was afraid that within the next second, he would lose all control of himself and end up killing Bauer. He forced his body to run out of the Moment God Temple. In doing that, Han Sen's body continued to shake. He felt as if he wanted to turn around, go back, and kill Bauer. It was not easy to rush out of the Moment God Temple. Han Sen wanted to use galaxy teleportation, but he noticed he was no longer able to use God's Wander. The blue blood power stopped all other powers in his body. Galaxy teleportation did not work, but his body was still forced to teleport elsewhere. That came from the blue blood power. Pang! Han Sen did not know where he had teleported to. He saw lots of asteroids around him. His body hit a planet very hard. It was like a giant asteroid smashing into it. The planet now had a big, circular hole in it. The rocky ground was like a sea wave spreading for 1,000 miles. Han Sen kneeled at the center of the circular hole. His body was shaking. Although he was away from Bauer, he still had that desire. He had the desire to kill. Blue blood. Blue blood power has a problem. Han Sen's body had broken into a cold sweat. That was the result of him forcing his body to resist. His mind was not able to combine with his body. It made Han Sen feel terrible. A voice that was not too far from Han Sen began to speak. Do not try to control it. That is your true power. That is who you are. Let the blue blood fill up every inch of your body. Let it activate your body. Let yourself enable his true power. Han Sen was having trouble raising his head to look. He saw the woman in red clothes was there. She was holding her umbrella. She was not far from him. Beneath the umbrella, a man was looking at him from above. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and asked, "What did you do to me?" Even his voice was shaking. No, no, no. I did not do anything to you, the man said with a smile. What you should be asking is, what do you want to do now? You still have not recognized what you are capable of. You still don't know what you truly want. I know who I am, and I know what I want. I know that I don't want blue blood, too. Han Sen's body was shaking as if he was insane. Sweat was dripping from his face. The blue blood power was too strong. Merely controlling his own body was absurdly difficult. Do you really know who you are? The man came out from the red umbrella. He squatted next to Han Senator. He reached out his hand and tilted Han Sen's jaw. He looked at him as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. Human King. It is you. Han Sen finally saw his face. It was a handsome face, and it had some unique presence normal people did not have. It was like some king that was far superior to anyone else. The man's finger tilted Han Sen's jaw. He coldly laughed and said, "My child, you do not know who you are. You are different from who you think you are. I do not know what you are talking about. Get your blue blood out of me." Han Sen wanted to turn his face to escape from Human King's hand, but his blue blood power body did not listen. "My child, you are my heir. Your body is flowing with my blood, and now you have my blood. From now on, you are a pure human." Human King stroked Han Sen's cheeks. He smiled and said, "It will not be long before you understand. That is the pride and superiority of being a human. You will enjoy it all. I do not need to be a real human. I am me. I am Han Sr." Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he spoke. "That is not going to cut it, my child. Enjoy living like a real human. You will soon thank me, and you will return to me." Human King pulled out his finger. He wiped away the sweat on Han Sen's cheek. He then got up and left. Han Sen was holding his own body. He tried to raise his head. He saw the red-clothed woman hold the umbrella while walking away with Human King. Suddenly, they were gone. Chapter 3003 Everyone Must Die. Blue blood power was almost flowing throughout his body. It made Han Sen feel very weird. Blue blood power was incredibly strong, but it also gave Han Sen the feeling of abandonment. All of the rules and power he had amassed were being shoved out of his body. It was like everything he had come to know was abandoning him. Damn it! Han Sen really disliked this feeling that he could not control. He was fighting against the blue blood power, but his own power was not as strong as the blue blood power. It was getting corroded by the sheer force of the blue blood. His body was losing control. It was not like it was not controllable. He just needed to follow the blue blood's desire, then he could control his body. But Han Sen did not want what the blue blood desired. Jade skin. It could not be used. Dongxian Sutra. He could not run. Han Sen cast a few Geno arts one after the other. He was still unable to feel the existence of those powers. Even the story of genes did not react. He wanted to become a xenogeniac, but he still had no response from his body. Wanner is still inside Destiny's tower. My body has lost control, so I cannot get Wanner out. I cannot use Super God Spirit mode for long, but there is no other way now. I must try it. Han Sen was preparing to use his Super God Spirit mode when he suddenly felt his body become hard. Han Sen felt a hot power cross his entire back. It was so painful that it made him scream. Now, he could not use his Dongxian Sutra. He had no idea what had happened to his back. After having this heat on his back, the blue blood power stopped corroding his body, especially his back. The blue blood power was unable to overtake that part. When the blue blood reached his back, it was like it was vaporized by the heat. Although he could not repel all the blue blood power, it made Han Sen feel a little better. He was having trouble pulling out a mirror, but he took off his blue robe and revealed his naked back. He positioned it in the mirror. Han Sen was shocked when he looked at his back. His back was blood red. The 9-life cat tattoo was glowing. It was the same 9-life cat tattoo that was on Zero's body. Han Sen thought, why has the 9-life cat tattoo appeared again? I thought I vaporized it. Back then, the 9-life cat had combined with him. His back was given this 9-life cat tattoo, but the tattoo was absorbed while he was practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, while the blue blood was taking over Han Sen's body, the previously absent 9-life cat tattoo was revealing itself once more. It was able to repel the conquest of the blue blood. It did not allow the blue blood to overtake his body. Han Sen thought, in the past, the 9-life cat pendant was able to restrict the blue blood. Although I absorbed it, the effect should still be here. Only Human King's blue blood power is too strong. Even with 9-life cat's power, it cannot completely keep the blue blood power at bay. The blue blood and 9-life cat tattoo power were able to be activated by the Blood Pulse Sutra, yet they were bad for each other. The 9-life cat tattoo's power was a bit weak, and it only appeared on his back. The blue blood had still taken over the rest of his body. The two powers were stuck inside Han Sen's body. Neither could get complete control of him. Han Sen could barely control his own body. He tried his hardest to get up, but he did not know where he was. Also, he could not use galaxy teleportation. He could not just run away now. That is a planet with life. Han Sen looked around. He noticed that, not too far away from the planet, there was a giant planet. It looked closer than the moon did to Earth. He saw mountains and giant trees on it. Han Sen watched it for a while. He noticed the planet contained buildings. He forced his body to fly to that planet. Now, Han Sen could only use his body's power to fly. He wanted to know where he currently was. The blue blood and red blood in his body kept waging a war inside him. The feeling was corrosive, and it was awfully painful. Plus, Han Sen could not control his body. Even a short-distance flight like this was enough to make him shiver and shake. He looked as if he was going to fall any second. Pang! He entered the atmosphere of the planet. When he did, Han Sen was drawn down by the planet's gravity. He could not control his body, so he fell straight down. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. He fell from a high place and hit the woods. He broke the branches on the way down and avoided injury. Han Sen got up from the ground. He flew toward the buildings on the mountains he had seen. After a while, he reached the building through flight. He finally saw what that building really looked like. When he did, He felt disappointed. It was an old-style, wooden building. It looked like a very old house. Judging from the material and style of it, the technology of this planet had yet to reach the interstellar era. If I am here, perhaps I can ask a thing or two. Han Sen landed in front of the door. He wanted to knock, but he saw the door open itself. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. An old man at the gate smiled at Han Sen and walked back into the old house. Who are you? Han Sen frowned. Come on in first. You are already in such a state. There is nothing to be afraid of. The old man did not look back as he spoke. Han Sen thought the old man was correct. He was already like this, so what more could he be afraid of? He walked into the old house. He entered the living room with the old man. The living room was very old. There was a square table that was still whole, but the red paint on it was peeling. It revealed the original wood color. It looked very old. Drink something. The old man sat on a wooden chair and handed Han Sen his wine gourd. Han Sen accepted the wine gourd but did not say anything. He opened the lid and had a swig. With the power of his body, especially with the fact he was still wrestling with the blue blood, not many toxins could hurt his body. He did not have to fear the elixir. If you want to do something, then tell me. Han Sen gave the wine gourd back to the old man and sat in the door frame. He looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. The old man drank some wine too. He swallowed it, smiled at Han Sen, and asked, "Do you believe in fate?" "Yeah, but not all," Han Sen replied. "What makes you say that?" the old man asked with interest. "There are a lot of things that are meant to be in life," Han Sen said. "If you want more, you have to fight for it." The old man looked at Han Sen and asked, "What if I told you that you and your family were all meant to be dead? Would you believe me?" Chapter 3004 Great-Granddad, Believe. All creatures will die one day. Han Sen was not mad, so that was how he replied. The old man shook his head. He did not continue with that particular subject. He pulled out an object and gave it to Han Sr. "This is for you. It should help you." Han Sen did not immediately grab it. He was looking at the item in the old man's hand. He was holding a transparent tube-shaped container. There was some blood-red liquid inside. "What is that?" Han Sen asked. "It is a medicine that can control the blood power," the old man said. "It can make your blood stable, but it is only temporary. It does not really solve the problem. If you want to sort out the problem concerning your blood, you need to find someone." The old man threw the medicine at Han. Senator Han Sen took the medicine. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? What is your aim?" "I actually found out a disaster was set to occur in your fate," the old man said with a laugh. "I am here to help you through it. Do you believe me?" Han Sen looked at the old man but did not speak. He was not 3 years old. He would not believe in words that sounded like a trick. The old man knew Han Sen did not believe it. He shrugged his shoulders and drank his wine. "If what I have told you is something you do not believe, do you believe in the words spoken to you by Han Jinji? Are you Han Jinji?" Han Sen was shocked. His eyes were open wide as he looked at the old man. He knew Han Jinji hailed from a faction that was full of scammers a long time ago. They pretended to be fortune tellers. By doing that, they scammed people. It was just like the old man said. "Since we are relatives, you should be calling me great-granddad." The old man smiled. "How am I supposed to know if you are really Han Jinji?" Han Sen asked. "If you really are, you might not have the same blood as me. If I did not leave the Blood Legion's secret item, the pendant, your body would have been corroded by blue blood," Han Jinji said. "You would not be having this chance to talk to me right now." Han Sen looked at Han Jinji and asked, "The notebook. What was written with the relic?" He took this very seriously. The old man in front of him was Han Jinji. He had been chasing down mysteries about him for a very long time. Perhaps now he would finally receive the answers he sought. "If I, the old man, remember, I wrote down the super god gene with a question mark," Han Jinji said. Han Sen looked at Han Jinji with shock. He had been looking for him for many years. Now, he had finally discovered Han Jinji standing right in front of him. He did not know what to ask. Han Sen opened his mouth. He wished to say something, but he did not say anything. Han Jinji spoke first. "You are my great-grandchild. Your father is my grandchild. There is no doubting this." Han Sen opened his mouth, but Han Jinji stopped him from speaking. "In the past, I had no choice. I had to shirk my identity and keep your father in the Han house. Someone in the Han family lost their life because of it. Just like your father said, we own the Han family. All these things should be paid back. We owe them that." It was hard for Han Sen to find a gap to speak. He tried to speak again, but Han Jinji said, "Do not ask me why I do this. Even if I was to explain, you would not believe me. Just like you did not believe what I said when I said your family would die." Han Sen opened his mouth. This time, Han Jinji did not stop him. Yet, he could not speak. That was because the question Han Sen had thought of before had already been answered. Now, he did not know what to ask. Han Jinji smiled. He poured out some wine and said, "The blue blood inside your body was me. I had Human King give it to you." "Why?" Han Sen's heart sank. He did not expect Human King would end up giving him blue blood. Now, there was a twist like this to the story. "Only by doing that could you stop the unfortunate things from happening," Han Jinji weirdly said. "What unlucky thing?" Han Sen asked. "Is it like you said? Will my family die?" "Not just you," Han Jinji seriously said. "The entire world. Are you saying I'm the savior?" Han Sen coldly laughed. He looked at Han Jinji as if he was a liar. "No, you are not," Han Jinji said. "No one is a savior. Everything is meant to be destroyed. What we can do is stop the end from being the end." "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Han Jinji shook his head. "That is what I meant. There are things that even if I explained, you would not believe me. No matter what, we deal with the blue blood problem first. Drink the medicine and restrict the blood's power. Then, look for Han Yufei. Only she will have a way to control the blue blood power within you." "I do not need the blue blood power," Han Sen said. "No, you do need it," Han Jinji said with certainty. "You need the blue blood power so Qin Xiu cannot kill you." "Wasn't Qin Xiu killed a long time ago?" Han Sen was shocked. "It would be good if he was dead." Han Jinji stood up and glanced at the backyard. He then looked at Han Sen and said, "Only blue blood power can combat blue blood power. If you cannot win, you can at least have a chance of surviving. Willing or not, you are already blue blood. There is no other choice now. Han Yufei is on a cold planet. Go and find her. Tell her who you are, and she will help you." Han Sen looked at Han Jinji and thought of many things. To be honest, from now on, Han Sen still thought the Han Jinji was still kind of fake. Even though it might have been him, what he talked about was hard to believe. It was beyond belief. Han Sen looked at Han Jinji and said, "Many people say you cannot have babies. Why is that? Go and find Han Yufei. She will give you all the answers you want." Han Jinji looked at the sky and said, "There is no time. The red umbrella is coming. You should go." Red umbrella. Han Sen asked. Is that the woman with Human King? What is your relationship with him? Han Jinji looked at Han Sen and laughed. He suddenly kicked Han Sen in the face and pushed him back. There should have been a stone floorboard behind him, but Han Sen had flipped the stone floorboard. He fell. It was like he was falling into an abyss. Kid, remember to live no matter what. Even if things are bleak, don't ever give up. You must live at all costs because you need to live. Do that, and your family has hope. Han Jinji's voice rang in Han Sen's ear. Han Sen felt some power continue to pull him down. He could not shake it off. Perhaps it was because Han Sen could not control his body now, but that power could not stop him. Now, Han Sen was not able to stop falling. Chapter 3005 Trade of Luck Pang. Han Sen felt as if his body had hit water. He was following the stream, continuously rolling in its flow. He did not know how far he had rolled. He stabilized his body and came out of the water. He realized he was emerging from a lake. He saw many grass fields around and clear blue skies overhead. The lake was so clean that it was like a mirror. The sky was reflected in the water. It made people feel as if they were swimming in the sky. What is this place? Han Sen knew that it was not a simple place since he had fallen there through strange means. He had likely fallen through some teleport. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in that lake. He went to a place that was like a mountain. There were many mountains and dense woods around him. No matter how he had fallen, he would not have found himself in a field. Han Sen looked around. He noticed space was different from before. He was no longer in the same system. He wanted to get up, but the red and blue blood were causing too much of a conflict in his body. His limbs were numb. He could barely control himself. Han Sen knew that if this continued, he would lose complete control of his body. He knew his body would guide him to do something he could not control. He gnashed his teeth. He used his shaky hands to grab the medicine Han Jinji had given him. He popped the lid and drank the liquid. Now, he needed to heal himself like a dead horse. He could not allow himself to lose control. Han Sen still did not understand things very much. He did not understand why the blue blood inside his veins gave him a desire to kill Bauer. He had no such feelings for Bai King or Sun Moon God Ape. Is it because of the xenogenic battle body or Bauer herself? Han Sen suddenly could not think of the answer. Han Sen drank the medicine, which tasted like spring water. It expressed all the bloody air. The effect was better than a pill that stopped diarrhea. Blood Pulse Sutra was running at an insane pace. Without the blood air, it finally stopped running no matter if it was the blue blood or the 9-life cat tattoo, it was like a fire had been put out. Everything quieted down. It works. Han Sen got control of his body again, but then he felt depressed. When Blood Pulse Sutra stopped, his body had no more power to run. No matter the Geno Art or Blood Pulse Sutra he tried to cast, nothing worked. That meant Han Sen's body had true God-class power but no special skills to use. Right now, Han Sen could jump very high, but he was unable to fly. He could punch a star, but his fist had to touch a star to do that. This is bad. I cannot fly now. How else can I go to the cold planet? Han Sen felt a bit sad. Han Sen was able to risk using the Blood Pulse Sutra power again. Yet, he was that afraid after using the Blood Pulse Sutra, he would end up activating the blue blood power again. If that happened, he would be in trouble. It looks like I will have to see if my Super God Spirit mode can break the blue blood power. Han Sen ceased hesitating. He tried to use his Super God Spirit mode. Boom! A bright, white light was on Han Sen's body. It made him go into Super God Spirit mode. His entire body was like a god spirit in space. All of the powers returned to Han Sen's body. Because of Wanner, the super god spirit mode only lasted a short amount of time. Han Sen quickly returned to his normal body. I cannot remove this weird situation affecting my body. Han Sen noticed he was still unable to use any gene power. On top of that, his blood was still blue. It looks like I must go to the cold planet. Han Sen planned to go to the cold planet. Even if Super God Spirit Mode could remove his blue blood, he still wanted to find Han Yufei and ask her what was going on. Now, he could not remove the blue blood restrictions. That meant he really had to go. Han Yufei should be the woman who was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. If I know her face, then she was in Two Worlds Mountain. Finding her should be easy, but how do I go to the cold planet? Han Sen rested for a while. He let his body recover before using Super God Spirit Body again. That way, he could use all kinds of Geno arts. At that moment, he used Dongxian area to scan the planet. He looked at the star map to review the geography. The results were disappointing. It was just a primitive planet. There were creatures, but they were low-life creatures. There was not a single creature with intelligence that could talk. It was the same with the planets around him. Han Sen was not familiar with those planets. Aside from this planet, no other planet had life or civilization of any kind. That means I can only risk using galaxy teleportation. Han Sen was glad his Super God Spirit Mode could be used. Otherwise, he would be jumping around in space. He would not know when he would reach the cold planet if he did that. Han Sen rested on the grass for a while. After he recovered his energy, Han Sen used the Super God Spirit Mode again. He used its moment of time to make use of galaxy teleportation. Because he was unable to confirm the location and distance, he used luck to teleport. He did not know which way to go or where the desired location was situated. Han Sen prayed, "Please, God, be nice to me. Let me teleport to a planet with intelligent life." Patong. Super God Spirit Mode lost its effect. Han Sen fell out of galaxy teleportation. He felt as if he had fallen into water again. Am I having some extremely bad luck with water? Why do I keep falling into water? Han Sen dragged himself out of the water. After looking around, he did not know what to say. He had fallen into water, but he did not fall into a lake or river. It was not a sea or a bathtub. He had fallen into a big pot. It was a very big, steel pot. The pot was 12 feet wide and about 21 to 24 feet tall. It was half filled with water. Some other things were floating in there. There were chives, ginger, garlic, and chili. Han Sen started to salivate. He licked it. He felt a numb and spicy taste overwhelm his mouth. Holy crap! Why did I teleport into someone's hot pot? What is he doing, cooking numb and spicy fish? Han Sen looked around. He discovered the pot had a lot of green and red chilies, and many other spices he could not even recognize. The red and green chilies were all bigger than his head. It was not some normal species. Han Sen wanted to get out of the pot. When he looked at the bottom of the pot, he froze. The pot had more than just spicy chilies. There was something alive in it. Han Sen knew it was something living. What is going on? Has the God List Fights number 8 Empty Dragon King become a crayfish in a spicy hot pot? No. He is numb and spicy Dragon King now. Han Sen looked at the living thing at the bottom. He did not know what to think. Chapter 3006 Baby God Walk. A dead xenogenic body was in the giant steel pot. It was entirely shelled and looked like a centipede. It was at the bottom of the pot. Although the shell had been cooked, it was a bit red. The shell was a bit different from Empty Dragon King, who was black. Still, Han Sen knew for sure that it was Empty Dragon King. Its name was Empty Dragon King, but it was not like it grew like a dragon. Its body was like a centipede. Its head was like a beetle, and its tail was like a scorpion. It had also had the wings of a dragonfly. With that appearance, whoever saw it would never forget it. Han Sen had seen it fight. He remembered it clearly. Empty Dragon King's power was the top in a true god, and it had empty elements. That enabled it to go through materials. Who is powerful enough to kill it and turn it into numb and spicy Dragon King? Han Sen did not think his power was inferior to Empty Dragon King, but killing it would not have been easy. Empty Dragon King's power was rather like Little Star Star. It could go through all materials, and it could go through empty material space. It was a foe that was incredibly hard to deal with. Han Sen was next to the pot. He stuck his head out and carefully looked outside the pot. He could not use power. He could not use blue blood either. He was unable to fight, and his opponent had cooked Empty Dragon King. It was best if he remained careful. Han Sen looked around and discovered that he was in a giant cave. The stone pot he thought he had found himself in was not actually a pot. It looked like a wok. A wok was like a legless tripod. It was a tool used to cook fish and meat in ancient times. Now, it had been turned into a tool of torture. In the control of a violent leader, the prisoners were thrown into the wok and cooked alive. That wok was hanging by a few large chains that were as thick as thighs. It was hanging in the cave. There was a fire on the ground below the cave. It was spitting out flames. It kept burning the big wok and boiling the water inside it. It kept releasing heat. Empty Dragon King, which was inside the wok, had been cooked red. Fortunately, Han Sen's body had absorbed the blue blood. It made him highly resistant to heat. The heat that could cook Empty Dragon King was unable to cook his body. It was just that the water was a bit hot. The smell of the food also kept going into his nose. I do not know where this pot and fire came from that it can create such heat in the pot. If I was here for a long time, I would end up being cooked just like Empty Dragon King. Han Sen noticed the cave was empty. He wanted to climb out from the pot, but he suddenly heard someone speaking at the cave's entrance. Someone walked into the cave. Han Sen went back into the pot. He was half submerged in the water. He used a large green chili to hide his body so he could eavesdrop. He heard a rough voice say, "Empty Dragon King has been cooking for so long, yet he still isn't cooked. How long will it take to bring out all the essences of his genes?" A person with a sharp voice, which did not sound yin or yang, said, "You have not been here for long. You do not know how things are here. I remember how long it took to cook the growler. It took 9 billion years to cook until the geno essence was cooked out. This Empty Dragon King was not as strong as the growler, but it is a top-class true god. Without 18 million years, I do not think the essence will be cooked out. I say we do not have to go to such trouble," the rough voice said. "Just cook Empty Dragon King. Isn't that faster?" The sharp voice rang again. "Of course not. You need to cook the whole thing slowly so that the baby god wok can cook the geno essence out completely. Therefore, the geno essence will not be damaged. That is how we cooked the xenogenics in the past. I am afraid this time it is too late. The lady is going to be an adult. In the coming-of-age ceremony, she has to drink geno holy fluid. Before the lady has her coming-of-age ceremony, we must cook Empty Dragon King's gene essence all out." "I thought you said it takes at least 10 million years, the rough voice said with confusion. "The lady's coming-of-age ceremony is in 2 days. How are we going to cook it? Otherwise, why would Master ask us to come here?" the sharp voice asked. "We need to make the fire stronger so it will be done before the adult ceremony. We need to get the empty Dragon King's essence all out. I thought you said if we cook it too fast, the gene essence will be destroyed. That is what would happen normally, but Master allowed me to bring this treasure. Put this in the pot and cook it together. It can speed up the cooking time, and the gene essence will still be whole. You just need to follow my instructions. When the lady has finished her adult ceremony, the master will reward us. When Han Sen heard that, he saw a creature in front of the pot. Han Sen could only raise his head far enough to see a part of it. He could not see anything else. The creature's head was half the size of the pot. It looked very weird. Its face was black, and there was a giant eye on its nose. The head had a horn that blazed with green fire. It looked like a one-eyed ghost king. Han Sen had no information about that xenogeniac, and he could not use his sense power. He did not know the xenogeniac's level. The xenogeniac looked into the pot. It looked like it was looking at Empty Dragon King. He saw Empty Dragon King's shell turn red. He shook his head and said, "The shell just turned red. We must hurry up." After that, the ghost king-like xenogeniac took a box out of a chest. It carefully pulled something out and placed it in the pot. It seemed to think of something and screamed, "Stop squeezing. Spit out your true yang fire. Hurry up with the fire. We must cook all the Empty Dragon King's gene essence out before the adult ceremony." "It smells so nice," the rough voice said. "I just want to take a look." "What are you looking at? If your saliva drops in there, you will ruin the lady's holy geno fluid. If we do that, we will not be permitted to live. Hurry up with your work." Han Sen watched them argue. He did not listen. He looked at the thing that had been thrown into the pot and was shocked. The xenogeniac in the pot was a newborn baby. It looked like a human baby. It was a fat human baby. The baby was in the pot. The boiling water in the pot made it loudly cry. The baby's meaty little hands and legs were being burned red. It kept splashing the water. Chapter 3007 Ancient Spirit Type. Han Sen knew the little kid was not a human. The temperature of the pot was enough to cook true God-class flesh. If that little kid was a human baby, before it was even in the pot, the heat of the steam would have cooked its flesh. The kid that was in the water now was just a little burned skin. It still struggled in the water, but whatever it was nothing normal. "What is this thing in here?" Han Sen looked at the baby crying in the water. He had many guesses, but he did not know what sort of race it was. Han Sen could not use the Dongxian aura. He could not see what things were like outside the pot, but the water temperature kept rising. He did not need to see anything to know that the two xenogeniacs were using fire element powers to heat the baby god wok. "What do I do now?" Han Sen had to rest a little longer before he could use Super God Spirit mode again, but the temperature of the pot was getting higher. Even his skin was starting to feel prickly and painful. The baby cried even louder. It kept making splashes in the water. Although its skin was hardy, it was just a baby. It could not really move. It could not escape the baby god wok. The little baby struggled a bit. It somehow approached Han Sr. "Go, go, go. Do not come any closer." Han Sen saw it almost kick away the green chili next to him. Han Sen used his hands to try and push it away. The little baby touched Han Sen's hand and discovered him. It was like a koala bear. A fat little hand held onto Han Sen's arm. It stopped crying and looked at Han Sen with puppy eyes. "I can barely save myself. I cannot save you. Go, go, go." Han Sen kept thinking as he tried to swing it away. He wanted to lose the little baby's clutch on him. The little baby was like it was stuck on his arm. He could not shake it off. Han Sen did not dare to speak or make a big movement. He did not know what to do with the presence of that baby. Weird. Why did the ancient spirit seed stop crying? The one-eyed Xenogeniac's nasally voice was heard again. It gave Han-sen a chill. He must have gotten cooked, the rough voice said. Ground heart flame. The baby god wok is already so hot. With my true yang flame and your ghost underworld fire, it was bound to cook this true god Xenogeniac. It was just a baby. What do you know? The one-eyed Xenogeniac asked. That was not a normal baby. It was an ancient spirit seed, you know. What is an ancient spirit seed? The rough voice asked with confusion. The one-eyed Xenogeniac coldly said, I cannot believe you used to be a leader of a system, yet you don't even know about the ancient god's ancient spirit seeds. After pausing, the one-eyed Xenogeniac explained. Ancient gods are based on their ancient god origins. That is how they go on. When the old ancient gods die, they leave an ancient god origin behind so new ancient gods can be created. So, the number of ancient gods is fixed. There will not be any more, and there will not be any less unless the ancient god origin is destroyed. The ancient god will use a mysterious ritual to make new ancient gods, but there is only one ancient god that has ever had their ancient god origin destroyed. He activated the ritual and made a new ancient god. This ancient god comes about like a newborn baby, and their powers have not been approved. They cannot support elemental powers. That is why they are called ancient spirit seeds. They will become a real ancient god once they receive the approval of an element. Does that mean the ancient spirit seeds are ancient gods? Do we use ancient spirit seeds to make geno fluid and give it to the lady? Does that mean we are eating those of the same kind? The rough voice had not finished talking when it was interrupted. Be quiet. Don't keep talking. No one would ever think you are a mute. The one-eyed Xenogeniac hushed his voice and said, Our master is the king of the ancient gods. One ancient spirit seed is nothing. Even if you cooked a real ancient god, no one would say anything. The volume of the rough voice lowered as it quietly replied, Weird. The rules claim ancient god needs to wait until the old ancient gods die before the new ancient gods can be reborn. If that is true, why does the master only have the lady as an heir? That is not a secret you and I are allowed to know about. Stop talking and hurry up with the fire. We must cook the geno fluid before the lady's adult ceremony can begin. We cannot afford to fail at this. The one-eyed Xenogeniac briefly paused and went on to say, You keep cooking. I will take a look at what happened to that ancient spirit seed. You do not need to look. It must have been cooked. Just do as I tell you and stop talking crap. Han-sen heard the one-eyed Xenogeniac move. He looked at the ancient spirit seed, which was still holding his arm like a koala bear. There were many tears in its eyes. It made him sigh. I cannot believe I am in the realm of the ancient god, and this is ancient god king's territory. Can I escape with what I have now? He saw the one-eyed Xenogeniac's head come above the pot. Han-sen brought the ancient spirit seed with him in a jump. Han-sen stepped onto the one-eyed Xenogeniac's head and started to fly. He ran toward the path leading out of the cave. The moment he rushed out, Han-sen saw another Xenogeniac. It was a Xenogeniac that looked like a black bear, but it had 8 arms. It was spitting out a fire at the bottom of the wok. Its brain did not seem to work. It saw Han-sen bring the ancient spirit seed out with it. It watched Han-sen head through the tunnel and did not do anything. Why are you standing here? The one-eyed Xenogeniac madly shouted, There is an enemy that has invaded here. He has taken the ancient spirit seed. Hurry up and chase after him. He turned around and raced down the tunnel where Han-sen had run off into. Because the tunnel Han-sen had selected was only tall enough for one person, the one-eyed Xenogeniac was too big to give pursuit. So, he had to break through the rocks to maintain the pace. Han-sen could not use Geno arts, but his body power was true god class. When he ran, he was like lightning. He quickly down the many tunnels that led to various places. People could not even see his shadow. The ancient spirit seed held onto Han Sen's arm. Its small face was twisted. It was being blown by the wind. Han Sen put the ancient spirit seed onto his chest. The ancient spirit seed let go of his arm. Its hands were now clutching Han Sen's clothing. It opened his eyes and smiled at Han. Senator Han Sen did not have the sensing power of the Dongxian aura. He just went down every path he came to and crossed every bridge he saw. He was like a headless fly traveling down the tunnels. Fortunately, he did not encounter any other xenogeneics. He also did not see anyone else from the ancient gods. Han Sen eventually felt a bit safer. Suddenly, the cave up ahead widened. There was a large underground space with many weird flowers and fruits. It was a beautiful underground garden. A white-clothed girl was sitting on a swing in the garden. She was looking at Han Sen and the ancient spirit seed that had just entered the garden. Chapter 3008. Doing this is wrong. Why are you here? Han Sen and the white-clothed lady both spoke at almost the same time. The lady in front of him was the dragon lady chef. She had left Space Garden to practice. She had yet to return. Han Sen wondered where she had gotten to. He certainly did not expect to run into her there. I don't know. I was on a xenogeneic island hunting xenogeneics and met a weird guy. He said I could be his inheritor, and he brought me here. Dragon Lady paused and went on to say, he often brings me rare xenogeneic ingredients I can cook with. This place is not all that bad, so I have not been in a hurry to. Those two xenogeneics keep referring to a certain lady. Might that be you? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he looked at Dragon Lady. He appeared to be surprised. The ancient gods were always mysterious, and that was especially true of ancient God King. If that Dragon Lady could inherit ancient God King's stuff, perhaps she would be able to become very powerful in the universe and no one would dare provoke her. What lady? Are you insulting me? Dragon Lady frowned. Not that kind of lady, Han Sen wanted to explain, but he suddenly heard a booming sound. The one-eyed xenogeneic and the eight-armed black bear xenogeneic came rushing in. Kid, where are you going to run? Get ready to die, the eight-armed black bear weirdly shouted. 8 of his pores were shining. They created 8 little suns that were lobbed at Han Sr., big dumb bear, what are you doing? Dragon Lady shouted at the eight-armed black bear. The eight-armed black bear heard Dragon Lady's voice. It made his entire body shake. He made his little suns even smaller. He wished to say something, but the one-eyed xenogeneic spoke first. My lady, this kid stole the ancient spirit seed. We are going to take it back. You should avoid this situation and allow me to reclaim the ancient spirit seed. We can talk all about this later. After that, the one-eyed xenogeneic and eight-armed black bear wanted to resume the attack on Han Sr. How many times must I tell you guys to not call me lady? Dragon Lady coldly shouted. Plus, who is allowing you to capture people in my place? Furthermore, he is a friend of mine. If you guys touch one finger of his, I will turn you guys into barbecued pork. He is. Little Masters. Is he your friend? The one-eyed xenogeneic and the eight-armed black bear were in shock. Get out of here before I cook you, Dragon Lady coldly said. We can't do that, the eight-armed black bear angrily said. He still has the ancient spirit seed. If we don't take it back, the master will scold us. The one-eyed xenogeneic quickly pulled the eight-armed black bear back, smiled, and said, You should rest, little master. We will leave now. After that, the one-eyed xenogeneic pulled the eight-armed black bear away. The eight-armed black bear looked unsatisfied as it asked, What are you pulling me away for? If we do not bring back the ancient spirit seed, and master is angry, we are going to be done for. You don't know anything, the one-eyed xenogeniac said. The Geno-holy fluid is for the master giving it to the lady. If the lady's commands were disobeyed, the master would be even angrier. Then, our situation will be made even worse. If the lady has already told us what to do, then this incident is out of our hands. We should just go and tell master. It hastened its departure. In the garden, Dragon Lady checked Han Sen out and said, "That weird man poured blue blood all over you. Your body seems a little different. Did you see it too?" "Yes, I am a little different." Han Sen had a wry smile. "Your muscles appear leaner," Dragon Lady said while looking at Han Sr. "The fat ratio has been lowered. Meat like this is not suitable for cooking. You would do fine as a meatball." Han Sen's forehead developed a cold sweat. "Don't look at me like I am food." After pausing, Han Sen looked at the Dragon Lady and said, "It looks like you improved fast. You look like you have improved a lot." "As I said, that weird guy gave me a lot of high-class xenogenic ingredients, so I have a lot of high-class genes," Dragon Lady replied. "I am butterfly class now. He says he is going to get me a Geno-holy fluid. He said that if I drink it, I can become a true god. So, the empty Dragon King in the wok has been cooked for you." Han Sen sounded jealous. "What empty Dragon King?" Dragon Lady sounded surprised. Han Sen explained the whole thing. Dragon Lady sounded a bit angry. How could they do this? They really shouldn't have. Such a cute little baby. How could they dare to cook it? Han Sen nodded. The ancient spirit seed on his arm nodded too. Dragon Lady said with seriousness. "Right, for such a superior ingredient, how could it be cooked so randomly? They should have let me cook it instead." The foreheads of Han Sen and the ancient spirit seed on his arm developed some black lines, especially the ancient spirit seed. It looked scared and tried hiding in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen pointed at the ancient spirit seed and said, "Cough, cough. By the way, Dragon Lady, if there are not many effects and there is a replacement, can we not kill it for my sake? The thing really did look like a human baby." Han Sen did not want to see it become food. "I am fine with that," Dragon Lady said while opening her arms. "I just do not know if he will agree." Plight. A voice echoed across the giant, underground garden. A god spirit-looking character broke space and entered the garden. Han Sen felt a chill. He looked at the god spirit-like person. In the shiny light, he saw a male body. Because of the rainbow light, he could not see exactly what he looked like. "My name is Han Senator, are you ancient god king?" Although Han Sen did not feel the power of his opponent, with that atmosphere, he knew he should have been something big. Ancient God King coldly asked, "Are you Dragon Lady's friend?" "Call me Ancient Origin God." "You said you can let him live," Han Sen quickly asked. "Is that true?" "Of course, I can let him go, but without it, empty Dragon King cannot be cooked in a short period of time. It will delay the time needed to create the Geno-holy fluid." Unless, Ancient Origin God did not keep talking. You can just tell me directly." Han Sen knew there was something else. "Unless you can find a replacement. From what I have seen, you are not bad." Ancient Origin God looked at Han Sen as he spoke. When he said that, Han Sen's expression changed. He felt sorry for the ancient spirit seed but not enough to trade his life for it. He would not die for it. Dragon Lady stopped before Han Senator. She looked at Ancient Origin God as she said, "He is my friend. You cannot lay a finger on him." Chapter 3009 Ancient God King Blood. "Don't be so worried," Ancient Origin God coldly said. "I just wanted a drop of his blood. It is not like I was going to put him inside the baby god wok to cook. Why are you being so nervous?" Han Sen and Dragon Lady felt relieved, but Han Sen was still curious. He looked at Ancient Origin God and asked, "Why do you my blood?" "If you take the ancient spirit seed, we will require a replacement," Ancient Origin God said. "Your blood can be that replacement." Han Sen frowned and did not say anything in response. The entire universe new human king had poured blue blood all over him. The blood in his body was blue. Now, Ancient Origin God wanted a drop of his blood. He did not think it was as simple as Ancient Origin God was making it out to be. One drop of blood was not a major loss for Han Sen either. To be able to get the ancient spirit seed in return for a drop of blood was an acceptable exchange. "Okay, I will make the trade," Han Sen said as he looked at Ancient Origin God. "But there is something I would like you to help me with." "I know what you are going to ask about," Ancient Origin God said. "Give the ancient spirit seed to Dragon Lady, then you may follow me." After speaking, he walked out of the garden. Han Sen gave the ancient spirit seed to Dragon Lady and said, "Wait here." "I am coming with you," Dragon Lady said with a frown. "Do not worry," Han Sen said with a laugh. "Moment God was unable to do anything to me, so he cannot do anything." Dragon Lady looked at Ancient Origin God as he departed and said to Han Sen, "He is the king of the ancient gods. He is not any weaker than Moment God, so do not be reckless." Han Sen replied, "I understand. Just wait for me here." He passed the ancient spirit seed into Dragon Lady's arms. The ancient spirit seed was nice and grabbed Dragon Lady's neck. After he left the underground garden, Han Sen saw Ancient Origin God ahead. He quickly caught up with him. Ancient Origin God kept walking and said, "We ancient gods were once the leaders of this world. We ate the livers of dragons and dined on the guts of phoenixes. Everything was our food until Sacred Leader and Sacred appeared. Our people suppressed the sky. We were invincible." Han Sen did not know why Ancient Origin God was suddenly talking about all of that. He had heard about it before since the ancient gods had a bright history. But that was a long ago and few recalled their past glories. It was not just the ancient gods' era either. Even the sacred era was only remembered by a few old antiques. Most creatures of the universe did not even know the word sacred. All they knew about were the very high, ancient gods, and extreme king. Ancient gods were not as famous as the ancient gods of yore, who were able to conquer the universe. Ancient Origin God went on to say, "But when Sacred appeared and the god spirits descended to fight, the ancient gods fell. We were not the leaders of the universe anymore." Do you know why the ancient gods were made like so? Han Sen was quiet a moment before saying, "Ancient gods breed by the generations. If the ancient god origin is not destroyed, the ancient gods can carry on. Their powers are not damaged. According to the theory, you guys can be the best. I also think it is weird how ancient gods ended up like so." Ancient Origin God said, "Yes. From back then until now, 3,000 ancient gods, not one more and not one less. Even if an ancient god's ancient god origin was destroyed, they can be reborn as a new ancient god in Godland. In theory, the ancient gods can be in the best condition." He seemed pretty excited as he spoke. Even the rainbow lights on him looked weird. Ancient Origin God went on to say, "But that is just a theory. In fact, after Sacred appeared, ancient gods have been less." "Are you saying Sacred killed ancient gods?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "That is not right. Even if they killed ancient gods and destroyed their ancient god origins, your Godland can create more ancient gods. They should not be reduced like that." Ancient Origin God coldly said, "That is why we feel so weird. Our ancient gods are missing. We cannot see them, and we cannot find their dead bodies. In Godland, no ancient god can respawn. They just vanish from the universe. There were 3,000 ancient gods, but now there are only 300 ancient gods. Even our God King is gone. He disappeared after the sacred era. Did that really happen? Han Sen quietly asked. If so, it leaves only one possibility. Someone imprisoned these ancient gods. That is what we thought too, Ancient Origin God said with a sigh. We have scoured the entire universe. No matter whether it was sacred or outer sky, our people's searches were in vain. We were never able to find anyone. Although we guessed sacred did something, there has been no evidence to support it. Now, sacred is destroyed, so it is so difficult to get to the truth. Han Sen thought, something so evil. There is an 80% to 90% chance it was done by Qin Xiu. Aside from him, who else would have had the means to make the famous ancient gods be reduced to this? Han Sen did not say that out. He looked at Ancient Origin God and asked, so, are you not old God King's heir? Ancient Origin God nodded. After our God King died, our people were forced to pick a new God King. That was my past life. I had no relation to old God King. Han Sen grabbed his jaw as he said to himself, so, are you saying Dragon Lady? Yes. In her body, there is an old God King origin gene. It exists within her. For some reason, her body has mixed with the genes of another creature. It made her blood very impure. Ancient Origin God confirmed Han Sen's guess and added, although things are like that, her God King gene is still complete. It just needs to be activated. I am going to use the ancient god's special food recipe to make Dragon Lady eat many xenogeneic gene essences so she can activate her God King gene. She will then take the seat of the true God King. Han Sen frowned after hearing that. The king of the ancient gods sounded powerful. Now that he thought about it, the world was in chaos. Demons were dancing everywhere. God spirits were everywhere. Allowing Dragon Lady to assume responsibilities for an entire race was likely not a good thing. Han Sen stared at Ancient Origin God and asked, have you asked for Dragon Lady's opinion about all this yet? Ancient Origin God smiled. Don't worry, we ancient gods no longer have the ambition to rule the universe. We just want to survive. We just want to find out where the missing ancient gods went. If Dragon Lady does not want to become God King, we will not force her. If she can continue the God King blood, that would be enough. It does not matter if she becomes a God King or not. She just needs to continue on with our blood, and we need the Geno Holy Fluid. Han Sen stared at Ancient Origin God and suddenly asked, why do you need my blood? Ancient Origin God returned Han Sen's gaze. He coldly said, because your blue blood belongs to Sacred Leader. That is the gene power of Sacred. The ancient gods used to rule the universe and eat every race. We absorbed the gene essence of every race to reinforce our bodies, but we never had the gene essence of Sacred. With Sacred Leader's powerful genes, if Dragon Lady can get the help of that gene essence, she will improve even more. Chapter 30 10 Adult Ceremony. When Han Sen heard that, his expression kept changing. It was not like he did not want to give Dragon Lady a drop of his blood. Let alone a drop of blood, Han Sen would have given her a bucket of blood if she needed it. For him, it was nothing that would harm him. But that was blood Han Sen could not really give since he could not control the blue blood power. If Dragon Lady had some blue blood and was unable to refine it, she would end up being infected by the blue blood. That would have been bad. Do you really think Sacred Leader's blood was really that easy to absorb? Han Sen seriously asked. To be honest with you, I am infected with the blue blood. I am being controlled by the blue blood power. I cannot take control of my body, and I still cannot find a way to get rid of my blue blood. Are you sure you want Dragon Lady to risk this? If you ask me, it's a bit reckless. When Ancient Origin God heard that, he nodded and said, what you are saying kind of makes sense. Although I, Ancient Origin God, eat all kinds of races, Sacred's genes are different. We must be aware of that. Ancient Origin God was silent a moment before saying, how about this? If Godfather Han is willing to help, give me 1 drop of your blood. I will have an ancient god try it. If it turns out to be okay, then Dragon Lady can give it a shot. Han Sen did not think that would be a problem. He cut his finger and placed a drop of blue blood into a jade bottle. The blue blood was so still. The color was like blue ink. It did not appear to be anything special. Godfather Han is so nice to us, ancient god. I will always remember this. Ancient Origin God accepted the jade bottle and called an ancient god over. The body of the ancient god was made of something like steel. It was like a steel monster. Han Sen looked at him and knew that he was an ancient god with metal power. Ancient Iron God, drink this blood. Ancient Origin God gave Ancient Iron God the jade bottle. Yes, sir. Ancient Iron God did not hesitate or ask why. He accepted the jade bottle and drank the blue blood inside it. He swallowed it completely. Han Sen and Ancient Origin God stared at Ancient Iron God. He did not seem to have any reaction to the liquid. Ancient Origin God asked, Ancient Iron God, can you refine that blue blood? Ancient Iron God's face looked weird as he said, that blood is in my stomach. It is like a rock that cannot be refined. Really? Ancient Origin God looked at Han. Senator Han Sen was shocked. When Human King dropped blue blood all over him, the blue blood immediately invaded his body. There was no need for refinement or anything. Now that he thought about it some more, Han Sen started to have a guess. Humans are mixed with crystallizer and sacred leader's blood. Human King is the human alpha. It would be easy for me to combine with his blue blood. If other races seek to use the blue blood, I am afraid that might not be so easy. Ancient Iron God was unable to refine the blue blood. He could not melt it. If I cannot refine it, I will try to put it in the baby god wok. Ancient Origin God made Ancient Iron God spit out the blue blood. The blue blood still looked like crystal. It had not been affected by anything. He put the blue blood back in the jade bottle. Ancient Origin God led Han Sen to a baby god wok. This wasn't the same baby god wok that cooked Empty Dragon King. There was only half a bowl of water in it. The flame beneath it was raging. It kept boiling the water in the pot. No matter how much the water bubbled and boiled, there was no steam. The water levels did not decrease. Ancient Origin God put the drop of blue blood into the water. That drop of blue blood combined with it. It was still in the shape of a liquid blood drop. Ancient Origin God called the 8-armed black bear and 1-eyed Xenogeniac over. The 2 Xenogeniacs spit out flames. One spat green fire, which helped the fire on the ground, but it burned for half a day. It got to the point where the baby god wok was all red. The water inside bubbled like a dragon rolling. The blue blood still did not exhibit any changes. Ancient Origin God's face changed. Sacred leader's blood is very powerful. Even the baby god wok cannot cook this gene essence. Han Sen sighed. The blue blood is not refined, but maybe that is not a bad thing. With how weird the blue blood is, if it was refined, perhaps that would just lead to a nightmare. Just like what happened to me. Ancient Origin God went silent for a while. He then said, blue blood really is weird. If things are like that, we will research it first. The Geno Holy Fluid will not add this blood. Then, the ancient spirit seed, Han Sen hesitated to say it. Do not worry, Ancient Origin God said. I promised you I would not take its life. I will find another way to cook and extract Empty Dragon King's gene essence. Godfather Han, you came just in time. You should come and take part in Dragon Lady's adult ceremony before you depart. Han Sen nodded and agreed. This was a big thing for Dragon Lady. Han Sen wanted to go to the cold planet, but he might as well remain there for another 2 days. Back in Dragon Lady's garden, Han Sen and Dragon Lady talked about how they had been in recent times. Dragon Lady learned that Han Sen had been trapped by the blue blood and he needed to find Han Yufei somewhere on the cold planet. She said, "Ancient Origin God said I can leave freely after the adult ceremony. I can accompany you to the cold planet in case you encounter danger out there. Right now, the whole universe knows you have Sacred's blue blood. Many old antiques might want to harass you. If they find where you are, you might end up in danger." Han Sen did not refuse her offer. He smiled and replied, "Thanks. In that case, I will enlist you as my bodyguard." "I am not really a hero," Dragon Lady gently said. "I am just a chef. If someone wants to give me some cooking materials, would not decline the offer." Han Sen stayed in the garden and waited for the adult ceremony to start. The ancient spirit seed was awfully clingy. It always climbed on Han Sen and never left him. Although it looked like just a baby, it was a newborn ancient god. If it was awakened, it would become an ancient god and get god power. It had not woken up yet, so it was hard to tell what sort of ancient god element it would end up having. Han Sen waited 2 days. It was time for the adult ceremony to start. Ancient Origin God invited Han Sen to watch. In a giant ancient god plaza, many ancient gods broke space and appeared. Some ancient gods looked like they were made of fire. Some ancient gods looked like metal ancient gods. Some of them were made of rocks. Every ancient god had their own element. All of them were incredibly scary. Although ancient god had less than 300 people, many of them were already true god. Now, they were all together. Han Sen could not use his Dongxian aura to scan, but he was able to tell how scary they all were. No wonder Ancient God is one of the 3 high races. It is hard to imagine what it would be like and how shocked the sky would be if there were 3,000 of these people running about, Han Sen thought. When Ancient Origin God arrived, the adult ceremony started. Ancient Origin God was holding an old copper tool that looked like a June. The item looked lively. It generated steam that came out of its exit. Ancient Origin God looked serious. He held the bronze tool with both hands. He read aloud in a language that Han Sen could not understand. It was like he was praying. It felt mysterious and serious. When Ancient Origin God was praying, his body glowed with rainbow god light. The rainbow god light was strong. Ancient Origin God put his rainbow-like blood into the bronze tool. After that was done, Ancient Origin God gave the bronze tool to another ancient god. That ancient god behaved just like Ancient Origin God. After praying, he placed a drop of rainbow blood into the bronze tool. They passed it to each other. The 200 ancient gods placed their blood into the bronze tool. They then gave it to Dragon Lady. Chapter 30:11 Forever standing by her side when Dragon Lady held the bronze tool, it kept shining with a rainbow color. The life force was like a rainbow mist. Han Sen was very jealous as he watched. That bronze tool was probably made of many true god-class xenogeneics. He was able to hear some god-demon big beast crying and roaring. 1 cup of Geno fluid was worth many years of Han Sen's work. Those 300 ancient gods, which was every ancient god's blood, made it enough to boost someone to true god elite status. Han Sen complimented the scene. Are the adult ceremonies of the ancient gods always this lavish? I would really like to become an ancient god. Dragon Lady was standing on the altar. She was holding the bronze tool. She drank the Geno holy fluid in one giant gulp. The cup of holy Geno fluid had too much power inside. When it was delivered into Dragon Lady's body, her body underwent radical changes. There were burning flames, lights, invisible wind, and crazy thunder everywhere. The sun, moon, stars, sea, and the sky flashed. Many weird scenes took place on that altar. One was not really able to see where Dragon Lady was amidst it all. That is a massive amount of energy. Can Dragon Lady's body withstand such a large intake? Han Sen started to get worried. That power was too much. Do not worry. She has the God King blood of our people. She can accept the power of the Geno Holy Fluid. Ancient Origin God had somehow walked next to Han's senator. He looked confident about the result. Are the Ancient God adult ceremonies always this lavish? Han Sen asked. Ancient Origin God shook his head. Of course, they aren't. This is a traditional ceremony only reserved for the God Kings that are becoming adults. Even if our race could eat everything, when we conquered the universe, only the Ancient God King could enjoy such a ceremony. Ordinary ancient gods cannot enjoy such a ceremony. Plus, these days, the ancient gods aren't as rich as they used to be. It is harder to get the ingredients for the Geno Holy Fluid. When I became a God King, not even I was reserved such treatment. This Geno Holy Fluid is not as good as the old ancient God King Geno God Fluid. In the past, there were 3,000 ancient gods, so the elixir was bestowed the power of 3,000 ancient gods. Now, there are only 300 of us. Han Sen agreed with that. If every ancient god played like that, every high-class xenogeniac in the universe would have been eaten by them. Han Sen thought, fortunately, the ancient gods are not as effective as they used to be. If the universe was still controlled by the ancient gods, everyone would be their food. That would be much worse now. Ancient Origin God seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. Ancient Origin God calmly said, "We ancient gods are about return to origin. Ancient gods themselves are a part of nature. We only need resources that are enough for us. We do not aspire to take everything. We do not want to be like the other races, attacking and stealing as much as we can to fill our coffers and stomachs. To waste resources for one's enjoyment is selfish. After the ancient gods die, aside from the ancient god origins, their energy returns to the universe." I see. Han Sen now understood. The power the ancient gods had now was insufficient for ruling the world again. It was not difficult to create a faction, but he had never heard of the ancient gods ruling a large area. It seemed as if Ancient Origin God was telling the truth. Boom! Suddenly, they heard a shaking noise come from the altar. Many weird scenes were unfolding there. Dragon Lady's body was revealed. Dragon Lady was wrapped up in some weird armor. She also looked weird. She was like someone praying before an altar. There was a giant and weird wheel behind her. When Han Sen looked closer, he saw that it was not a wheel. It was something that was made of many cutleries. There was a knife, fork, cleaver, and spoon. There was also a barbecued steak and a spatula. They were all cooking utensils. They were behind her back, lined up like a wheel. The first cutlery tool was shining with a god light. It released a powerful presence. It was like a demon or a god that one was unable to look at. Ancient God King's blood is finally revived, Ancient Origin God said. Because she is a mix, her Ancient God King blood has exhibited some changes. She should not be looking like this. His face was contorted and looked strange. Are these changes good or bad? Han Sen did not have his Dongxian aura to scan her. He did not know if Dragon Lady's situation was good or bad. I do not know. We will take the time to gauge that. Ancient Origin God's answers came thick and fast. After the adult ceremony was complete, many of the ancient gods left. They all lived in different places. It was not commonplace for them to gather together. Dragon Lady, who was wearing armor, walked in front of Ancient Origin God and asked, "Ancient Origin God, are you going to keep your promise and let me go free?" Of course, Ancient Origin God said with seriousness as he looked at Dragon Lady. Before that, I really want you to reconsider whether or not you want to continue with asserting the seat of the Ancient God's God King. Dragon Lady shook her head. I am willing to have the Ancient God identity but only as an ordinary member of the Ancient Gods. I do not want to be a king to the Ancient Gods. Ancient Origin God smiled and said, that is fine. I said I would not force you. It is enough for you to admit that you are one of the Ancient Gods. Han Sen thought the Ancient Gods would not let her go so easily because they had given her so much. After all, the Ancient Gods were unlikely to be able to produce another Geno-Holy Fluid anytime soon. Ancient Origin God really did set Dragon Lady free. She was able to leave. He even gave Han Sen the directions for the correct cold planet he sought. Han Sen found a place where there was no one else around. He asked Ancient Origin God, why don't you stop Dragon Lady? You know I am embarking on a perilous journey. She might be put in danger by following me. Ancient Origin God gently said, she will be the king of the Ancient Gods. Our king will be the highest in the food chain. If she cannot go through anything dangerous, she would be unable to stand atop that food chain. So, do you still want her to become king to the Ancient Gods? Han Sen thought this was right. After all, the Ancient Gods had given her many resources, so letting her go was not easy. She has the blood of an Ancient God King, Ancient Origin God said. Only she can become the real king for the Ancient Gods. I cannot force her to become an Ancient God King, but I have faith that she will assert the responsibilities by her own volition one day. Are you saying the Geno God Hall or the Sacred Blood? Han Sen could hear the sound of Ancient Origin God. I don't know, but I can feel this is the calm before the storm. The universe is going to be a mess. We Ancient Gods cannot wait and watch. I believe Dragon Lady will be a true Ancient God. When she needs to accept the responsibilities of king, she will do so with pride. Even if I am down one day, she will carry the Ancient God and keep the flame alive. Ancient Origin God looked at Han Sen with eyes that were on fire. He seriously asked, Han Sen, tell me, when that time comes, will you be allied with Dragon Lady? If Dragon Lady is willing to have me, I will stand by her side forever, Han Sen seriously said. Chapter 30 12 Han Yufei on the cold planet, a man and a woman traversed a snow area. The man was holding a little baby wearing fur. Ancient Origin God had made a space element Ancient God teleport to help Han Sen, Dragon Lady, and the Ancient Spirit Seed get to the planet. It saved Han Sen a lot of trouble. Han Sen thought it would not be difficult to find someone on the icy planet. When he reached it, he realized it would not be easy. Although the cold planet was a planet with life, the environment made it a harsh place to live. The temperature of the planet was very low. Many cold elements xenogenic creatures were living there. The only beings with high intelligence were a race of creatures called snowmen. The snowmen were not xenogenics. Their technology had yet to reach what was expected of those living in the interstellar era. Even the evolution of their bodies was capped by the planet's level. They were very far behind. The only thing Han Sen discovered was that the snowmen had villages and a language of their own. They did not know how to speak the common tongue of the universe, so it made communication with them difficult. Han Sen and the others visited a dozen snowman villages, but they were unable to gather any news about Han Yufei being there. Is Han Yufei really on the cold planet? Han Sen was starting to wonder whether or not Han Jinji had spoken the truth or not. He had frequently been called the greatest liar, so it would be no surprise if this was just another fib. Han Sen was most depressed about his inability to make use of his Dongxian aura. Otherwise, he could have used it to scan the entire planet. If Han Yufei was really there, she would have been easy to find. Han Sen was thinking about whether or not he should use his Super God Spirit mode to use Dongxian aura for scanning the entire planet when Dragon Lady suddenly asked, "What is this?" Han-sen followed Dragon Lady's direction. There was a snowy mountain in the ice fields. Seeing a snowy mountain was not weird. What was weird about it was that the snowy mountain looked like a giant steam bun sitting on the ice. It looked large and strange. The cold planet had ice and snowy mountains everywhere, but there were no circular ones. The texture of the ice and snow could not have made an ice mountain or snow mountain that was half circular. Let's go and take a look. Han-sen's body moved fast. He was like a bolt of lightning going straight for the half-circular snow mountain. Han-sen soon noticed that it was not a mountain. It was a half-circular building covered with heavy snow. There was no snow near the entrance. I cannot believe there is a high-tech building here. Even if this is not where Han Yufei is, we will likely find a lead or two about her there. Han-sen looked at the curved metal door. He knew the snowman could not have constructed that building. Dragon Lady followed him. The two of them looked at the building. The metal door opened, allowing Han-sen to see what was inside the building. Does ice compose most of this building's construction? Han-sen noticed that the building was full of semi-transparent ice. No matter if it was a table or platform, it was all made of ice. Only the tools and high-tech stuff was made of metal. Welcome to Zero Laboratory. A very old robot walked out to meet them. Its head was like a big half-circular light bulb. It looked like a police siren. It flickered with red and blue lights. It was headed toward the gate. When Han-sen and Dragon Lady saw the robot, they wanted to say something. Their expressions swiftly changed. The robot's head shone a light on them. It quickly froze their bodies and turned them into ice cubes. I found 3 test subjects. This is great. Master will be so happy. Ha! 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 The robot used a voice that sounded electric, but it did not sound like a robot. Pang! The robot was going to take the frozen Han-sen and others away when the cold Dragon Lady's body suddenly flickered with light. She broke out of the ice that encased her and raised her hands. A giant knife and fork appeared in them. Even though you are a robot, you must still be able to understand food. Dragon Eater's 8 skills knife and fork dance. Dragon Lady sounded calm, but the knife in her hand was like a storm as it attacked the robot. Noises of metal clashing sounded everywhere. The robot was captured by the fork. When the knife and fork danced about, he was chopped into pieces. He turned into broken copper cast all over the floor. An icy snow-like fairy came flying out of the light coming from the robot's head. It flapped its little wings and dodged Dragon Lady's knife and fork storm like a ghost. It quickly flew deeper into the building. Now, Han-sen knew the robot was just a disguise. The snow-like fairy Xenogeniac was its true self. Do you want to escape? Not so fast. Dragon Lady looked cold as she shouted. Dragon Eater's 8th skill, barbecue pork. Dragon Lady's fork went flying. It went straight for the fleeing snow fairy. The fork trapped it, making it unable to move. Dragon Lady moved the fork, and the snow fairy's body flew back through the air. In the next second, Dragon Lady's knife arose with a storm of fire. She was going to cook that snow fairy straight away. The snow fairy struggled and screamed, "Master, help me." Seeing the fire was going to touch the snow fairy, a cold light suddenly flashed. The shadow of the fork was broken by the cold light. The snow fairy was set free. It flapped its wings and flew away. She dodged the dangerous flame that sought to cook her. Deeper into the hall of the laboratory, a woman was wearing a white lab coat, short skirt, stockings, and high heels. She had short hair and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. She had a scalpel in her hands. The cold light came from the scalpel. The snow fairy raced to the woman. It flew around her, saying, "Master, they broke into the lab and wanted to kill me. Capture them and make them a test subject. The woman's vision was snared by Dragon Lady's gaze. It looked like there were sparks between them. The woman coldly said, I thought someone dared to trouble me here in my lab, but it was just a mixed ancient god. I suppose that is perfect for a test subject. She will come in handy. When Dragon Lady heard that, her face turned sour. She held the knife and fork and raised her eyebrows. Before that, you will become food on my plate. The two women stared at each other. The knife, fork, and scalpel all shone. It was so scary. The levels of their powers continued to amp. Stop it. We are all friends here. We should talk about this. This was all just a big misunderstanding. Han Sen broke the ice and stepped forward. He ran between the women and stopped them from fighting. The two women spoke the same words at the same time. Who says I am friends with her? After that, the woman saw Han Sen and looked at him with shock. It's you. Why are you here? Han Jinji sent me to find you. He said only you can sort out my blue blood problem. Han Sen did not cut corners. Han Jinji? Who is that? Han Yufei looked confused. Chapter 30:13 doesn't know. Han Sen was shocked. Han Jinji had him seek out Han Yufei, but Han Yufei did not know who Han Jinji was. That was quite a weird twist. You don't know a Han Jinji? He is an old man, and something of a fortune teller. He has double eyelids above long and narrow eyes. Han Sen described Han Jinji's appearance. Han Yufei shook her head. You know that I was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. Unless he is someone from Sacred Era, how am I supposed to know who he is? Han Sen was shocked. He thought, yes. Han Jinji is not so old. He might be old for humans, but before someone like Han Yufei, he is less than a few years old. How could he know who Han Yufei was? Come on in first. Han Yufei turned around and went into the laboratory. Han Sen said his greetings, and Dragon Lady followed. The snow fairy shut the door behind them. That icy bunker/laboratory was full of ice. The temperature was low. Han Sen saw drawers and cans made of ice. Through the half-transparent ice, some weird stuff was visible inside them. There were organs of creatures, some colorful liquids, and some large ice cupboards with entire xenogeneics in them. Take a seat. They entered a room that looked somewhat like a lounge. Han Yufei sat on an ice chair. She looked at Han Sen and asked, Did you say that guy Han Jinji told you to find me here? How does he know I am here? How does he even know my name? He told me to come and look for you here but said nothing else. I thought you might be close to him. Han Sen felt depressed. It seemed as if he had been tricked by Han Jinji. I can tell you with complete certainty that I have never heard this name before. I do not know this person. Han Yufei was silent a moment and then asked, Why did he tell you to come and look for me? My body has blue blood. I thought you would know that already. Han Sen frowned. Blue blood. What blue blood? Han Yufei frowned. Did you not see what happened in the god palaces? Han Sen asked with shock. I have so much research to do, so I have no time to watch such things, Han Yufei said. Han Sen told her about Human King dribbling all the blue blood on him. After Han Yufei heard his tale, her face changed. She grabbed Han Sen's hand. Before Han Sen could react, she pulled a needle out of nowhere and thrust it into one of his fingers. She drew some of his blood. Before he said anything, Han Yufei ran out of the lounge. She went into a laboratory, which had all kinds of tools. Dragon Lady and Han Sen wanted to enter, but Han Yufei did not even look at them as she said, Stand outside and do not come in. Han Sen knew that normal people should not enter a laboratory. If they fiddled with some tool and messed up a test, that would be bad. So, he just waited outside. Fortunately, the laboratory wall was made of ice. It was crystal clear, so they could see what was going on inside. Han Yufei used all kinds of tools and tubes to research the blue blood. After an hour, she came out of the laboratory. Not bad. The blood inside your body is sacred blood. Han Yufei was checking Han Sen out. She went on to say, so, your body already has sacred leader's genes. Otherwise, you would not be able to combine with that blue blood. As for that guy who gave you the blue blood, where did he get sacred leader's blood from? The amount of it is almost like sacred leader himself. Could that person be sacred leader? Han Sen always wondered if Human King and Qin Xiu were the same person. No, Han Yufei said with confidence. Why not? Han Sen did not know why Han Yufei was so sure about that. Follow me. I need to give you a full body check. Han Yufei led Han Sen to another laboratory. She said, sacred leader's blood is different from ordinary blood. If the guy you told me about was the real sacred leader, then he could not have spoken to you face to face. Han Sen was confused, so he asked, what does that mean? Han Yufei kept walking and said, you should have heard about sacred leader wearing armor at all times. No one has seen his face. Isn't that correct? Yes. Han Sen had heard about that before. Since he had met Qin Xiu's soul and saw his statue, he had not thought it was a big deal. Han Yufei said, sacred leader wore armor because his body was special. If he did not wear armor, his body would have had a big problem. Let's not say he cut his hands and gave you blue blood, as sacred leader would never have exposed his hands outside of his armor. So, the guy who gave you blue blood must not have been sacred leader. While they were talking, Han Sen was led into another laboratory by Han Yufei. This laboratory was different from the last one. This laboratory had been constructed with impressive technology, and the temperature was not quite as low. Han Sen entered a chamber. Han Yufei started the tool that would enable a full scan of Han Sen's body. As Han Sen was lying in the chamber, he asked, was sacred leader's body sick? Why would he have problems if he did not wear armor? You should feel it, right? Han Yufei asked. When your blood turned into blue blood, you were cut off from all the rules and powers of the universe. Han Sen nodded and confirmed. He did not just feel it. It was very strong. Sacred leader himself did not just create a barrier. Without the protection of the armor, his body would have been destroyed by the ruling powers of the universe. He would have had to fight against the whole universe. You know the ending. Han Yufei kept using her tools as she spoke. When Han Sen heard that, his heart jumped. That sounds so familiar. It sounds like in the sanctuaries. When you level up to a higher sanctuary, the higher level sanctuary's rules would destroy you. Han Yufei looked at the data on the monitor and frowned as she said, weird, what is weird? Han Sen asked. Aside from the blue blood genes inside your body, there is another gene, Han Yufei quietly said. That gene is very close to the blue blood genes, but it cannot combine with the blue blood. It is because of that gene you did not become completely blue blood. That should be the 9-life cat tattoo. Han Sen told her about the 9-life cat tattoo. Now, Han Sen was starting to believe what Han Jinji had told him. It looked like Han Yufei would be the one to sort out his current problems. At least, Han Yufei understood blue blood. Han Yufei looked at the data on the monitor and spoke to herself. 9-life cat genes, huh? That should be impossible, unless, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly controlled the tool and rescanned Han Sen's body. Chapter 30:14 A lead on sacred leader, of course, this is right. After 1 hour, Han Yufei looked very excited. She stared at the data board with an enthralled glow. Han Sen was depressed, so he asked, what is the situation now? Is there a way to take the blue blood power out of my body? Answer a few of my questions first. Han Yufei did not wait for Han Sen to agree. She immediately asked, "You come from the sanctuaries, right?" "Yes, that's right." Han Sen nodded. There was no real point in hiding it now. Han Yufei looked at Han Sen with interest as she asked, "You are a mix of crystallizer and sacred leader's blood, aren't you?" "I don't know." Although Han Sen agreed with the assessment, it was not something he could believe in 100%. "Yes, you are," Han Yufei told Han Sen with absolute certainty. Han Sen did not understand and asked, "How can you be so sure?" Han Yufei coldly said, "Because it was me who was in charge of sacred leaders' research into the blood. Only I researched sacred blood, and only my assistant saw some. Without that information, no race's blood can be combined sacred leader's blood." "Your assistant?" Crystallizer. Han Sen suddenly noticed something. Han Yufei once told him that after the crystallizers had their genes modified, they would become more intelligent. So, Han Yufei and Sacred Leader hired them as test assistants. Yes. It was a crystallizer. If you are a crystallizer and you can combine with blue blood, it is without a doubt that you are a crystallizer mix that contains Sacred Leader's blood. Because the research was not a total success, combining with Sacred Leader's blood was very weak. It did not affect the natural blood of a crystallizer. People would not be able to tell, so they would just assume you to be a crystallizer. Han Yufei paused and smiled before saying, "I cannot believe Left Crazy was that smart. He only saw that little bit of information, yet he was able to do this. It must have been very hard for them. Even if I am a mix of crystallizer and sacred, what is the connection with Nine Life Cat?" Han Sen asked. Nine Life Cat, Ghost Car, Phoenix, and Holy Kirin were the four holy beasts of sacred. In fact, they were important research for Sacred Leader. It is different from researching with Super Gene. The research on the four holy beasts was about making the creatures of the universe holy spirits and turning them into new creatures that could rival God's spirits. Only Holy Kirin was a success. The other three holy beasts were not a success. That was especially true with the Nine Life Cat. There was some problem in the process. All speaking of that, Han Yufei looked solemn. She went silent and did not continue speaking. Was there a problem? Han Sen's expression showed that he was in a rush. He had been chasing this for many years, and he was finally on the cusp of learning the truth. His desire for finding this out was something no one could understand. "I don't know." Han Yufei's answer almost made Han Sen jump. "How could you not know?" Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He stared at Han Yufei. "I really don't know." The process of making a Holy Spirit was dangerous. In the test, Nine Life Cat was injected with too much spirit. His spirit could not take it, so he broke. Therefore, he died. His body had no life force. After that, Sacred Leader took Nine Life Cat's body away. After saying that, Han Yufei looked at Han Sr., "I only found out from you now that Nine Life Cat did not die, and his blood is close to blue blood. That should be impossible." Han Sen had a strange expression. He had many thoughts swirling through his head, but he screamed, "What you are saying is that Nine Life Cat was revived because of Sacred Leader. Does that mean Nine Life Cat is?" Before Han Sen said anything else, he thought that possibility was too shocking. Han Yufei nodded and said, "From what I guess, there are two possibilities. One is that it is just as you say. Perhaps Sacred Leader used Nine Life Cat's body to conduct more tests, and Nine Life Cat became a vessel for him. The other possibility is that Sacred Leader used his blood. He gave it to Nine Life Cat and then, somehow, Nine Life Cat was revived as a new type of species. Only that could explain why the Nine Life Cat's gene power is so similar to Sacred Leader's blue blood. That is why 9-life cat's power can combat blue blood power. Only sacred power can restrict sacred. Which do you think is the likelier result? Han Sen looked weird. He thought about the demon lady before she died. She told him to be wary of old cat. Now, that was starting to seem very interesting. I don't know. Han Yufei turned off the machine and let Han Sen exit the chamber. Han Sen stretched his body as he asked, "Is there a way to erase the blue blood inside me?" "The genes are combined, so it is impossible to erase it now," Han Yufei excitedly said. "Why would you want to get rid of it? If it is just blue blood power, that would be very bad. But your body has 9-life cat's mutated blue blood genes. These mutated blue blood genes will not be destroyed by the rules of the universe. You just need to combine the two powers into one. Then, you can perfectly get a hold of it and will be a sacred leader that will not be destroyed by the rules of the universe. You can achieve more than what sacred leader did. By then, you would not need the super gene to kill God spirits." "Why would I want to kill God spirits?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Han Sen had tried to be a god spirit. Although god spirits were a bit dangerous, it was not like they had to be destroyed. Regarding the harm, when every race was making themselves stronger, the crimes they committed were worse than the god spirits. The harm they caused was greater than anything the god spirits did. Unless he was born an enemy of the god spirits, he really did not see the point in killing god spirits. Han Yufei looked at Han Sen weirdly. After a while, she sighed. "You still don't understand the god spirits and what they are. If you understood, you would feel the same way. You can make me understand." Han Sen looked at Han Yufei with eyes that were on fire. It is hard to explain so suddenly. Han Yufei clearly did not want to answer that question. She changed the subject and said, "You should stay here. I will find a way for you to control the blue blood power. As for the removal of the blue blood, I do not think I can do that. After successfully combining with it, can I use the old Geno arts I have?" Han Sen asked. "Impossible," Han Yufei said. "Sacred blood's gene power is too powerful. Even if you did not get destroyed, you could not run it with other Geno arts. You can only use this power, but that is enough." Han Sen had an odd expression as he asked, "Are you sure that after having sacred blood power, I cannot use other powers?" "Of course. I thought you have experienced this," Han Yufei said. "By the way, I am very interested in learning more about Han Jinji. Tell me more about him." Han Yufei squinted her eyes. "Sure. As a trade, I want to know what god spirits are," Han Sen calmly said. Han Yufei looked at Han Sen seriously for a while and said, "Sure. I can try to explain, but I cannot promise that you will understand." Chapter 30 15 God and Immortality. Han Sen looked at Han Yufei as he said, "If you are willing to explain, then I should be able to understand." Han Yufei was noncommittal. She coldly said, "Aside from ancient god and god spirits, the universe's creatures have a mortal life. Do you know what determines their lifespan?" Han Sen thought about it and said, "Different creatures all have different lengths of life. That is usually determined by their genes." Han Yufei nodded. "Indeed, unless they die by accident. Otherwise, what affects their lifespan is usually down to what is in their genes. Different creatures have different genes that determine the length of their life. But that is not something absolute. In fact, many other variables can affect a lifespan. For example, there is cryosleep technology in the universe. That is very common. It can slow down the renewal of genes and extend one's life. Cryosleep technology is a stupid idea. When you are frozen, it is like you are dead. In the meantime, it is totally pointless. Compared to that, there are high-class time Geno arts that can make your body clock stop so the genes in your body never renew. Technically, you would be immortal and forever young. Just like you. Han Sen looked at Han Yufei as he spoke. Han Yufei had been trapped in Two Worlds Mountain for God knows how many billions of years, yet she had maintained a youthful image. She had not died. That must have been a result of time powers. Han Yufei did not answer Han Senator. She went on to say, according to the theory, many creatures can be immortal. In fact, it is not like that. No matter if normal creatures or true god xenogenics have a powerful time power, if they live longer than their gene's lifespan, they will die by accident. Before Sacred appeared, that was very common. Powerful existences, such as true dragons or phoenixes, no matter how powerful they are or how strong their life force, will die at some point in time. Are you saying that the god spirits take the lifespan of creatures? Han Sen's head flashed. He thought about the god spirits stealing one's lifespan. Han Yufei nodded and said, yes. It is like that. When Sacred appeared, they forced open the space barrier. They forced the god palaces to appear and killed God knows how many of the god spirits that descended. The god palaces were heavily damaged. After I was set free, I saw many old antiques that remained alive. Some even hailed from Sacred's time. With their current lifespan, they cannot live much longer. The only explanation is that because of Sacred's god fights, there was a flaw in the god spirit's control. That is how they were able to use all methods to live up until now. Before Sacred, this had never happened. Does that mean killing god spirits is to obtain immortality? Han Sen frowned. Although what Han Yufei was saying made sense, Han Sen still thought there was something amiss. Immortality, to me, isn't what I am looking for, but I don't like the feeling of being restricted and calculated. How long I live is something I should determine. After all, it is my life. The god spirits are trying to take those rights away. I am not going to allow them to succeed. I want them to feel what it feels like to have their lives in the hands of others. Han Yufei used her hands to lift her black-framed glasses as she spoke. This woman. She is insane. Han Sen had to admit Han Yufei was the scariest woman he had ever met. Han Sen suddenly remembered the scroll. Han Yufei's crime was committing blasphemy against a god spirit. Her crime was worse than God's retribution. Now, it was starting to make sense. Han Sen was pretty sure that in the Sacred Era, she must have conducted tests on the god spirits. That was probably a crime that was worse than slaying a god spirit. Han Sen stared at Han Yufei as he asked, what about Sacred Leader? Did he kill gods because of that? That is what he told me, but I do not think that is the real reason. At the very least, he did not do it just for himself. He was probably doing it for someone else. After saying that, Han Yufei went silent. Wanner. Han Sen said the name and watched Han Yufei's reaction. Han Yufei looked shocked. She asked, do you know Wanner? Han Sen thought, more than just know her. Han Yufei did not wait for Han Sen's answer. She kept speaking. Yes, that was who Sacred Leader loved the most. Sacred Leader's reason for killing the gods was probably because of Wanner. Otherwise, with his power, avoiding god spirits to live would not have been difficult. Han Sen noticed Han Yufei's tone was a bit off. He quickly asked, was Wanner Sacred Leader's real sister? Although Sacred Leader kept saying Wanner was his real sister, I know for sure that Wanner was not his real sister because Wanner was not the same race as him, Han Yufei said with certainty. How do you know they are not from the same race? Han Sen asked. Of course, Wanner was one of my people. Han Yufei lifted her lips as she spoke. With the title, she should be calling me Auntie. I watched her grow up. Do you think I am wrong? What? Wanner is the same race as you. What race do you belong to? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Yufei. Even now, he did not know which race Han Yufei belonged to. Which, Han Yufei said with a sigh. Our race almost became extinct a long, long time ago. I don't think anyone in this universe has heard our name before. Aside from me, I do not believe any others are alive. Back then, there were Tai Yi, Qing Jun, and Purple Fight. Now, they are, Tai Yi, Qing Jun, Purple Fight. Are they all witches? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. Han Yufei developed a wry smile. Not anymore. Qing Jun has become Sky God. He is not a witch anymore. Purple Fight is dead. The Purple Fight in Two Worlds Mountain was just his will. As for Tai Yi, he is missing. I am afraid he might have been killed in the god fights. After hearing this, Han Sen felt extremely weird. He had not expected Wanner and Han Yufei to come from the same race or to learn that Qing Jun and Tai Yi were once a witch. After the god palaces appeared, Han Sen had been looking for Qing Jun's god temple. He wanted to kill him so that he could exact vengeance. He had searched the entire length of the god palaces and was unable to locate Qing Jun's flag. He did not know which god temple he resided within. Regarding Tai Yi and the metal god temple, Han Sen was not able to find it. That made Han Sen feel strange. Han Sen told her about his encounter with Tai Yi and how he repaired the metal god temple, broke space, and departed. He wanted to know what she might say. After Han Yufei heard that, she looked shocked. She asked, "Is Tai Yi still alive?" "Yes, but he fixed metal god temple and broke space," Han Sen said. "I have not seen metal god temple amidst the others since the god palaces appeared." "What is that all about?" Han Yufei laughed. "Of course, you were unable to find it. The metal god temple is the god temple Sacred tried to recreate. He wanted to replace the original god temple to become the leader of the universe so they would not be restricted by the god palaces and Geno Hall. They wanted to replace the entirety of the god palaces. Before they could succeed, Sacred was destroyed, and metal god temple was ruined. I did not know Tai Yi rebooted metal god temple." Han Sen wanted to say something, but he felt the entire laboratory start to shake. The ice walls were breaking. Even the metal was breaking. It was like there was an earthquake. Some scary presence covered the entire place. Even with Han Sen's slowed reaction, he sensed how scary it was. Chapter 30:16 Shadow God, Sacred's remnants, come out and die. A godly voice echoed throughout space. The ice walls of the ice bunker's laboratory exploded. The tools were breaking and falling apart. Han Yufei's eyes suddenly looked cold. She was holding a scalpel. She ran out of the ice bunker's laboratory and exited the ice bunker. She pulled a metal orb out of her pocket and threw it. That metal orb fired out some light. The lights crossed each other to become a bisema. It protected the ice bunker from further harm and filtered out the godly voice. The lab stopped breaking. Han Sen and Dragon Lady ran out of the ice bunker's laboratory. The space around them turned dark. It was like the whole cold plant was disconnected from the world. In the darkness, there was a black shadow floating in the air. It coldly looked at them. The scary god sounds came out from that shadow. Because that shadow and darkness were combined, they were not able to see what it looked like. They only saw a pair of red, gleaming eyes. They were like two blood marks in the air. Han Sen clearly felt that the two eyes were looking at him. Besides, what the guy had said earlier was not hard to decipher. This unknown being was coming after him. "What is your name, and why have you come here?" Han Sen loudly asked. "Shadow God. I am here to scrub up the last remains of Sacred." The powerful god voice returned. The red eyes in space looked even angrier. "It's the Annihilation class Shadow God that has descended. It looks like the god spirits are really afraid of sacred leaders' blood. They could not wait to destroy all who possessed blue blood. Han Sen's stern face did not change. He looked at Shadow God and coldly asked, "To clear the remnants of sacred, shouldn't you go after the guy who gave me blue blood instead? Are you not going to kill the one who caused this? Did you really come for me, who is a victim of the blue blood? It seems like god spirits are just wimps that only dare to bully the weak." "Humph. As long as you are a remnant of sacred, you should die," Shadow God said. His eyes were glowing with a red light. They turned into two red beams that went straight for Han. Senator Han Sen readied himself for a fight, but Han Yufei's body moved first. She was in front of Han Sen holding a controller. Han Yufei's finger touched the controller twice. Suddenly, a light screen came out from the controller. The screen looked like a mirror. Shadow God's red light beam hit the screen and ricocheted back. It made Shadow God have to fire another two red lights to extinguish it. "Shadow God, I don't care about who you want to kill," Han Yufei coldly said. "If you dare to try and destroy my lab, you must pay the ultimate price." "Han Yufei, this is none of your business. If you do not want to be trapped for another billion years, you should leave now." Shadow God coldly grunted. "I want to know how you might attempt to trap me for a billion years," Han Yufei coldly said. "If you have a death wish, I will grant it for you right now." Shadow God's voice coldly boomed. He glowed with a red light. This time, it did not manifest as a laser and leave him. It was like two red suns were glowing weirdly in the dark of space. Han Sen's and Dragon Lady's expressions changed. They had already mustered all the power they could to defend the place, but they felt as if they were losing control of their bodies. They were like wooden dolls just standing where they were. It was not just that either. Han Sen's body suddenly lost all control and moved. The ancient spirit seed was still on his arm, but the arm moved. His hands moved to grab his own head. He tried to twist it like he was attempting to twist his own head off. Dragon Lady was the same. She held her own head. Her neck had already been turned 90 degrees, and it was still twisting. The neck bones started to creak and groan. It was like her head was going to be ripped off at any moment. It made Dragon Lady's mouth and nose start to bleed. Han Sen was not doing well either. He felt as if his neck was going to break soon. His jaw was almost touching his back. His face was all puffed out. He was going to explode. "I am ripping my own head off. That is a new way to die." Han Sen mocked himself. He knew that he and Dragon Lady were being controlled by Shadow God's power, but he just did not know what sort of power it was. How could he lose control of his body without knowing it? Han Sen was trapped by the blue blood power, so he was unable to fight back unless he used his super god spirit more or blood pulse sutra to activate the blue blood power. Aside from that, there was nothing he could do. Pang! While Han Sen wondered about which power he should use, he suddenly saw Han Yufei's hands control the controller to bounce back a beam of light. That beam of light went 3 feet and spread. It turned into a light umbrella. Han Yufei pressed the button on the controller that had become an umbrella. The light umbrella suddenly turned black. She placed it over their heads and blocked Shadow God's red light influence. Han Sen and Dragon Lady let out a long sigh. They had regained control of their bodies. Han Sen was still moving his neck, which was in pain, as he asked, "What is that red light power?" The red light was just his help. His real power is that. Han Yufei pointed at the floor. Han Sen looked and saw nothing on the floor. They were standing atop the ice bunker. There was snow on it. Han Sen suddenly understood. Han Yufei was talking about the shadow. When the red light shone, Han Yufei's black umbrella created a black shadow. It covered Han Sen in its shadow. Do you think this can block my Shadow God power? Shadow God coldly asked. His eyes were glowing with red light. It made the shadow around become clearer. Han Sen quickly discovered that the umbrella in Han Yufei's hands was shaking. It looked as if it was going to get blown away any second. Han Yufei slightly frowned. She wanted to do something, but she heard a ding-dong sound come out from the dark of space. It was like many bells were tolling. Han Sen and the others immediately saw a purple light emerge from the dark of space. 10 of those lights were like a real dragon pulling a copper carriage. It was like the sky and earth had a line of light. This is Purple Fight's bronze carriage. Han Sen looked at it. He noticed where the car was from. He had been inside Purple Fight's eye once upon a time, sitting inside that bronze car. The cloud dragons were pulling the car to a point above the ice bunker laboratory. The entire ice bunker laboratory was covered by the shadows of the car and cloud dragons. There was a sudden, "siah" noise. The bronze car's car door opened. Purple Fight walked out. He looked at Shadow God, who was in the dark. Chapter 30:17 Number 1 General, Sacred's first general, Purple Fight, I have heard of your name, Shadow God coldly said upon seeing Purple Fight. What a shame. All you have left is just your mind now. Purple Fight ignored Shadow God. He looked down to peer at Han Yufei. Han Yufei looked disdained. She coldly said, my business is none of your business. Purple Fight's voice sounded soft in his response. I am not meddling in your business. I am merely not allowing anyone to hurt you. Do you not think I am as good as him? Han Yufei looked glum as she spoke. Purple Fight shook his head. No. No matter how strong you are already the strongest in the universe. As long as I am here, no matter who it is, they must go through me before trying to hurt you. When Han Sen heard that, his skin flared up with goosebumps. He thought, these two actually have something going on, but Han Yufei said Purple Fight was dead and only his mind continued to exist. Is this Purple Fight I am seeing now and not his true body? Enough. Do you guys think I don't exist? Shadow God could not listen to them any longer. He was furious. His god voice was like thunder coming down. His red eyes grew bigger and dyed the dark world red. Under the bronze car's shadow, Han Sen and the others' shadows were covered. He was not able to control them while they were under that shadow. Now, Han Sen shockingly discovered that Purple Fight had no shadow. He was like a phantom or ghost. While the red lights from Shadow God's eyes grew brighter, even his body, which had combined with the darkness, was appearing. Han Sen and the others now saw it clearly. Shadow God was like a black, evil dragon. His entire body was full of black, inky scales. He had a pair of black butterfly wings. His head looked like a dragon, but he only had one horn. His entire body was releasing a weird, ghost-like black fire. It was like darkness itself was coming out from his body. He saw the wings on Shadow God's back flap. The dark space around followed the wings and flapped. The darkness gathered. It turned into a scary, big, black beast that was visible from every angle. True dragon. Phoenix. Kirin. Fish bird. All kinds of creatures from all sorts of legends kept appearing in the dark. All of them had a scary presence. They did not look like shadows. But their bodies were as black as ink. They looked like shadows, but they looked rather real. They all looked weird. They looked as if they were real and not real. One was not able to tell. Can the xenogeniacs that become a black shadow actually fight? Han Sen was deeply shocked. If they had fighting power, even if they doubled their numbers, it would be impossible to repel those scary creatures. Han Yufei's expression did not change. She sounded casual as she said, "These are Shadow God's shadows born from his shadow power. These are not really xenogeneics." Han Sen felt relieved, but Han Yufei went on to say, "But these shadows have 80% of the original xenogeneics power." Hearing that high percentage, Han Sen was speechless. All of space was currently full of those scary xenogeneic shadows, including a phoenix. All of them were a true god-class existence. Ignoring the 80% power mentioned, even if they had just half of their original power, there were so many of them that they would likely destroy everything in their path. The shadow in the darkness, revive your soul. Punish this world. Shadow Kingdom. Darkness descends. While Shadow God was roaring, countless shadow xenogeneics roared. They were all headed for the cold planet from every angle. The shadow of each xenogeneic was strong. Each of them was able to destroy a planet. Now, they were rushing like a tide of beasts that covered the sky and ground. They were coming fast. It was like a black, demonic wave. This scene was shocking. Dragon Lady and Han Sen were ready to fight. With such a scary power descending, they did not think Purple Fight could repel the enemy alone. Han Sen was even planning on using Super God Spirit mode to escape. The scary shadows were coming down on that place like a tide. It was not some power only two people could deal with. Han Yufei just stood where she was. She was not planning to fight. She calmly looked at the xenogeneics that came from every direction and did not move. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a scary presence coming. It was like some battle from ancient times. It suddenly filled up the sky and area around them. He looked at Purple Fight, whose body had purple air rising. His whole body was releasing purple fire that he could not control. He released a scary battle mind. There was a purple light visible. The darkness turned purple. Like I said, as long as I am here, no one can hurt her. Purple Fight's voice sounded cold. His eyes burned like fire. Let me see what the mind of the #1 general can accomplish. Show me what you can do. Shadow God's body blazed with a black flame. It made the shadows in the darkness develop even more xenogeneics. Purple Fight's expression did not change. Han Sen and Dragon Lady were prepared to fight. The xenogeneics arrived too quickly. It was like the end of the world. It was like the world was ending by a flood. Boom! In that second, Purple Fight's battle mind was totally activated. The purple flame gathered to become stars. It was like a universe of stars surrounding him. Very angry like a mad cow. Purple flowers make the universe kill all the stars around. Purple Fight's voice was so cold that it was like ice. The universe of stars around his body exploded. The scary battle mind swept through the universe. It was like a purple star going supernova and sending 1,000,000,000 lights flying. Wherever the starlight went, everything was destroyed. The xenogeneics were like a tide, but they were killed by the starlight. It was like charcoal going against the snow. The darkness in space suddenly turned bright purple. Purple Fight was like a star in the center of the universe. A sky full of stars was spinning around him. The tide of demons covering the sky and ground were swept away. Shadow God screamed and vanished in the purple starlight. Purple Fight, if my body was not limited, I would not let you do this, Shadow God said before his voice disappeared. Space started to go back to normal. Purple Fight said nothing. He just looked at Han Yufei. He returned to the copper car. 10 cloud dragons pulled the copper car away. It disappeared into space. Purple Fight is very powerful, Han Sen complimentarily said. It is no wonder he fought with Sacred Leader once upon a time. He had heard Purple Fight was the most powerful general in Sacred, but he had never been able to witness how powerful he was before. Now, he had seen it with his own eyes. Purple Fight, who only had his will left, used his own power to beat an annihilation class god spirit. Go back. The god spirits will not be coming here anytime soon. We must get you the power to control Sacred's blood. Han Yufei looked where the copper car had disappeared to. Without emotion, she returned to the lab. Chapter 30:18 Do you really understand? In the ice bunker's testing room, Han Sen looked weird. About that, Teacher Han, can that really make me control blue blood power? Han Sen stood atop an ice platform with one leg. He raised his hands to balance himself out. He looked like an old chicken standing. He had been doing this for more than 10 hours now. Han Yufei forced him to stand like that the entire time. She did not allow him to do anything else. She hadn't injected him with any geno fluids or anything of the sort either. She hadn't taught him a new geno art, which made Han Sen very suspicious. Is this not enough? In that case, I should add some more, Han Yufei replied. She placed an apple on Han Sen's head. She lifted her black-framed glasses and squinted her eyes. Control your body. Keep it from moving. Teacher Han, is this really going to work? Han Sen wondered. He thought Han Yufei was playing with him. If standing there allowed him to control the blue blood power, why would she need high-class research apparatus? Sacred Leader's many years of research appeared to be going to waste. Han Yufei coldly asked, do you know what still means? Han Sen said, I have learned many skills to train my patients. The geno arts I have practiced can enable me to control my own skills. I am confident about this. Really? Han Yufei was holding a thin and long stick. She pointed at Han Sen's chest and poked it. Han Sen's body was very still. It was like a mountain. He did not move. Han Yufei pulled the stick back and asked Han Sen, did you feel anything with those 2 pokes? Pain, Han Sen answered. Anything else? Han Yufei asked. What else could I possibly feel? Han Sen was confused. Han Yufei was holding her stick. She knocked Han Sen's chest with it. So, you do not understand your body. You cannot even describe your feelings. Creatures of a high level have bodily functions that are complicated. They have many systems inside them. Pain is just a simple feeling, but there are more changes and layers to it. You did not use your feelings to feel it. When the stick goes down, the clothes and your skin hit each other. When it goes against your skin, and when your muscles cave in and bounce back and your cells hurt, the small veins break. Did you really feel all that? Han Sen gulped his saliva. Although he controlled every inch of his muscles perfectly with the Dongxian aura, looking at himself and feeling himself was something he never bothered to do. Use your heart to feel your body's small feelings, Han Yufei seriously said. Make your body become absolutely still. If you can do that, it will be the time you can control the blue blood. Han Sen started to believe Han Yufei, so he seriously asked, what does being absolutely still mean? You make your body's organs stop running, Han Yufei explained. Everything stops. That will be you becoming absolutely still. If my body completely shuts down, that means I am dead, Han Sen said with a frown. Although making his heart stop jumping and blood stop flowing was not difficult for Han Sen, if his body's functions completely shut down, that meant he was dead. Stopping does not mean dying. Becoming absolutely just means that your body becomes absolutely still. It does not mean your life force is still. I told you that you wouldn't understand. You need to feel it. When your heart stops and your body is as still as a mirror, that means you have succeeded. Han Yufei used her stick to smack Han Sen's butt and said, keep practicing. You do not have much time. Han Sen used his heart to feel that strike. When the stick hit his clothes, they pressed down on his hair. It made the hair rub against his skin. It gave him an itch. He then felt the clothes and skin rub each other. Next, He felt his skin and his vessels feel the pain. When the pain appeared, the blood inside was pressed. It made him feel swollen. It was clearly in Han Sen's brain. That complicated feeling could not be described in one simple word called pain. Han Yufei walked to her seat and sat down. She spoke to Dragon Lady and said, "You are very good at hitting people." "I am only good at making food," Dragon Lady quietly said. "Treat him like a slab of pork and go cook him." Han Yufei crossed her long, pretty legs and drank some tea as she spoke. "What if I cooked it?" Dragon Lady asked. "If his body, which has sacred blood, is so easily cooked, then I can only say he deserved it," Han Yufei said. Dragon Lady did not say anything. She walked over to Han Sen and raised her hands. Her hands held two knives. The one on the left was curved like a crescent moon, and the other was like half a moon. One of those two knives was for cutting through bone. The other was to slice meat. For a chef, every blade had a different use. "Hey, you guys cannot be serious." Han Sen looked at Dragon Lady approaching him without the smallest flicker of emotion. He felt a chill. His body was very strong, but she had ancient god king blood. She was already a true god and not weak. If the knives were to come down, a very strong body would not be able to withstand the strike. "Of course, I am serious. The body is yours, but feelings cannot be triggered on their own. You must have some other power outside to affect your body. When your body reacts, you can really understand your body. It is like a dumb kid that never went outside and never experienced gambling or drinking. He has never experienced what is good and what is bad." Han Yufei tried to slightly explain it. Han Sen felt as if what Han Yufei was trying to tell him made sense, but the description was weird. "Take his clothes off first in case he makes them dirty," Han Yufei said to Dragon Lady, who was right next to Han. Senator Dragon Lady did not speak. She waved a knife and cut open the blue robe he was wearing. The robe slid down. The knife made a few "kacha" sounds. Han Sen's clothes were cut. They all fell to the floor. Han Sen noticed he only had his underwear left and yelled, "That is enough. That is enough." Dragon Lady looked at Han Yufei. Han Yufei did not raise her head as she asked, "When you are cooking pork, do you leave the cloth on it?" "No," Dragon Lady answered. She waved her knife and Han Sen's underwear fell off. It is no wonder why this is a body that is combined with sacred blood. "Not bad." Han Yufei squinted her eyes to admire Han Sen's body. Han Sen wanted to say something, but the bone-cutting knife in Dragon Lady's left hand stabbed into his body. It made him take a deep breath. It hurt. His eyelids were quivering. He almost screamed. "Do not move," Han Yufei said without emotion. "Use your heart to feel your body." Chapter 30:19 Absolutely still. Han Sen felt as if he was food on the chopping board. Anyone could have done something to him. Dragon Lady used all kinds of skills to torture him. She used a knife to slash and an axe to strike. She used fire to burn and water to boil. She used almost every method, even going so far as to sprinkle spices on him. Han Sen wondered if Dragon Lady had wanted to do this to him for a long time. It was as if she wanted to eat him and see what he tasted like. Although Han Sen was not able to use Geno arts, his body was still very strong. The knives in Dragon Lady's hands only inflicted small wounds. They were unable to cause big cuts. His wounds also recovered quickly. No scars remained after the wounds healed. Dragon Lady was holding back. She never struck with the desire or possibility of outright killing him. The bone-cutting knife hit him 100 times. It almost broke his belly, but there was never a strike that endangered his life. If Han Sen was a cow, Dragon Lady was a butcher. She could have scraped all the meat and left nothing behind. The intense pain was surging through Han Sen's body. Although his heart was tough, it was still very painful. He had to grit his teeth to avoid roaring out loud. Pain is just an alarm system for your body, said Han Yufei, who was nearby. The alarm is different and dependent on the situation at hand. There are many different alarms, such as pain, itching, soreness, and numbness. Ordinary people only feel the strongest alarm systems, such as when your back is itchy, or you step on a nail. Normal people only feel pain in the foot and ignore the itch on the back. You must feel the deepest sense inside everything. If you can understand every aspect of your body, you can really control it. Han Sen had to quiet down to feel the sensations of his body being injured so that he could feel the pain. Hurting already made people feel bad, but Han Sen needed to feel the nitty-gritty details of it. There weren't words to describe how bad that made a person feel. In this kind of situation, Han Yufei required Han Sen to be absolutely still. She needed him to remain calm. That was like the devil's devil. Fortunately, Han Sen was not like an ordinary person. It took one day for Han Sen to get used to the feeling of pain. He was able to calm down and come to grips with the details and feelings of the pain. With a feeling like that, it was a little bit different. Even though pain was one feeling, it had many subtle layers. Different types of pain made the body react differently to the sensation. That represented the body having different levels of hurt. In response, the body made changes to it. Feeling pain was terrible. If one used their heart to feel it, some pain actually came along with some small and weird feelings. It made people unable to discover if it was a good feeling or a bad feeling. A normal creature's evolution mode makes the body tough and strong. They think that is power, but they will forget about the reinforcement of feeling. It makes your body more solid. The feeling powers will be delayed. This is actually the incorrect course of evolution. Not feeling pain does not mean your body isn't getting hurt. Having a sensitive body can make your body react much faster and more precisely. This reaction of the body makes you think faster. Han Yufei kept explaining. It would be like if you were sleeping and your legs were burned by fire. Your body raises the alarm of pain. It is sent to your brain, and your brain starts thinking and making you react to deal with the situation. Pain itself is a body's alarm. You do not need to think about what you have to do. You will make an ordinary reaction, and that is the fastest reaction. If you can make do by just using your body's reaction during a fight, then you will be faster than everybody because you do not have to think. Compared with others, that saves you a lot of reaction time. Han Sen thought, that means I am just a brainless man with a simple head but strong limbs. She seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts. Han Yufei smiled and said, do not underestimate the natural reactions of your body. Brainless does not really mean you are dumb. If you can really make the body react in a fight, with the sacred blood power, you do not even have to use your brain to kill other creatures. Although Han Yufei spoke as if it made sense, Han Sen did not agree with her at all. He thought everything was better when he relied on thinking. On the other hand, if he was able to get a reaction power like Han Yufei was describing, it would not be a bad thing to possess. In fact, regarding what Han Yufei said, it wasn't necessarily a bad feeling. Yet, like many others, Han Sen ignored that question. Han Sen used his heart to feel. With Dragon Lady's help, it only took a few days for his body to react to small feelings. Even so, Han Sen did not think he was controlling the blue blood. It was still working with a mind of its own. It had not combined with his red blood. Han Sen asked his question. Han Yufei replied, to understand your own feelings is just the first step. What comes next is the true beginning. Do you remember what I told you? You must go to the absolute still level to really control the blue blood so that your body will stop and feel the details of itself. It is down to you to understand that. No one can help you. Ever since Dragon Lady stopped hurting him, Han Sen just stood alone without moving. Han Sen quickly discovered that to be absolutely still was entirely impossible. He was able to make his heart stop pumping and his lungs stop breathing. He had even made his blood stop flowing, but his body still had many of its functions running. Like the brain and changing of cells, Han Sen thought it would be easy to quiet them down. The more he tried to suppress them, the noisier his body became. Countless numbers of cells functioned. It was like a partying nightclub. Because of that, his feelings grew deeper. His feelings were supremely sensitive. The more he felt, the more his body could not be kept still. Han Sen was no longer able to resist telling Han Yufei, "It is impossible to remain absolutely still. Blue blood power has never fit into the rules of this universe," Han Yufei coldly said. "If you cannot achieve absolute control of your body, how are you supposed to control a power that exists outside the rules?" Han Sen did not say anything because what Han Yufei said sort of made sense. Only rare people did rare things. If he did not have the power to be better than everyone else, there was no way he could control the powers that weren't bound by the rules. Han Sen tried to calm down and make his body much quieter. He hoped he could reach the absolutely still mode that Han Yufei described. The more Han Sen wanted his body to be still, the stronger the reaction his body developed. Standing there and not moving seemed to be more tiring than a fight to the death. Dragon Lady looked at the near-petrified Han Sen, who was standing still nearby. She asked Han Yufei, "Does this really work?" "He must do it," Han Yufei seriously said. "It is the only way to survive. God spirits will not let anyone who possesses blue blood go. When the God spirits descend again, it won't be another goon like Shadow God." Chapter 30:20 Sacred Leader Armor. In the dark zone of the Big Barren Systems, a little beast was in front of the ruins of a holy palace. The beast looked like a cat but didn't look like a cat. It looked like a fox but did not look like a fox. There was also a handsome young boy. How could this happen? "Auntie May. Old Vulture. Where are you guys?" the young man was shouting. He kept searching in the hopes of finding something. The results disappointed him. Aside from a few bloodstains, nothing else remained. Is it Auntie May's blood?" The young man saw the bloodstains on the wall and was shocked. His face turned a little bit pale. Old Cat jumped atop the broken wall. He sniffed it and seriously said, "That is probably her blood." "What happened here?" Little Flower gnashed his teeth. He used his hands to touch the bloodstain. The moment his hand touched the blood, some weird power went into the bloodstain. The bloodstain had a weird shadow. It was like time was rewinding. It played back the image of what happened before. It revealed to him a scene that was like a movie. In the video, there was a scene that showed Qin Lan murdering Auntie May. Little Flower gnashed his teeth. His lips almost started to bleed with the nibbling. It was a shame the scene showed only Qin Lan murdering Auntie May. It did not show anything else. Little Flower moved toward another bloodstain. He put his time and space powers into the bloodstain. He quickly saw Qin Lan murdering Old Vulture, the eyeless beast, and Red Ghost. "I am going to kill him. Old Cat, tell me where he is." Little Flower's eyes had turned red. They looked like they were almost bleeding. "Little Flower, calm down," Old Cat said. "You cannot fight him yet." Little Flower was so angry that it was visible in his eyes. He stared at Old Cat and asked, "Didn't you say I only needed to max out my super gene, and then I could get out of the sanctuaries and quickly level up? Tell me what to do." Old Cat looked glum as he said, "You have just become deified, and that Qin Lan is way above true god class. If you want to level up that much in a short amount of time, it will be extremely difficult. There is a way, but it is very grueling and painful." "Tell me what to do," Little Flower confidently said. "No matter what, I am going to exact my revenge." "Fine. I hope that stuff is still here, then. Old Cat hesitated a little, but he walked over to the sacred hall's ruin. He went over to the statue of Qin Xiu that was broken. Old Cat circled the broken base and walked around it twice. He put out his claws and pressed a button at the bottom. The bottom made a "catcha" and started moving. It revealed an entrance that led underground. Stone stairs quickly revealed themselves. "Follow me," Old Cat called out to Little Flower as he started descending the stone stairs. Little Flower followed. The stairs did not go on for long. After about 90 feet, they reached the end. An old stone door was at the very end of the stairs. Many weird symbols were carved on the door. The symbols were abstract. It was difficult to tell what they were depicting. "You should try to see if you can push open the door," Old Cat said. "If what is in there was not taken, I think it can help you a lot." Little Flower reached out his hand and pushed the stone door. With his power, the stone door did not budge. "You need to use your sacred body power to push the door open," Old Cat said. "The stone door can only be pushed with sacred power." Little Flower nodded. His body blazed with a white flame. The space around them was distorted by the presence of the fire. He placed his hand on top of the stone door. The white fire around his body was like water melting into the stone door symbol. The symbol was dyed white. It released a holy light. Catcha. When the symbols on the stone door lit up, the stone door slowly opened. Little Flower opened it a little. Light seeped through the gap of the ajar door. That light steadily grew stronger. When the stone door was completely opened, Little Flower looked at what was beyond it. He was shocked. Beyond the stone door was an old stone hall. The deepest point of the hall had a black, mysterious set of armor. It was like a statue quietly standing there. Little Flower looked at the black armor and asked, "Old Cat, is this what you're talking about? Is it this set of armor?" "Yes. That armor is the armor sacred leader Qin Xiu wore. It is the strongest treasure in the universe. It has incredible power. You only need to earn its approval. Once you wear it, you have the power to go against the world. Not just Qin Lan, but you could even lay waste to 10 Qin lands." But, Old Cat paused and didn't continue his sentence. "But what?" Little Flower asked. "This armor is something only sacred leader Qin Xiu can wear," Old Cat said. "Aside from him, even the highest level of God's spirit could not wear this armor. You have the sacred body, but I do not know if you have its approval. If it does not work, you will be in great danger. I advise you to wait a bit longer. Once you become true God and use your holy body to wear the armor, your chances of success will be much higher." Little Flower looked at the armor and asked, "Is there a chance of me succeeding?" "There is a 50% chance," Old Cat replied. Little Flower walked to the armor and said, "That is a high enough percentage to take the risk. I cannot wait much longer. Tell me, how can I wear it?" "Use your holy body to conquer it," Old Cat said while squinting his eyes. "If you get its approval, it will let you wear it." "Okay." Little Flower walked in front of the armor. The bright white light was on fire. He stared at the armor and pressed it. Arn boom. When Little Flower's hand touched it, his white light fire started going to the armor. The black armor suddenly turned very bright. It was just like Little Flower's body. It was burning with a white flame. His eyes were shining with a weird light. Little Flower frowned. He felt his body was madly going for the armor. It was like it was being pulled into a bottomless abyss that could never be filled. Pang! The armor suddenly split. It shattered into a bunch of lights. It was headed for Little Flower. It suddenly wrapped around Little Flower's body and created a new set of armor. The new armor was snow white. The white light kept glowing non-stop. Only the eyes were pitch black like ink. It was like a black demon flame was inside it. Arg! Little Flower was wrapped up by the armor. He raised his head and roared to the sky. His short hair grew fast. It grew from his helmet like a black waterfall. Between the gaps of the armor, black demon flames sputtered out. The black and white colors created a startling contrast. Chapter 30:21 Armor appeared. Power flowed through Little Flower's body. The space around him looked twisted. Black and white fire flowed through the destroyed Holy Hall. It started recovering. It was not just the Holy Hall. The whole of the darkness that surrounded Sacred had some miraculous changes thanks to that power. The eternal darkness faded away. The broken buildings started to rebuild. No matter whether or not it was a building that was destroyed or one weathered through time, it was all fixed due to that weird power. Sacred was a ruin, but it now reverted to its former glory like in the good old days. It was unbelievable. Not long later, the darkness that covered Sacred was completely gone. The whole of the big barren systems recovered with a teeming life force and a spellbinding beauty. Many planets returned to life with life forces again. Broken buildings were renewed. Even the Holy Hall and the statues inside the Holy Hall returned to normal. The only thing that was not fixed was Qin Xiu's statue. Little Flower, who was wearing the armor, was floating in that spot. The flames were now starting to dim. Little Flower, you made it. Old Cat, who was nearby, opened his eyes wide. He looked at Little Flower, who was wearing the armor. He looked excited as he spoke. Did I really become true God class? Little Flower was happy. He clenched his fist and felt the scary power inside him. No, you are not just true God class, Old Cat said. Your body's top is true God class, but the armor gives you a power that exceeds that. Your holy body, combined with the armor, has given you a power that exceeds what a true God class fighter can achieve. Where is Qin Lan? I am going to exact vengeance for what he did to Auntie May. Little Flower held his fists tight as he spoke. His eyes looked murderous. He is there. Old Cat stood atop the roof of the Holy Hall. He pulled out a paw and pointed into space. Little Flower looked at Old Cat's paw. He saw the God Palace in space. Is he a God spirit? Which is his God temple? Little Flower's eyes were on fire as he looked at the God temple. He is not a real God spirit, Old Cat said. He is just an obscene traitor of Sacred. Right now, he is inside that God Hall. You need to go to the Geno Hall to see him. The Geno Hall, huh? Little Flower stared at the zenith of all the God palaces. His eyes looked full of confidence. The power in his body was wildly surging. Boom. The presence on Little Flower exploded. It was like a bomb blowing into space. His body kept appearing and disappearing. It was like he teleported into God Palace's radius. He was quickly going to the very top Geno Hall and God Palace. The God Palace had been there for a long time. All of the races were used to the God Palace's existence. Creatures always went to God Palaces to make wishes, while powerful creatures went there to challenge a God spirit. A feather had just entered the area of a God Palace. He was wondering which God temple he should go to make a wish. He suddenly saw a white flame that was not too far away. It was headed to the space near him. It was going to the highest tier of the God Palaces. Who is flying that fast? Does that person have a death wish? The feather moaned. He thought the person who looked like a flame was going to the God temple that was at the highest level to make a wish. After all, something like Han Sen fighting an annihilation class God spirit had only happened once. The feather quickly noticed that something was wrong. The black and white flame went right past the disaster class and annihilation class God temples. It kept flying high up. He watched as it headed for the Geno Hall that was at the highest point of the God Palace pyramid. What is he doing? The feather was shocked. In the universe, many people saw Little Flower's movements. They were all confused as they looked at him. Sky Palace leader was staring at Little Flower too. His face looked weird. He suddenly moved and teleported into a secret room. He pressed a button and pulled out a drawing from a big bell. He took the scroll out of the secret room and looked at Little Flower's body. He quickly glanced at his scroll. A man clad in armor was on the scroll. That armor was in the form of a man's body. The face was not visible, but just the man standing there made it known that his power was extreme. It was like a king was descending to earth. Sky Palace looked at the armor-clad man in the painting. He then looked at Little Flower flying toward the god palaces. His face looked very solemn. The armor in the painting was pure black, but Little Flower's armor was pure white. Aside from that, the two of them were exactly the same. They looked like a carbon copy of each other. Palace leader. That person. That armor. Sky Palace's first seat quickly went to Sky Palace leader. He was usually calm, but now he could not make a sentence. Before Sky Palace's first seat finished, a woman's body appeared next to Sky Palace leader. Her face looked just as shocked. She said, "That armor. Is that the one?" "It is hard to say. It seems like it, but it is a bit different." Sky Palace leader looked at the armor on the scroll. He again glanced at the god palace Little Flower was headed toward. He looked very conflicted. It seemed as if he was not very sure. In the universe, many old creatures were watching Little Flower with much shock. Even the people in Blood Legion's palace, such as Human King, looked at Little Flower with surprise. The red-clothed woman opened her umbrella. She walked over to Human King with the red umbrella covering her face. No one was able to see her face. "Master, is that sacred leader's armor?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "I don't know." Human King shook his head. The red-clothed woman said, "Based on Han Jinji's prediction, there is less than 12 hours to go. If that really is sacred leader's armor and sacred leader is not dead, maybe there is a chance to break the Geno Hall. None of it seems to be related to Han Senator. It is a shame you gave out so much holy blood. Now, your body is so weak. I am afraid we got tricked by Han Jinji. He obviously wanted to use your holy blood and give it to Han Sen for his own benefit." Human King smiled and said, "Maybe not. Even though I do not know if that armor was the one that sacred leader wore, even if it is, the person wearing it cannot be sacred leader. It is still unknown as to whether this person can defeat the Geno Hall. Perhaps Han Sen might prove useful a little later. Being tricked by him is fine. As long as we can break the Geno Hall, it is all worth it." "Why are you so sure the person inside the armor is not sacred leader?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "Did you forget? My blood pulse is very close to sacred leader Qin Xiu. If that armor was sacred leader Qin Xiu, I would have felt it." Human King calmly watched as Little Flower flew to the Geno Hall. He went on to say, "Right now, I do not feel a blood connection to that person there. Perhaps he is slightly related to Qin Xiu's blood, but it cannot be Qin Xiu." As the eyes of countless shocked old antiques watched, Little Flower arrived at the Geno Hall. He landed on the Geno Hall's plaza. Chapter 30:22 The fight in front of the hall. Every race was shocked. Up until now, only Han Sen, Bai King, and a few others had challenged an annihilation class god spirit. Now, someone was going straight to the Geno Hall. People were stunned. Little Flower landed on the Geno Hall plaza. Before he started speaking, a serious and cold god voice sounded in the god hall. "Do you know how bad the crime of humiliating the god hall is?" The scary god spirit door of the Geno Hall opened. Many lamp fires were shining from the interior. A body with a lantern fire walking out. One was not able to see the face, but it was still scary. People would have been scared by just seeing it. Little Flower stared at the shadow of the person who had emerged from the Geno Hall and said, "I did not mean to offend the god spirits, but I have come here for Qianlong. Give me Qianlong, and I will leave." Han Sen, who was on the cold planet, had his eyes open wide. He looked at Little Flower before the Geno Hall. It had been so many years, but he still recognized him. He was certain that was Little Flower. What is Little Flower doing there? Han Sen was in a rush. He knew how scary the Geno God Hall was. An annihilation class god spirit was fine. They were just very powerful. He had fought with one and been able to stand a chance. But that guy who called himself a god was mysterious. He was not just powerful. He was more than that one word. Weird. Han Yufei looked at Little Flower standing in the God Hall Plaza. She frowned and said to herself, "Sacred Leader's armor is still here. Why did it turn into that?" Upon hearing that, Han Sen's body shook while hearing that. "What do you mean? Is Little Flower wearing Qin Xiu's armor?" He had a few dire thoughts over what that might mean. Han Yufei was surprised. She looked at Han Sen and asked, "Do you know the person wearing that armor?" "That is my son," Han Sen replied. He quickly asked, "Did you say that armor is Sacred Leader's armor? What is going on?" "Your son." Han Yufei was shocked. She did not answer Han Sen's question. She looked very untrusting as she asked, "Are you sure the person wearing that armor is your son?" After she asked that, she asked another question. "Is he your biological son?" "I am pretty sure that is my biological son," Han Sen said with confidence. "He was taken by Nine Life Cat when he was small. He was taken to the Holy Palace, but I am sure that is now him." Han Sen was not going to get that wrong. That was because they were related, as well as the feeling of that king spirit body. Aside from his son, there was no one else in the universe that would have it. That is quite weird. Your genes mostly came from the crystallizers. As for your son, no matter how he got your genes, he could only be a crystallizer. There is no way he should have been able to wear that armor. Unless, Han Yufei's face looked serious. Unless what? Han Sen could not wait to crack open Han Yufei's head to get answers from in there. That is impossible. Han Yufei shook her head, seemingly denying her initial guess. "Just tell me what you wanted to say." Han Sen's heart was in a rush and felt like it was on fire. "I am not so sure. If I say it, it will be irresponsible of me. My guess is unlikely to be correct. Let's just wait and see." Han Yufei looked at Han Sen and said, "It is pointless to rush things. Even if that is really your son, you cannot go there. Before you can control your blue blood, going to the Geno Hall is like making a death wish. As for this guy, who you claim is your son, if he is really wearing Sacred Leader's armor, he might stand a chance. Right now, you just need to stay calm. You need to reach the absolute still mode. At that time, if your son is struggling to defeat the god spirits, you might be able to go and save him." Han Sen understood that, but he had been trying to enter absolute still mode for a month. He had failed the entire time. It made his heart feel rushed and burn. He was not able to quiet it down. "I must calm down. Han Yufei is right. I must have enough power to sort out this problem." Han Sen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this time, the body had already walked out of the Geno Hall's door. As the person walked out of the door, the Geno Hall door closed. Moment God. The universe finally saw who emerged from the Geno Hall. Han Sen saw it too, but he was not surprised. He once heard God say that the Geno Hall was guarded by 12 annihilation-class god spirits. Perhaps this was the time when Moment God guarded Geno Hall. Moment God looked as cold as usual. She stood atop the steps of the Geno Hall door. She looked down from a high place at Little Flower and said, "Whatever the reason is for you to have come, a blasphemy against the God Hall can only result in death." After that, Moment God's arms rose slowly. She pointed a finger at Little Flower. It flickered with some scary light. When the finger was outstretched, a weird wave covered the whole of the God space. It was like time was frozen. Everything was frozen. Moment God's time-stopping power was something everybody had seen in the previous fight. It was still so unbelievable seeing it again. Seeing Moment God's finger movement was already in front of Little Flower, everybody thought Little Flower could only take the hit and be rendered unable to fight back. Yet, Little Flower was moving even when time stopped. He waved his fist and pointed at Moment God. Pang! A scary white light flame broke Moment God's finger light. It was like an asteroid that was madly going to Moment God. Moment God's face changed. Her body flashed and avoided the punching power. The flaming fist struck the Geno Hall door. It made loud explosion sounds. Although no one was able to hurt the Geno Hall door, the door was shaking non-stop. How is that possible? All the creatures were shocked. Moment God's strength impressed everyone. Now, someone had broken the time-stopping power. One punch had managed to break the finger light. Moment God did not dare fight this face-to-face. That was how scary that power was. Who is this guy? He has very scary power. Since when did the universe have an elite like this? Every race of the universe was in complete shock. They were all talking about it. Some old antiques from ancient times had expressions that kept changing. They looked terrible. I do not want to kill. Don't make me go in there. Give me Qin Lan. Little Flower was stepping toward the Geno Hall's door. His face looked certain and confident. Moment. Light, Moment Goddess did not answer. A mysterious wave flickered on her body. It was like it pushed a river of time and made the river of time flow faster. The time went by like an arrow. One moment was 1,000 or 100 years. Chapter 30:23 The Holy Ridge. Time quickly flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, but Little Flower did not do anything. It was like time could not leave a mark on him. Moment God's eyes looked very small. She saw Little Flower raise his hands. With 5 fingers open, the river of time flowed back under his hand. Moment God's light power was going backward. Moment God was in the river of time that flowed backward. Her body was affected by time. She started to go from old to young. Holy sh*T. Who is this guy? He used time power before a time God spirit and suppressed Moment God. The whole universe bubbled and boiled in a single moment. The very mighty annihilation class God spirits were suppressed by a creature from the universe in such a ridiculous manner. One found this hard to imagine. To all the old antiques that understood sacred and sacred leader, it was shocking. Their mouths were agape. They screamed out, "This is holy body time power. It is sacred leader Qin Xiu inside that armor." Moment God raised her hand and pointed into space. She was barely able to stop her flow inside the river of time. Her face looked ghastly. When Moment God was going to use Moment's End, the door of the Geno Hall opened again. Someone walked out. "Moment, you cannot beat him. You should hand him over to me. I will finish the sacred matter." Qin Lan had emerged from the Geno Hall with blue flames that strongly blazed. His body looked like a blue crystal. He was very crystallized. He was releasing a weird and powerful presence. Upon hearing him, Moment God frowned. She took her needle back. She flashed back to the Geno Hall's door, but she did not go inside. She decided to watch the fight. It does not matter if you are the real Qin Xiu, Qin Lan said with an evil laugh. You will die in my hands today. This world only requires one Qin Lan. We don't need Qin Xiu. We don't need an heir to sacred. This rotten stuff should have been abolished a long time ago. You murdered Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others. Little Flower immediately recognized Qin Lan. He looked murderous. Qin Lan was shocked. He instantly let out an evil laugh and said, "It seems as if you are not Qin Xiu. You are just an ignorant dumbass used by Qin Xiu. Whatever. It does not matter who you are since you are going to die quickly. Did you kill Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others?" Little Flower emotionlessly asked again. So, what if I did? They were just some useless servants getting in the way. I killed them. So, what? Qin Lan looked at him with disdain as he spoke. Then, pay with your blood. Little Flower was furious. His white fire and flames exploded. His hands were headed for Qin Lan. Time was speeding up. Space was concentrating. Qin Lan's body was pulled toward Little Flower. Little Flower's hands reached out to almost grab his neck. Holy body, time and space power might work on other people, but against me, it is a sorry joke, Qin Lan said while looking at his opponent in disdain. He ignored the flow of time and concentration of space. He tilted his head and evaded Little Flower's hands. He quickly threw a punch at Little Flower's belly. Pang! Little Flower's other fist had a white flame. It went up to connect with Qin Lan's fist. People saw a two-colored shockwave that was white and blue come out from the center point of where their fists collided. The powerful power blasted them both away. You are not bad. I want to see what Qin Xiu taught you, Qin Lan coldly said. He turned into a blue light as he sprinted toward Little Flower. Little Flower did not look weak. He battled with Qin Lan. Two-colored light that was blue and white kept crashing into each other in front of the Geno Hall. Creatures beneath deified class were not even able to see the light shadows move. Low-level deifieds only saw two lights in the sky hitting each other. Human King sat upon his throne looking at the pair fight with much interest. Interesting, it looks like they both come from Qin Xiu, but their powers are very different. Qin Lan's body has a combination of sacred blood genes and God spirit genes. The other one is funnier. He has power like a holy body, but it is not blue blood. This is so weird. Can he break the Geno Hall? The red-clothed woman holding the umbrella said. If it was just that, I do not think so, Human King coldly said. Their powers are very close to Qin Xiu back then. If that was something Qin Xiu himself could not do, how could they do it? It is almost time Han Jinji's prediction will be put to the test, the red-clothed woman coldly said. If he still cannot break the Geno Hall, that means Han Jinji is lying to us again. I will go after him. There is no rush. Let's see what happens first, Human King coldly said. He was holding his jaw as he watched Little Flower and Qin Lan fight. Little Flower's time and space power did not seem to work on Qin Lan, and Qin Lan's power did not seem able to restrict Little Flower's holy body. The two of them were fighting. Time and space were messed up. The sky and ground were falling, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. If you want to die this much, I will gladly oblige your request. Qin Lan's body departed the battleground. His blue flame was getting stronger. Both of his eyes were like blue suns. He opened his hands like he was holding the sky. He roared to the sky. With that roar, Qin Lan's body's blue flame was like a volcano erupting. Even the armor on his body melted away. It displayed a body that was strong and godly. Within his body, everything was like a blue crystal and clear. Only his spine was a deep blue color. It was like a dragon's spine knife. It was releasing a scary power throughout his body. It made the power inside Qin Lan's body keep rising. Qin Lan used his hand to rummage through his chest. He pulled out his spine. It was like a weird sword that he held in his hand. Qin Xiu thought too highly of himself. He thought I was a failure, but he would have never dreamt that I was able to generate a sacred blood body and combine with a god spirit's genes. I made this holy spine. It is the strongest gene in the universe. It is the strongest blood. I am the one who should be the leader. Qin Lan's eyes looked at the holy spine with immense pride. He laughed and said, "You are wearing Qin Xiu's armor, so you must be the heir of Qin Xiu. Today, I am going to kill you. I am going to completely squash that which Qin Xiu placed his hope in Diana. That way, he will never rest in peace in hell. He will regret treating me so poorly." After that, Qin Lan raised the holy spine in his hands. In the dark blue weird spine, a strange blue flame was burning. It was like the whole universe was shaking because of that holy spine. The universe was listening to its resonant calling. Chapter 30-24 I'm back. No matter how strong Qin Xiu was, he was abandoned by the world. No matter how hard he tried, he could not gain the approval of the world. I am different. I have his power, and I have the genes of God spirits. It makes me the king of the universe. The whole universe will serve me. It was like Qin Lan was being answered. The whole universe was resonating with the holy spine. In space, countless numbers of weird powers went to the holy spine. It made the holy spine and Qin Lan's power all the more powerful. It was going to break the sky. Little Flower's power was very shocking. Compared to Qin Lan's power now, he was suppressed. It was like a commoner versus a giant. There was a big difference. Little Flower looked serious. He did not appear as if he wanted to fall back. His battle spirit was burning. A black and white flame was rising. It fought against that scary suppression. Go to hell. The holy spine in Qin Lan's hands finally moved. It was like a sharp sword thrusting toward Little Flower's heart. Little Flower wanted to raise his hands and block that strike, but he suddenly discovered that his body had been locked down by the universe. He was not able to move. All of that only happened in a moment. It did not allow Little Flower to react. The weird spine was thrust into his chest. Even sacred leader's armor could not withstand the force of the holy spine. The holy spine pierced through it. What should have come has finally arrived. In an old building upon a mountain, the fortune-telling old man closed his eyes and sighed. Finally. It is starting. Old Cat, in front of the palace, looked very excited. Qin Lan was looking insane and ugly. He was excited as he held the holy spine and laughed loudly. So what? Even if it is Qin Xiu's armor, so what? Even if you were chosen by Qin Xiu, you are not as good as me. I am the only one who can be better than Qin Xiu. Qin Lan's madness still wasn't finished. His expression suddenly changed. In the next second, his madness and smile turned into ghastly shock. Qin Lan was so scared that he screamed. It looked as if he wanted to get rid of the holy spine in his hands, but he looked electrified. He could not get rid of it. Qin Lan's power was going into the holy spine. The holy spine, which was in Little Flower's chest, seemed to melt. It turned into a blue fluid as it went into Little Flower's body. No. Impossible. Qin Lan's face was severely twisted. He felt wronged, hopeless, scared, helpless, angry, and hateful. Was no matter what he thought, he could not get rid of the holy spine. His body's life force kept heading for the holy spine. He was rapidly growing old. His very handsome and young face was suddenly turning into the face of a middle-aged man. Even his hair was turning white. Moment God's face changed. She gathered up Time God power and tried to strike Han Little Flower. Unfortunately, the Time God power was still quite a way away from Han Little Flower and Qin Lan. It was like it was falling into endless space. It could not get close to them. All the creatures in the universe watched as Qin Lan started to age. The man who was once an invincible elite had become an old man with white hair and on his deathbed. His life force was extremely weak. It was like it was hardly there at all. Pang! Qin Lan finally got rid of the holy spine. He fell to the floor, but he was so old that he could not even get up anymore. He used his tired, old eyes to look at Han Little Flower. The holy spine had completely melted and become fluid in Little Flower's body. The armor's broken spot was already fully healed. Aside from the two black and white lights, Little Flower had blue power flowing through him. It quickly combined with his body. The armor also looked as if it had been dyed blue. The black armor started to show some weird blue symbols. Boom! A pair of blue wings opened up behind his back. They went all the way into the nothingness. It was like they connected with the very universe. Little Flower's eyes now looked blue. Moments before, they had looked murderous. Now, they appeared rather calm. He was even smiling. You are. Cough cough, the dying Qin Lan saw his face. His entire body started to shiver and shake. It was like he had discovered something extremely scary. His eyes opened as far as they could go. He could not keep talking. You did a great job. Your work is done here. You did fine. Little Flower looked at Qin Lan kindly. It was like some elder who was complimenting a young man. Impossible. Impossible. That is impossible. Qin Lan seemed to understand something. All the emotions inside him drove him insane. He tried his best to lift his old body. He wanted to jump at Little Flower, but he fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. He angrily looked at Little Flower. At the same time, his face was drenched with a distinct lack of hope. His hands tried to grab Little Flower, but he ran out of power. His hands just slumped. His eyes were still opened wide. He was not able to close them. My poor child, you do not have to do this. Little Flower sighed. He did not look at Qin Lan. He looked at the Geno Hall ahead of him. In Blood Legion's palace, Human King got up from his throne. He looked weird as he said, Qin Xiu really didn't die. That Qin Lan was unfortunate. He thought he had discarded Qin Xiu's control a long time ago and destroyed Sacred. He had no idea that was what Qin Xiu wanted all along. If he had not entered the Geno Hall and combined his genes with a god spirit to create the Holy Spine, Qin Xiu would not have finished evolving. Now, he is being repelled by the universe. Who would have thought Sacred's biggest traitor was the key to Qin Xiu's rebirth? Qin Xiu used a body to be reborn. He has a powerful body and is not repelled by the universe. He is like those god spirits. He has the power of the universe. Very good Qin Xiu. Very powerful conspiracy. God. Qin Xiu came back. Little Flower looked at the Geno Hall. He smiled and walked toward it. Moment God wished to attack, but there was suddenly a loud booming noise. It was followed by the Geno Hall's door opening. A hand touched her shoulder. She was unable to go out. God. Mr. Moment God turned and looked at the body that was touching her shoulder. She immediately bowed. Go back. Go back to your god temple. God patted Moment Goddess's shoulder and warmly smiled. Moment God politely bowed and ran back to her Moment God temple. The entire universe could see the body that had come out of the Geno Hall was the shape of a lady, but it did not have any power. It was unknown why moment God was being so nice to her. Lone Bamboo saw the lady's face. When he did, he was so shocked that he screamed, "Warner." Chapter 30-25 So many crimes and no regret. Lone Bamboo drew his sword. He was going into the sky. There was a sudden movement in space. A powerful Bysema trapped the area. Lone Bamboo tried slashing the Bysema. Since there were light shadows, the strike was unable to break the barrier. "Teacher, let me out. I need to bring Warner back." Lone Bamboo looked confident as he spoke. Sky Palace leader's voice echoed through the Bysema. "Everything will turn into nothing in the end. If you can understand the true meaning of the textless book, you can make that Bysema fall." "Warner." Lone Bamboo was as angry as a wild flame. He kept striking the Bysema, but the Bysema looked as if it could absorb any power thrown at it. Lone Bamboo's strong sword was unable to break the Bysema at all. In front of the Geno Hall, Qin Xiu calmly looked at God. In his eyes, the appearance and body were not important. He could see that it was God. "God, the reason I lost before was because of this world restraining me," Qin Xiu coldly said. "Now, my body has earned the approval of this world. You and I are on the same level now. It is time to bring this to an end." God stood before the Geno Hall. He calmly looked at Qin Xiu and said, "You have already lost." "Oh? Then, you must tell me where and how I lost." Qin Xiu looked at God with interest. God smiled and said, "I still remember that proud sacred leader Qin Xiu once saying he would become the leader of the world even if he had to go against the whole world. Now, you have given into the world. You might be able to beat me, but you have already lost." Qin Xiu seriously said, "Yes. I have already lost. I wanted to use the origin of genes to make genes that were greater than the genes of the gods. That way, I could be on top of the world. In the end, though, I lost. That was almost impossible. So, I took a step back. I used my body to combine with God genes. I am half human and half God. I can keep my power and be accepted by the world." Even as he spoke, Qin Xiu's eyes had yet to move. He still looked confident as he said, "None of that matters anymore. Even if I were to use all the bad methods of the world, and even though I am hated by all creatures, it is just this body that is lost. All of that does not matter as long as I can fulfill my wish. Even if I turn to dust, it will have been worth it." God asked, "Would you let others suffer for your own benefit? Is that truly worth it? I don't mind having 1,000 crimes on me because my mind is stalwart." Qin Xiu's heart was as strong as steel. His mind would not be changed. He walked toward the Geno Hall. With each footstep, it was like the whole sky and the world was suppressing the god palaces. In the god palaces that never broke, countless cracks were developing. The god temples in the bottom cracked first. Some of the smaller temples fell away from the god palace collective. The god palaces are starting to fall. This really is sacred leader Qin Xiu. Human King looked at the sky with much excitement. Han Jingji's prophecy came true, the red-clothed woman said. Her voice trembled with sheer excitement. Seeing Qin Xiu walk to the Geno Hall, the god palaces beneath his feet kept cracking and breaking. He looked like a big dragon cracking the god palaces. The god palaces kept breaking. It was like the end of the world. God stood in front of the Geno Hall. He did not do anything. His body was glowing with serious holy light as he fought against Qin Xiu's power. God's power could not stop Qin Xiu's approach. He only made his approach slower. Qin Xiu kept walking as he said, "In this world, there are not many people I admire. You are one of them, but it is a shame you are bound by rules. What you can accomplish is limited. I exist beyond those rules now. I am not bound. I can do anything. We can tell who will win. Even you will lose today." The god palaces fell, but God was still calm as he said, "I do not think so. You cannot make something out of nothing. There must be rules, and rules breed possibilities. If everything was nothing, then nothing would exist. There would not be you and I, things were always meant to be, and it cannot be forced. The world is not fair. What do we need it for? If this world really required rules, then it should be me who decides them." Qin Xiu's eyes possessed god light. The black and white flames grew brighter. The blue pattern on the armor was glowing with a blue light. It was like they were coming alive. Boom! 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 While Qin Xiu was suppressing the god palaces, more and more cracks developed. Although God tried his best to protect the Geno Hall, his power did not really do much to affect Qin Xiu. Under Qin Xiu's suppression, his mouth was bleeding. Qin Xiu kept walking forward as he said, "Your god body is limited by rules. You cannot fight me. You can only use your body to descend, but your body is too weak. Still, you must have selected this girl for a reason. Why don't you tell me what it is?" "Her name is Wanner," God said. Qin Xiu's body froze when he heard that name. He stopped walking. His eyes looked complicated for a brief moment and became clear again. He looked at God and said, "This Wanner is not the same Wanner I used to have. If you think you can use her to stop me, I must inform you that you are incorrect." After that, Qin Xiu walked forward again. He and God's powers were in constant collision. It made the god palaces fall like mad. Many god temples kept splitting away and flying into space. The entire construct of the god palaces was falling apart. Most of the god temples below were all scattered. "No, I just wanted to tell you that you are not the only one in this world with a family," God said. "So what? Even if the world has countless creatures, to me, there is only one person." Qin Xiu's determination could not be faltered. He continued slowly walking toward the god palaces. The indestructible Geno Hall was shaking. Inside the god palace, every race's race lantern was shining extremely bright. They helped God fight against Qin Xiu. Boom! 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 The sky and ground were changing a lot. One annihilation-class god temple fell away from the god palaces. It drifted into the void of space. A sky full of races was incredibly shocked. When the god palaces were falling, everywhere in the universe suffered a disaster. There were floods all over, and volcanoes erupting. In space, magnetic storms were raging. Streams were messed up everywhere. It was like the end of the world. On the cold planet, Han Sen's eyes were burning with fire. His body kept shaking. He knew Little Flower was inside the armor, but Qin Xiu's power was controlling it. It was like Wanner being possessed by God. It was still Little Flower, but another power had taken control of him. If he was able to repel the power, he could save Little Flower. But Han Sen was still unable to learn how to be absolutely still. He had not yet learned to control the blue blood power. "I cannot wait any longer. Little Flower is suppressed now, but Qin Xiu's power will only become stronger. Little Flower might be defeated on the inside." Han Sen knew he was running out of time. He had to take a risk. He cast Blood Pulse Sutra and activated the blue blood power inside him. Chapter 30:26 Reverse Bloodline. Han Jinji gave Han Sen Geno fluid. It could make the blue blood calm down. Now, Han Sen had started his Blood Pulse Sutra. It made his blue blood power explode. Almost at the exact same time, Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo revealed itself again. "What are you doing?" Han Yufei asked with a frown. Do not be reckless. Your power is not yet sufficient enough to harness the blue blood. Even if you force the blue blood power, do you really think you can defeat someone who has blue blood as a birthright? Han Sen knew Han Yufei was right. It did not matter if it was him or Human King, but the blue blood power originated from Qin Xiu. Using blue blood power before Qin Xiu was like waving a knife before Guan Yu. Han Sen had no other choice. He could not watch Little Flower be defeated. That was his son. It was his family, and his family was very important. Now, it was not a mathematical question. There was no correct answer. There were some things that just had to be done, and they had to be done no matter what. When Blood Pulse Sutra was cast, the blue blood genes and 9-life cat tattoo power exploded. It made the Blood Pulse Sutra quickly spin. It was on the brink of losing control. At this time, Han Sen's presence suddenly changed. All his blood air went in reverse. It was going in the opposite direction of Blood Pulse Sutra. This was the Geno art that was Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse. It was called the Xian Yellow Sutra. Han Sen did not dare use Blood Pulse Sutra because he did not know what might happen if he used it. After all, his body was controlled by the blue blood and 9-life cat power. The status of his body was too precarious. If the blood was reversed and made the 3 powers collide, it might mess up his body. Han Sen did not care about that at this moment. Pure blue blood power could not defeat Qin Xiu. He could not save Little Flower. As long as there was hope, Han Sen had to try. When the blood air reversed, the blue blood power went in reverse too. When it went in reverse, that weird blue color started to look light. It was turning into a red color. The 9-life cat tattoo was becoming brighter and brighter. It was like it was being buffed by a god power. It turned into a god light that covered Han Sen's body. How could this happen? Does this mean 9-life cat power is the power to reverse the Blood Pulse Sutra? Han Sen felt the 9-life cat tattoo burn on his back. His power was getting stronger. The blue blood had almost completely turned into red blood. Suddenly, a shadow stepped across the heavy snow and quickly walked next to Han. Senator Han Sen saw the shadow. His eyes looked cold in response. He stared at the shadow and asked, "Do you dare show yourself in front of me?" 9-life cat. Han Yufei looked shocked too. She had heard 9-life cat was still alive, but seeing him now was still a surprise. After all, she had watched 9-life cat die. She was not able to bring people back to life. She had only worked as a researcher to inspect 9-life cat. She wanted to know what method Qin Xiu used to revive 9-life cat. "I am so sorry for what I did to the Han family, and I am so sorry about Little Flower. If you want to kill me, you are free to do it now." Old Cat walked toward Han Sen slowly. He looked very calm. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Han Sen clenched his fists. He threw a punch toward Old Cat, who was less than 9 feet away. Pang! The punch was not buffed with Geno arts, but the strength of Han Sen's body made the punch twist Old Cat's face. The cat flew away and hit an icy mountain. The icy mountain collapsed. Old Cat quickly scrambled out from the broken ice. He was bleeding from his mouth, yet his face was still very calm. He walked back to Han Sen and said, "Everyone knows I am one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred." They did not know that the 4 holy beasts were just test subjects. At the end of the day, I was the one that suffered the most. I died, but Qin Xiu brought me back from hell. I have been unable to escape the sad fate of being controlled by him. If things are like that, why do you insist on hurting Little Flower? Han Sen looked at the cat coldly. His fists were still clenched. He was on the brink of striking once again. Old Cat shook his head. "Even if I had not selected Little Flower, some other human would have been chosen. That person would have had to have been from the Han family. I chose Little Flower, but I left the Han family a hope. That is what I wanted. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Other people don't know it, but I do. Little Flower's blood comes from you. Although I know his blood is not perfect, your other child, Linger, has perfect blood. Do you know why I did not take Linger and only took Little Flower? Old Cat got about 30 feet away from Han Sen and stopped. That is because Linger was born too late, Han Sen coldly said with a grunt. You cannot swap people because Qin Xiu could not afford to wait that long. Old Cat shook his head. If Qin Xiu saw Linger, I am afraid he would be willing to wait 10 million years. But it has only been a few years. After pausing, Old Cat went on to say, Little Flower's gene blood is good, but it is not perfect. Qin Xiu used his body to be reborn. That means he has flaws. If he has flaws, then we have a chance. This is our final chance. Han Sen did not believe a word that came out of Old Cat's mouth. He coldly said, if you did not give Little Flower to him, he would not have been reborn in the first place. That is because you don't know Qin Xiu, Old Cat said. If he wants something done, he'll have a number of backup plans. Even if I did not bring him Little Flower, he would have found a way to get what he wanted. If we had to wait for him to get a perfect body, we might as well have given him a body that was close to perfect. It was something that seemed perfect, and he fell for it. Did you think I would believe you? Han Sen coldly looked at Old Cat. I do not need you to believe me, Old Cat said with a laugh. You just need to follow your own will to do it. My will is to kill you and Qin Xiu, Han Sen said as he stared at Old Cat. Old Cat smiled even more. You can achieve the second wish, but the first wish is something I can do for you. After that, Old Cat's body possessed a red flame. When one looked closer, it was not fire. It was a life force leaving his body. Han Sen and Han Yufei were shocked. They did not know what he wanted to do. Pulling his life force away like that was self-harm. It was more painful than being skinned alive. Chapter 30 27 Change of plans. Old Cat's body was excreting a life force. It was like it was being pulled away with a magnet. It was going toward Han Sen's body. Quickly, it went into the Reverse Blood Pulse Sutra. It became a part of the Xian Yellow Sutra. It made Han Sen's body more powerful. Why are you doing this? Han Sen looked at the life force, which was almost completely out of the animal. He noticed Old Cat's body was looking to be in very poor shape. His face started to look weird. Old Cat's face was incredibly calm. He said, I died because of the Holy Spirit tests. Qin Xiu used his gene blood to revive me. Through that, I became his puppet. All these years, I have been fighting the blue blood, but I have never been able to shed control of the blue blood. Although I discovered the reverse blue blood skill, I was still never able to completely control it. Then, I understood I had died a long time ago. My soul was broken. Qin Xiu was fixing my soul. He put his soul in me. No matter what, I was never able to escape his control. But I invented a blue blood reversal skill. It can restrict his blue blood. I was going to give it to Linger because only Linger could have the perfect body required. That way, she could beat Qin Xiu. After saying all this, Old Cat started to look strange. To be honest, you and Human King are the same. You captured my attention a long time ago. In the end, I did not choose you because I did not think you guys were perfect enough. You all had flaws and could not be the one who could defeat Qin Xiu. The fire in Old Cat's blood was going dim. His life force was going to be gone very soon. Old Cat's face looked very dim. I am so sorry, Little Flower. He treated me like family, but I pushed him to hell. Dying will not be enough to redeem my sins, but I will still give my life to you. Use my life. Beat Qin Xiu and save Little Flower. I know it will be difficult, but I have faith you will be able to do this. After that, Old Cat raised his hand and looked at Qin Xiu and Little Flower. His expression looked complicated. He looked guilty, and he looked as if he was longing for something. He also looked determined. Little Flower will believe you have what it takes too, Old Cat said. The blood light started to shine. It was like the last effort of a waning sun. The blood flames from his body all went into Han's senator. The blood fire was like it was rewinding. It went dim after becoming so bright. It turned to ash. When the wind blew, it was gone. Han Sen was conflicted. He did not know what he was feeling. He hated Old Cat, who had fractured his family and made Little Flower become Qin Xiu's new host. Now, Han Sen could not really harbor any more animosity toward him. Although Old Cat did not say it, Han Sen knew what he meant. Old Cat was going to wait until Linger grew up and allow Linger to get his blood for beating the imperfect Qin Xiu. If they waited, Little Flower would have had no chance of being saved. Thus, Old Cat gave up his own life. He ultimately selected Han Sen, the one he did not have much hope in Diana. It was not because Han Sen's power touched him. It was because Old Cat did not want to see Little Flower be defeated. He changed his plans. He used his life. He used his hope. He used his hatred and love for Han Sen, the one he did not want to pick. Even without your life, I can still save Little Flower. Why don't you just rest in peace? Han Sen looked at the sky. The 9-life cat light was glowing on his back. His body had red blood boiling and roaring. An incredible power gathered inside him. The 9-life cat tattoo was lively. The light broke away and became dots of light that entered Han Sen's body. The blood tattoo dimmed. It melted into the stream of the Xian Yellow Sutra. The god palaces were falling. Many god temples were breaking. The whole universe was in chaos. All the races were suffering a disaster. No one in the universe could find a clear patch of soil. Boom! The god temples that had yet to fall away from the god palaces were glowing. It looked like an erupting volcano. It was like god spirits were coming out from the god temples. At this time, God said, all the god spirits should maintain their position. They cannot leave. The god palaces can break, but the base of the universe cannot. I am willing to live and die with you. Among the many crying sounds, a godly voice called out from various god temples. It shocked the sky, which was full of everything falling apart. God smiled, but then his body suddenly turned soft. The shadow of a man's holy body appeared. He was holding a passed-out Wanner. The responsibility is in front of me. Other things do not matter. While God was talking, his holy light glowed. His light shone on the entirety of the god palaces, which were cracking. All of the god temples were separated from the Geno Hall. They were scattering into the universe. The god palaces only had the Geno Hall left. In the past, my boy was out there, and you could defeat me, Qin Xiu said with a sigh. Now, my body is in here, so you cannot do a thing. You are very sad. Are these the rules you seek to protect? God laughed. He pushed his hand. Wanner was wrapped up by holy light. She flew away from the Geno Hall, heading toward Sky Palace. After all this, God looked at Qin Xiu and said, not bad. This is the rule I will keep. I will keep protecting it. Sorry, but I must break your rules. Qin Xiu looked serious. He stood in front of God. The two of them were 3 feet away from each other. They stared at each other. A scary power kept colliding between them. Boom! 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 The whole of the Geno Hall shook like mad. It moved the spot they were at, which started to fall. Suddenly, the whole universe's base had space cracks and turbulence. Disasters were happening everywhere like it was the end of the world. The Geno Hall is going to fall, Human King said with excitement. Most creatures around the universe were crying. Many creatures were affected by ongoing disasters. They wanted to survive amidst the carnage, but most were consumed by it. Mountains were breaking. Rivers were flooding. The sun and the moon were reversed. It was like the world was going to break. Damn it. The Geno Hall has such a profound connection with the universe. We cannot allow him to break the Geno Hall. Sky Palace leader broke space. He wanted to go to the Geno Hall, but he had just gone before when he tried throwing a punch at Qinxiu. The Geno Hall glowed with a god light. A strange power blasted Sky Palace leader away. The Geno Hall's power was protecting it from someone who wanted to see it destroyed. Many elites had the same idea as Sky Palace leader, but they were stopped. Their entry to the Geno Hall was forbidden. No one was able to go in. They were stopped by the Geno Hall's power. Their attacks affected the Geno Hall, which made it fall faster. When all of those scary elites were at a loss with what to do, a flame that looked like blood burst out. It was not repelled by the Geno Halls by Sima. It went straight into the Geno Hall's proximity. It landed on the Geno Hall Plaza. Chapter 30:28 Fighting Qin Xiu, Han Sen. Everybody knew that it was Han Sen in front of the Geno Hall. Han Sen was standing near it. He looked at Qin Xiu but did not do anything. Qin Xiu saw Han Sen and coldly said, "This is not a place you should be." Han Sen heard his words. He knew that back in the Holy Garden, Qin Xiu's soul was not so simple. Qin Xiu recognized him. All he did was interact with Qin Xiu's soul. "I do not want to be here, but you have done something that made me come," Han Sen said while looking at Qin Xiu. "To see you, what thing?" Qin Xiu kept suppressing God, but he still had the strength to talk to Han Senator. His face did not change. It looked like he still had a whole heap of power. "Leave that body," Han Sen said. "He does not belong to you." Qin Xiu looked at Han Sen and asked, "Is this body related to you?" "It is my son," Han Sen said. It was not just Qin Xiu that was shocked by this revelation. All the elites outside the Geno Hall heard what was spoken and reacted similarly. No one would have been able to guess Qin Xiu's reborn body was Han Sen's son. Everyone's expressions changed. Qin Xiu laughed. "Good, old cat. Good plan. It is no wonder he gave me this body. That explains why. If it was you, I would have to be wary." Sky Palace leader and the very high leader looked at each other. They could tell the other was shocked. Qin Xiu was not scared of facing god spirits that were above reboot class god spirits. Now, he was saying something like this, and these were not insane words. They still did not understand why Qin Xiu was scared of Han Senator. If it was because Han Sen had blue blood power and managed to defeat Moment God, then it made no sense. Blue blood power came from Qin Xiu. If Han Sen received blue blood power from someone and that made him afraid, no one would have believed it. Qin Xiu said, "Although I am sorry, I cannot give you this body. If you want to use Wanner to threaten me, you are wrong." "Is that one person you said, not Wanner?" Han Sen wanted to use Wanner to swap for Little Flower, but he did not expect Qin Xiu to close down that prospect already. "You are right. I can do anything for Wanner. I also know that if I cannot break the Geno Hall, then it would be pointless even if Wanner lived." Qin Xiu laughed and said, "Plus, I know that you are not a person who is selfish and would be so willing to do something so cruel to an innocent girl. Maybe I am like you and am willing to commit any crime for the safety of one person," Han Sen coldly replied. Qin Xiu smiled even harder. In that case, you won't hurt Wanner because she is my life. Without her life, I cannot live. If I cannot live, this body will die. So, that leaves you and me with the need to fight. Han Sen knew there was no point in talking any further. Swapping Little Flower for Wanner wasn't going to be possible. No one can stop me from destroying the Geno Hall, and that includes you, Qin Xiu said. As a reward for taking care of Wanner, I will not kill you. I will, Han Sen coldly said. Qin Xiu coldly laughed. He said, I am not looking down on you, as your body has my blood coursing through its veins. You are like my clone. Do you think a clone can be better than the real stuff? We will just have to find out, won't we? Han Sen cast Blood Pulse Sutra. His entire body glowed with a blue light. Are you using my power to fight me? You are too naive. Qin Xiu had a cold expression. Blue symbols flickering across his armor. He was not fighting Han Senator, he still kept God suppressed. It was like Han Sen was not worth his attention. The blue light in Han Sen grew stronger. He approached Qin Xiu. Every step he took became stronger. He was like a battle god prepared to fight the sky. Qin Xiu asked, can you practice my blue blood gene to such a high level? That is very shocking. Compared to me back then, it isn't too bad. But now, I am not the old me. Plus, that power belongs to me. No one can use my powers to hurt me. Han Sen did not say anything. He threw a punch at Qin Xiu. A scary blue light ripped the rules and everything around. A power that could destroy the world was headed straight for Qin Xiu. Blue blood power did not fit into the rules of the universe, and this power dealt a lot of damage to the rules of the universe. Han Sen's punch was able to break a big system. An elite-like moment god would have been killed with one hit. Faced with that scary power, Qin Xiu did not bother dodging. He also did not bother fighting back. He allowed the scary blue light to fall upon his back. It was like a spring sun thawing the snow. As the scary blue light hit Qin Xiu's body, it did nothing. It melted into the armor. The blue symbols absorbed it and grew brighter. Qin Xiu's body was only made stronger. I said, my power cannot hurt me, Qin Xiu coldly said. Outside the Geno Hall, the expressions of many elites changed. Qin Xiu was scarier than even their wildest nightmares could have depicted. Although they believed Han Sen could not defeat Qin Xiu, they did not expect him to lose so badly. He had been unable to harm Qin Xiu. He had only managed to lend him power. Really? Han Sen's face did not change. He gathered up power and threw a punch at Qin Xiu. This time, the light of his fists became red. It was different from the blue. It was the opposite. Qin Xiu frowned. He looked shocked. He felt a bit confused, but he did not want to give up on breaking the Geno Hall. He raised his fist and threw a punch at Han Sen's incoming strike. Blue and white, the two colors of weird power, struck Han Sen's blood power. The blood color dyed the blue and white colors red. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiu's armor turned red. How could this happen? Did you reverse the blue blood power? Qin Xiu's eyes were wide open. His body was devolving, and his power was fading. God, who was previously suppressed, was now able to fight back. His god light was glowing. He bounced Qin Xiu, who was breaking the Geno Hall, away. Pang! Qin Xiu's body broke a pillar. His body devolved. The blue patterns on his armor dimmed. The blue light in his eyes also dimmed. Chapter 30:29 Don't belong to this world. Qin Xiu's god spirit level and universe level were quickly devolving. Even though he had combined with the Holy Spine and an Annihilation class god spirit, his level was suddenly lowered to something comparative to a Disaster class god spirit. He was also getting worse. Little Flower's universe level was falling too. True God, butterfly, larva. It kept going down. Sky Palace leader and the other elites were both shocked and happy. Han Sen had the name Han Godfather, but no one would have believed he had the power to defeat Qin Xiu. Seeing Qin Xiu's body's God spirit level drop from disaster class, the Geno Hall no longer protected his body. He stopped hesitating. Han Sen used the strongest power possible to try and kill Qin Xiu and remove the universe's biggest threat. All kinds of power that could destroy the sky and ground rained down. It was all going to kill Qin Xiu. Suddenly, there was the flash of a shadow. Qin Xiu disappeared. The space was broken by a scary power. It caved in and became a black hole. Very High Leader shouted, Han Sen, what are you doing? If you don't kill him now. What if he... Everyone saw Han Sen use one hand to grab Qin Xiu as he appeared on the other side of space. They quickly noticed something. Qin Xiu had taken over the body of Han Sen's son. Han Sen would not watch his son be killed. Han Sen, Qin Xiu is a demon that wants to destroy the universe, Very High Leader said. We cannot grant him a chance. Kill him now, or there will be consequences. Han Sen coldly responded, I don't care what Qin Xiu thinks, but my son cannot be allowed to die. Seeing Qin Xiu's body devolving, Han Sen grabbed him. Qin Xiu, leave my son's body. I don't care about anything more than that. I don't even want to take your life. The blue light in Qin Xiu's eyes was very cold. He could not move because Han Sen restricted him, but he laughed and said, Han Sen, I never imagined you would be able to reverse the blue blood gene power. That is a genius move. I never tried it before, so that surprises me. Stop talking crap. Leave my son's body. Han Sen grabbed Qin Xiu and kept using the Xian Yellow Sutra power on him. He continued to suppress Qin Xiu's body and ensure he continued to devolve. Qin Xiu laughed like a madman. It was like he had not heard what Han Sen had told him. He spoke to himself and said, I should have guessed this. That is very good. I am so happy. Han Sen wanted to say something, but a grand power suddenly came out of Qin Xiu's body. In his eyes, which were once dim blue, there was a light that was red. The blue patterns on the armor turned red. The light was scarier than it was when it was blue. It was like his whole body was wrapped in a red flame. The light on the back of the wings had even turned red. It turned the whole of space red. The universe was reflecting the color red. Han Sen's power struck Qin Xiu's power. It was blasted away. Their faces looked dim. Very High Leader and the others were incredibly shocked. Anyone was able to tell that Han Sen had learned the power that could make God spirits drop their level. In the past, Qin Xiu was invincible. Now, he had Han Sen's power. Wouldn't that make people hopeless? Seeing Qin Xiu's power explode, his God spirit and body levels had recovered. Very High Leader immediately roared. He pushed his very high sense to the max. His entire body combined with the universe's rule power. He became sheer pressure focused on Qin Xiu. At the same time, he shouted, before he recovers, we must kill him. Many elites of the universe did not hesitate. They all used their strongest powers to attack Qin Xiu. Boom! Qin Xiu looked at the sky and roared. A shockwave of red blasted out of him. It broke the powers wielded by Very High Leader and the other scary elites. It also blasted their bodies away. The most shocking thing was that Very High Leader noticed their bodies were devolving. They themselves were dropping to butterfly class and continued to devolve. Aside from Han Sen, no one else escaped that power. It is all over, a Very High Elder said. His face was pale. He looked utterly hopeless. It was not just him. The elites of the entire universe knew it was over. Qin Xiu had learned Han Sen's power, and he was doing even better with it. "Thank you, Han Sen," Qin Xiu said. "Without you, I would have never thought the blue blood's gene power could be used this way." His entire body blazed with a blue flame as he approached the Geno Hall. "I did not create this," Han Sen said as he stared at Qin Xiu. "I know," Qin Xiu said with a nod. "If I have guessed correctly, this was done by Old Cat. But you are the one who performed it. That is your achievement." "Get out of my way," Qin Xiu said. "You cannot stop me. With your power, I will break the Geno Hall and have its destruction benefit you. I can make you become the leader of the world. I can make you bigger than God." "Leave Little Flower's body," Han Sen seriously said. "I don't care what else you do. If you insist on trying to stop me, do not blame me for forgetting your kindness of taking care of Wanner," Qin Xiu said. His body exploded with a blood flame. He teleported to Han Sen and tried to grab him by the chest. Han Sen generated the power of the Xian Yellow Sutra again. He threw a punch at Qin Xiu. Two blood powers combined. Han Sen noticed his Xian Yellow Sutra power was going into Qin Xiu. It gave Qin Xiu more power. Qin Xiu grabbed Han Sen's fist and calmly said, "You are strong. I will give you that, but your power originates from me. No matter how hard you try, you cannot be greater than me. In this universe, aside from me, no one can really use this power. Do you know why?" "Why?" Han Sen wanted to shake Qin Xiu's hand away, but he noticed his body's power was not listening to him. It was like he had been sucked in by a very strong magnet. He kept going toward Qin Xiu. "Because I do not belong to this world," Qin Xiu said. "My power does not belong to this world. And you belong to this world. Even though your body has my gene blood, you do not have the power to control the world. Old Cat spent so much effort and even died placing his faith in you, but he will never understand his plans were doomed to failure. He was wrong from the very start." He used his other hand to grab Han Sen's forehead through space. Han Sen felt his sea of soul shake. Destiny's tower lost all control. It flew out of the sea of soul and went into Qin Xiu's hands. Catcha! Destiny's tower broke. The stuff inside fell out, including Wanner. Qin Xiu used one hand to hold her body. Chapter 30 Not the end. Han Sen, although I do not want to kill you, for Wanner, whoever stops me must die. If you have any last words, you should say them now. For Wanner's sake, if it does not get in my way, I will let you finish it. Qin Xiu was looking at Wanner as he spoke. "I want you to die." The power in Han Sen's body madly exploded. He stopped trying to get away from Qin Xiu. He used his power to push Qin Xiu. "That is a shame," Qin Xiu said with a sigh. He held Han Sen's fist. His hand suddenly used power to punch Han Sen in the chest. It made Han Sen's body fly away. Pang! Han Sen's body was like an asteroid traveling through space. It struck a planet and then another planet. In the end, he hit a final planet. He made no more sound. It was unknown how many systems he had traveled. After Han Sen disappeared, Wanner's body was glowing with a golden light. She turned into Golden Hair Lady mode and woke up from her slumber. "Big brother," after her eyes opened, Wanner saw Qin Xiu. Although she was still in Golden Hair mode, she was not raging. Her voice sounded so sweet. "Wanner, hang on a bit longer. Big brother will take you back." Qin Xiu stroked Wanner's golden hair. His eyes looked like they were drunk. "Yes," Wanner said with a nod. She closed her eyes and leaned against Qin Xiu's chest. "God, today no one will be able to stop me." "Give it up." Qin Xiu was holding Wanner. He raised his head to peer upon the Geno Hall. His body glowed with a red flame. He crushed the very light of the Geno Hall and almost extinguished it entirely. The Geno Hall, which had never fallen, was being suppressed by that scary power. The walls cracked like dragonflies. The whole of the Geno Hall was starting to crumble apart. When the Geno Hall fell, the disasters plaguing the entire universe were worse. It was not just affecting normal creatures either. Even king-class elites were significantly affected. The entire world was in bad shape. It was like the universe was going to experience a Big Bang. God stood before the Geno Hall, but he was unable to withstand the suppression of the blood power. The holy light on his body was becoming weaker. The race lanterns of the Geno Hall were becoming dimmer. It was like they would be put out any second. The spirits were charcoal. Everything was dying. The faces of Sky Palace leader and all the other elites looked like dust. Although they wanted to fight, they could not reclaim the battle. They could barely protect themselves. In the shine of the red flame, their bodies almost fell out of deified class. Qin Xiu spoke to the still suffering god. God, give up. If you are willing to abandon the Geno Hall, possess someone, and descend into the universe, you might still live. This place is my life, God coldly said. If my life is not here, then what is the point of living? You are right. I think so too. If your life blocks my life, then I will have to just take your life. Qin Xiu stepped forward. A sky full of blood light was marching alongside him. It broke the roof of the Geno Hall. Stone pillars cracked. Many race lanterns were almost put out inside that hall. The Geno Hall was unstable. It was as if it was going to break any second. God's body's holy light was crushed. It was almost put out. Even the bodies of the god spirits were dim and lifeless. They kept appearing and disappearing. It was like they were preparing to go. Boom! Many light pillars arose from space. It was the god palaces splitting up. They landed on all kinds of god temples. Many god lights arose from the god temples. They went through space and melted into the Geno Hall. It made the Geno Hall look very bright. God's god spirit body was being shined on by many god spirits. He looked bright again. If you guys want to die that much, then you can all die together. Qin Xiu was holding Wanner. He was like a demon descending on the Geno Hall. He walked there slowly. Although it had the support of a sky full of god spirits' god power, the Geno Hall was still unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Qin Xiu. The God Hall kept breaking. The more the God Hall kept breaking, the more disasters that were incurred across the universe. The entire universe was in turmoil. Countless creatures died in the disasters. In the universe, the ground of an old, unimportant planet was breaking. A volcano was erupting. It swallowed many forests. Floodwaters rushed across the ground. Amidst that chaos, there was a totally quiet mountain. All those disasters did not affect that small mountain. There was a broken house on the small mountain's peak. Behind the house, there was a garden with a white cloth flag. The flag said, "Count all the destinies." The white cloth had been dyed red. Between the black and white, the words, "Count all the destinies," stood out. A man's body was perched on the top of the flagpole. It had been pierced through the tip of the pole. He was lying there with his limbs spread out. He was looking into space while the pole pierced through him. His eyes looked faithless. Fresh blood left his body. It dripped onto the cloth flag and quickly dyed it red. The person who flew out was Han Sen, who had been punched by Qin Xiu. It was unknown if this was just a coincidence, but he had landed near that old house. The flagpole in the backyard had pierced through his body. Han Jinji was standing in the back garden talking to Han Sen while he looked at the cloth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The children of other people can enjoy their lives. It is such a shame you were born to be a part of the Han family. You were born to the Han family. If you were just a commoner, you could live safely. But you did not become a commoner. You had to be famous. This is fate. It was meant to be. There is a lot of suffering you must endure, and you deserve it all. I am useless. I cannot save your life, and I cannot change fate. All I can do is try to make changes for you. It still depends on you whether or not you want to change your fate. The people of the Han family cannot solely depend on the sky or earth. It all depends on you. If you do not want to die and still have things you wish to do, use your own power to get up. Walk back and fight for your life. Go and fight for what is left for you to do in this world. The blood from Han Sen's body bled into the cloth and continued to gush. His blood had almost run out by this point. Han Sen's mind was strangely clear. It was just his body that was not listening to him. He felt as if his mind had left his body. It was unknown why Han Sen's mind had become so clear. The quiet feelings were amazing. It was hard to describe. Is this the quietness Han Yufei described? Han Sen enjoyed that stillness. A power was burning inside him. The white flame burst out from all of his cells. The flag burned in the white light. It was like a torch burning it. I knew it. I knew it. This is not the end. Han Jinja's eyes looked bright. His whole body was shaking. Chapter 30-31 Exposed Kacha. The pillars of the Geno Hall were broken. The door was broken too. One was able to see the door had flames waving. All the race lanterns were becoming bright and dark like they were going to be put out by a raging storm. When the Geno Hall fell, all the god temples were shaken away by the god light. It seemed as if the god temples and universe were dead. Aside from hopeless cries, there were no other sounds. Even the sky full of god spirits went silent. There were only the sounds of breaking. Such a disaster. I wonder how many creatures in the universe can survive all this. Sky Palace leader's face was cold like ice. There were even all sorts of disasters in Sky Palace. The White Jade Jing Tower and Jade City were revealed. A holy air came out from there. The holy air of the White Jade Jing was headed for Sky Palace. It made the people of Sky Palace cry. If there had been no elites and the support of the Holy Gourd Vine, Sky Palace would have been broken by the holy air. Outer Sky was not faring any better. The ground cracked. Loads of holy air pillars came out like volcanic eruptions, making the ground leak. Xenogeniacs were running around like mad. All law and order was broken. Sky Palace and Outer Sky were like that too. Other xenogeniac spaces and normal planets were like that as well. The universe is going to end. A hopeless fear was in every creature's heart. No one knew if they would survive this disaster. Wah! Wah! In a stream, a Kate baby was floating. There was a sad crying sound. In the flood's roaring, it sounded quiet. In a volcanic eruption, many cities and villages were destroyed. Some planets were even hit by asteroids and blew up. Open it for me. Qin Xiu's eyes looked very passionate. With blood flame suppression, he crushed the Geno Hall's door. Shattered rocks were strewn everywhere. God's body was crushed. He slipped into the Geno Hall. He stopped before the 10,000 lanterns. Behind him, many of the race lanterns were out. When each race lantern was put out, one of the high races was heavily damaged. It made the races that were already suffering disasters fare even worse. God looked at Qin Xiu and said, "One person is making 1 billion races extinct. Is this really worth it?" Qin Xiu coldly said, when I was in my most hopeless time, there was only one person next to me. To me, this world only consists of this one person. There are billions of creatures, but they mean nothing to me. I do not need to care about them. After that, Qin Xiu kept pushing forward to suppress the Geno Hall. Each step Qin Xiu took resulted in God taking one step back. He was going to strike the 10,000 race lanterns behind him. All the races knew that if the race lanterns were snuffed out, the Geno Hall would be done for. But no one was able to stop Qin Xiu. Even the strongest god could not prohibit Qin Xiu's march on the Geno Hall. Qin Xiu wanted to walk forward even more. He wanted to destroy the Geno Hall, but he suddenly stopped. His gaze was frozen. He turned around and looked into space. The hearts of the many hopeless races jumped. They did not know what happened. Why would Qin Xiu stop walking? It made them have a slight glimmer of hope. At this time, what in the universe could make Qin Xiu care? Many elites were feeling both confused and nervous. Most of the high races were already there. Under the suppression of Qin Xiu, even a true god elite had dropped out of deified class. No creatures were able to combat Qin Xiu. They were hoping and praying for a miracle to strike, but they knew the chance of a miracle was far too small. They still looked in the direction Qin Xiu was looking. They were hoping for something, but they did not spy any strong presence from that direction. Qin Xiu looked in that direction and said to himself, "What is going on? Is this just my imagination? Why do I feel restless?" He was feeling a strong sense of nervousness. Suddenly, the elites saw a white shadow slowly appear from that direction. It was not fast or have a powerful presence. It was like a morning sun rising into the sky. It walked into the Geno Hall's area. Sky Palace leader's eyes were the strongest. He saw the white shadow clearly, so he screamed aloud, "It's Han Sen. He is still alive." Many elites saw it clearly thereafter. It was Han Sen who had walked into the Geno Hall area. Han Sen was different from how he had been before. His body did not have the red fire. His body had a white color and was half transparent. He did not look like a creature from the universe. He looked like a god spirit. Qin Xiu saw Han Sen step forward. His expression immediately changed. He stared at Han Sen as if he had seen something unbelievable. Impossible. The testing of super genes was not successful. How could a power like this exist? It cannot be the perfect super gene. It should have flaws like Wanner does. Qin Xiu was talking to himself. Han Sen stopped a short distance away. His super god spirit mode was still affected by Wanner's proximity. Han Sen looked at Qin Xiu and said, "Qin Xiu, leave Littleflower's body. This is your last chance." Qin Xiu coldly said, "I clearly underestimated you if your genes were able to evolve to this level. Even if you are so close to the super gene, you are still useless. Failure is failure. In front of Wanner, who is even closer to super gene, your power will be suppressed." "Really?" Han Sen coldly asked. The story of genes was running in his body. When the story of genes ran, Han Sen's body was in xenogeneic mode. Xenogeneic mode and super god spirit mode were activated on Han Sen's body. It made his presence appear a bit strange. Dollar. Han Sen is dollar. All the creatures of the universe were suddenly frozen. They thought it was weird for Han Sen to be using super god spirit body. Now, he had a xenogeneic battle body. It was clear to them now. Anyone was able to tell that Han Sen and Dollar were the same person. Han Sen and Dollar are the same person, Isha said. She looked very conflicted. She could not believe it. Her eyes opened wide. She thought about the past and looked even more complicated. Her face turned green, and her face turned white and red. She did not know how to think or feel. On Empty Mountain, the green-haired growler's mouth opened wide. He did not close it. Now, he understood why Golden Growler gave Dollar first place and adhered to what he told it. Oh, my God. Godfather Han and Dollar are the same person. This is unbelievable. At the end of the world, many creatures were frozen. They could not believe their eyes. This guy. He has finally exposed himself. Wang Yuhang shrugged with his shoulders. He knew this would happen. The people in Space Garden were not so surprised. Han Sen never told them anything, but most of them had figured it out. Chapter 30-32 Admiring the view of hell together, Han Sen's body moved. His movement was not visible, but he was already coming before Qin Xiu. He grabbed Qin Xiu's head and pushed downward. Pang! Qin Xiu's head was pushed onto the stone floor by Han Sen's hands. His head hit the Geno Hall, making the very heavy god stone floor fracture. Qin Xiu's whole head was inside the undying, hot stones that were broken. Qin Xiu's eyes opened wide. His pupils looked as if they had lost their focus. He looked to be in total disbelief. Water, who was in his hands, flew away and fell across the floor. Han Sen's hands were pressed upon Qin Xiu's forehead, and he continued to push him. Qin Xiu was unable to raise his head. His body had bloody flames wildly dancing. His hands gripped the ground to get up, but Han Sen was still pushing him. He was unable to get up. His eyes looked to be in disbelief at what was happening. He said to Han Sen, "Impossible. How can water not affect you?" "You discovered the story of genes," Han Sen coldly said. "Didn't you know that it has forever power? It cannot be affected by any power." The story of genes' power was waving through his cells. In the past, Han Sen was unable to make the story of genes' power be the best it could be. After he understood what it meant to become absolutely still, he understood what forever really meant. It was enough to control the body for real. Not even water could affect him now. No. Impossible. The story of genes cannot work. You must have the super gene to practice the story of genes. If you have super gene, then you do not have to practice the story of genes. This is a cycle that cannot work. It is impossible for it to work. After Qin Xiu spoke, the bloody fire madly exploded. He was going to send Han Sen flying. He only managed to raise his head 1 inch before Han Sen's hand pressed him down again. He was squashed against the rocks deeper than last time. His entire upper body was being pressed. Scary, bloody fire whipped around Han Sen's body, but it was unable to bring him a speck of harm. The reversed blood power that could downgrade a god's spirit did not affect Han Sr. Qin Xiu. "It is time for you to pay the price." Han Sen pressed on Qin Xiu's body. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Qin Xiu's bloody fires were raging. He was like a volcano erupting. Although he could not get up, he laughed and said, "I did not expect a geno art that could not be successful like the story of genes was actually made successful by you. So what? Can you kill me? If I die, Little Flower dies with me. You cannot kill me." "Really?" Han Sen's face did not change. The light in his eyes started to look weird. The Dongxian Sutra's power was quietly floating through Han Sen's body. In Han Sen's eyes, the whole universe was split. It turned into the smallest substance that was completely primitive. Han Sen held Qin Xiu's forehead. His transparent hands were like nothing as they went straight into the helmet. It went through Little Flower's body. A blood-red shadow was pushed out from Little Flower's body by Han Sen's hands. He threw it on the floor. Little Flower's body flew away. The god stone floor was like a spiderweb cracking in all directions. It created a giant stone hole. A red shadow was in the center of hole. That red shadow's face was like Qin Xiu's statue. Little Flower's body fell on the floor. He woke up. He coughed and climbed up off the ground. He looked at Han Sen in shock. Father, Han Sen was holding Qin Xiu as he asked, "Are you okay?" "I am fine," Little Flower said with a shake of his head. "I am glad you are okay," Han Sen said as he stared at Qin Xiu. "You should leave. Someone will collect you and take you to Space Garden. I still need to deal with this guy. Please be careful, Father." Little Flower knew staying would only hamper Han's senator. After saying that, he flew away from the Geno Hall. Han Sen said, "Qin Xiu, you are right. We are the same. We will do anything for something that we care about. Therefore, you must die." The power in his hands suddenly increased. Super Spank power was going to turn Qin Xiu's spirit body into dust. Under the power of Super Spank, Qin Xiu's red spirit body kept turning into red dust as he faded. Qin Xiu's was still smiling. "Yes. We are the same. I understand you, and you understand me." After that, Qin Xiu's eyes turned. He looked at Wanner, who was lying down nearby. "I, Qin Xiu, have never asked anybody anything, but may I ask you one thing?" "Speak," Han Sen said. The power in his hands increased to crush Qin Xiu's body. His spirit body was rapidly breaking. "If I win, you do not have to do it," Qin Xiu said. "If I lose, please could you take care of Wanner? All this crime is my doing. Wanner should not suffer for my sins since she never did anything wrong. She should not come to harm. Please take care of her. As long as she does not hurt anybody, for as long as I live, I will not allow any harm to come to her," Han Sen said. "Thank you very much." Qin Xiu's eyebrows raised. His body was changing. He looked weird as he went on to say, "To me, this world is like hell, but this is Wanner's world. She has family and friends here. She does not want to see this world destroyed. I do not want to watch her die. I really can't do it." Qin Xiu closed his eyes. A weird sun arose in his red spirit body. Boom! When the power in Qin Xiu's body was released, the cracks underneath his body spread. It created a giant space crack. This space crack was different from ordinary space cracks. This space crack had a gray presence. It was weird. It made Han Sen feel like he was in danger. In Qin Xiu's presence, it was like a fish in water. The red fire was becoming stronger. Upon seeing this, God's expression changed. He looked at Han Sen and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and kill him. We cannot allow him to open the path of reverse." Han Sen realized how bad this was. Even though scary space power was consumed, the undying God stone melted like snow. In that space, the scary presence grew stronger. It was like a demon presence from a demon land. Han Sen was familiar with this power. When he was fishing in Outer Sky Lake, he had felt a similar presence. It was the presence of the antimaterial world. Qin Xiu suddenly let out a weird laugh. "Han Sen, come and enjoy the view of hell together." Qin Xiu's hands suddenly grabbed Han Sen and pulled him into the space crack. Chapter 30:33 First year Han Sen wanted to kill Qin Xiu, but Qin Xiu's spirit body was extraordinarily tough. Even by using Super Spank at max power, in a short time, he was unable to destroy Qin Xiu's spirit body. Qin Xiu pulled Han Sen into the crack in time and space. Wanner, who was next to them, fell inside as well. The three of them kept falling through that weird crack in time and space. Han Sen noticed his super god spirit mode could not stop the weird power of that tunnel. His body was being dissolved. What shocked Han Sen was the fact Qin Xiu did not seem to be affected by the power of the tunnel. He was not dissolving at all. Wanner's golden power could not withstand the reverse tunnel's weird power. Her body was dissolving too, but at a rate that was faster than Han Sr. Of course, the story of genes you possess did not succeed. Otherwise, you would not be dissolving in the reverse tunnel's power. Qin Xiu let Han Sen go and held on to Wanner as he spoke. Han Sen was shocked. This was his last chance to beat him. Qin Xiu was not affected by the reverse tunnel's power, but Han Sen was affected. If Qin Xiu kept pushing him into the space tunnel, even if Han Sen could kill him, they would die together. "Remember the promise you made to me," Qin Xiu said as he stroked Wanner's hair and kissed her cheek. "You will take care of Wanner. No matter what, ensure she lives happily." With that kiss, the red light of Qin Xiu's body entered Wanner. The red light enshrouded Wanner and kept her inside it. Outside of her body, a red layer stopped the reverse tunnel's power from destroying her. Because of the great loss of power, Qin Xiu's body grew dim. He appeared and disappeared. His body's holy light was dissolved by the reverse tunnel. His was becoming dimmer. He placed his hands forward and put Wanner in front of Han. Senator Han Sen collected Wanner. Qin Xiu smiled at him, but that smile only made people feel sad. "Go back. Go back to your world. Take Wanner and live. Perhaps that would be best for her. What has been missed is missed. I cannot try to reclaim it. I, Qin Xiu, cannot go against the sky." After that, Qin Xiu's body possessed a red light. His whole body burned with fire. He turned into a red power. He wrapped up Han Sen and Wanner and pushed back toward the reverse tunnel's entrance. As they got close to the reverse tunnel's entrance, Qin Xiu's red fire grew weaker. He used all of his life to become as powerful as possible. When the red fire was extinguished, it would be the official end of Qin Xiu's life. Seeing the entrance of the reverse tunnel, Qin Xiu's red light was already gone. Han Sen used his own power to get out of there. When Han Sen was ready to go out, the Sea of Souls suddenly emitted the sounds of something crying. The very dead crystal armor automatically ran out of the Sea of Souls and wrapped up Han Sen's body. What shocked Han Sen more was that when the black crystal armor was around his body, it went against things. It pulled his body deeper into the reverse tunnel. "What are you doing?" Han Sen kept using his power like mad. He wanted to change his course and leave the reverse tunnel, but it was not working. The black crystal kept pulling him down deeper. No one answered him. The black crystal armor was silent. It just kept forcing Han Sen to sink deeper. The reverse tunnel's armor was unable to break the black crystal armor. Inside the reverse tunnel, a weird power surging through the black crystal armor. It kept going into Han Sen's body. It made his body exhibit weird changes. Han Sen was not sure if the changes were good or bad. With his power, he was not able to stop that power from changing his body. Wanner had the power Qin Xiu gave her for protection. She did not have changes like that. The reverse tunnel was like a bottomless abyss. While Han Sen and Wanner were sinking, everything seemed to empty. It was like their bodies were consumed by emptiness. The first year of the universe's dollar calendar. In this year, human Alpha Dollar beat the world's attempted destroyer and saved the Geno universe and its countless denizens. To remember Dollar, who died with the destroyer, that year was named Dollar Year 1. The new calendar of the universe was started. Humans and spirits were now members of the Geno universe. Countless human elites and spirit elites were from Space Garden and Sacred. It enabled humans and spirits to become important figures in the universe. Wang Yuhang went into the laboratory and asked Xie Qin King, "Brother King, how is your research going? Is there a way for us to access the antimaterial world?" "No, the power of the antimaterial world is too weird," Xie Qin King said. "We tried to go through the antimaterial world via Mirror Lake, but no substance was able to endure the antimaterial world's power. Qin Xian arrived holding a record. For the past 2 years, we have tried every way we can to open the antimaterial tunnel. Nothing we have tried has succeeded. The tests fail and fail. We have to find another way. The Geno Hall's God must know how to access the antimaterial world, but he will not tell us, Wang Yuhang sadly said. It's fine, Qin Xian said with certainty. We know that Han Sen is not dead. If he made it through, it must be possible for us to make it through as well. Yes, we must find a way to go, Wang Yuhang said while waving his fists. We cannot let little San Mu own the antimaterial world alone. Zero came from a tunnel, frowned, and asked, Have you seen Bauer? No, it seems like it has been a while since we last saw her, Xie Qin King said. Perhaps she took little 6 and little 9 to hunt with her. Wang Yuhang lifted his lips and said, Don't worry. Nothing will happen to her in Space Garden. If someone seeks to do something bad to her, whoever it is must be really dumb. At the same time, in a mountain in Space Garden that was inhabited by nobody, Bauer was standing atop a weird bronze item. She looked at the bronze item. The bronze item was Han Sen's for-sheep cube. Next to Bauer was a fortune-telling old man who was holding a flag. The words, Counting all the destinies, were on the flag. It was just those 4 big words. Bauer blinked. She stared at the fortune-telling old man and asked, Can this thing really take me to my father? Of course. I swear to God and hope to die that I would not lie about this. The fortune-telling old man swore to God.